And welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. It is now 5 o'clock on the East Coast and 2 o'clock over on the West Coast. And we do appreciate all of you joining us this morning to get you caught up on the top stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. And we'll start off our broadcast here by taking a little look outside here. There is the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. That's where the State of the Union address was given by President Biden last night. And of course, wasn't without a little bit of drama, as Joe Biden highlighted a lot of what he was able to do during his course of his time in office at this point. Not everything met with overwhelming praise by the GOP side, but that's something that we will get into here today. So we'll start with some of that coverage here. Now, President Biden, he's updating the nation, we did yet last night, on the State of the Union and makes his case for why the country is doing better under his leadership. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively has more from Capitol Hill.
Millions of Americans tuned in as President Joe Biden laid out his agenda for the coming year in his address to the nation. President Biden taking a victory lap at his State of the Union address Tuesday night.
Today, though bruised, our democracy remains unbowed and unbroken.
The president clearly proud of the economy's bounce back from the pandemic, highlighting strong job numbers and an unemployment rate of 3.4%, the lowest since 1969.
Jobs are coming back. Pride is coming back because choices we made in the last several years.
Facing a divided Congress for the first time in his term, he said he'd work with Republicans to find common ground on issues like supporting veterans, improving mental health, and fighting the nation's opioid epidemic.
If we could work together the last Congress, there's no reason we can't work together and find consensus on important things in this Congress as well.
With Tyre Nichols' family looking on, President Biden also renewed calls for bipartisan support of gun and police reform bills.
But what happened to Tyre in Memphis happens too often. We have to do better.
And also sought to reassure Americans worried about the ongoing war with Ukraine and growing tensions with China.
As we made clear last week, if China threatens our sovereignty, we will act to protect our country, and we did.
Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, in a fiery response to the speech, said the president just doesn't get it.
From out-of-control inflation and violent crime to the dangerous border crisis and threat from China, Biden and the Democrats have failed you.
President Biden is expected to continue touting his economic successes during a trip to Wisconsin on Wednesday. On Capitol Hill, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And so we'll get into some of that State of the Union address here. This is when, well, actually, President Biden, to back up for a moment, he brought in the family of Tyre Nichols, who was the man who was killed at the hands of those 5 former Memphis police officers. Big story over the past, well, probably 2 weeks at this point. But the family was there at the State of the Union address, and this is what President Biden had to say there. Take a listen.
Joining us tonight are the parents of Tyre Nichols. Welcome. We had to bury Tyre last week. As many of you personally know, there's no words to describe the heartache or grief of losing a child. But imagine if you lost that child at the hands of the law. Imagine having to worry whether your son or daughter came home from walking down the street, or playing in the park, or just driving a car. Most of us in here have never had to have the talk that brown and black parents have had to have with their children. Bo, Hunter, Ashley, my children, I never had to have the talk with them. I never had to tell them if a police officer pulls you over, turn your interior lights on right away. Don't reach for your license. Keep your hands on the steering wheel. Imagine having to worry like that every single time your kid got in a car. Here's what Tyre's mother shared with me when I spoke to her. When I asked her how she finds the courage to carry on and speak out. The faith of God, she said her son was, quote, a beautiful soul, and something good will come of this. Imagine how much courage and character that takes. It's up to us, to all of us. We all want the same thing. neighborhoods free of violence, law enforcement who earns the community's trust. Just as every cop, when they pin on that badge in the morning, has a right to be able to go home at night, so does everybody else out there. Our children have a right to come home safely. Equal protection under the law is a covenant we have with each other in America. We know police officers put their lives on the line every single night and day. And we know we ask them in many cases to do too much, to be counselors, social workers, psychologists, responding to drug overdoses, mental health crises, and so much more. In one sense, we ask much too much of them. I know most cops and their families are good, decent, honorable people, the vast majority. But they risk their lives every time they put that shield on. But what happened to Tyree in Memphis happens too often. We have to do better. Give law enforcement the real training they need. Hold them to higher standards. Help them succeed in keeping us safe. We also need more first responders and professionals to address the growing mental health, substance abuse challenges. More resources to reduce violent crime and gun crime. More community intervention programs. More investment in housing, education, and job training. All this can help prevent violence in the first place. And when police officers or police departments violate the public trust, they must be held accountable. With the support of the families of victims, civil rights groups, and law enforcement, I signed an executive order for all federal officers, banning chokeholds, restricting no-knock warrants, and other key elements of the George Floyd Act. Let's commit ourselves to make the words of Tyler's mom true. Something good must come from this. Something good. And all of us, join us tonight are the...
And some pretty powerful words there from President Joe Biden addressing the family of Tyree Nichols. Again, that was the man who was killed at the hands of those 5 former Memphis police officers. And so we're going to play a couple more clips for you here. Now, this is President Joe Biden. He's discussing abortion access and LGBTQI rights. And also he moves into another clip right after that I'm going to play where he discusses China. Now, he doesn't make any mention of the balloon. A lot of people were thinking that he might, but he did not touch on that. But I'll play that for you here real quick. Take a listen.
Here in the people's house, it's our duty to protect all the people's rights and freedoms. Congress must restore the right and the... Congress must restore the right that was taken away in Roe v. Wade and protect Roe v. Wade. Give every woman a constitutional right. The Vice President and I are doing everything to protect access to reproductive health care and safeguard patient safety. But already more than a dozen states are enforcing extreme abortion bans. Make no mistake about it. If Congress passes a national ban, I will veto it. But let's also pass the Bipartisan Equality Act to ensure LGBTQ Americans, especially transgender young people, can live with safety and dignity. Our nation is working for more freedom, more dignity, more peace, not just in Europe, but everywhere. Before I came to office, the story was about how the People's Republic of China was increasing its power and America was failing in the world. Not anymore. We made clear, and I made clear in my personal conversations, which have been many, with President Xi, that we seek competition, not conflict. But I will make no apologies that we're investing to make America stronger. investing in American innovation and industries that will define the future that China intends to be dominating, investing in our alliances and working with our allies to protect advanced technologies so they will not be used against us, modernizing our military to safeguard stability and deter aggression. Today, we're in the strongest position in decades to compete with China or anyone else in the world. Anyone else in the world. And I'm committed. I'm committed to work with China where we can advance American interests and benefit the world. But make no mistake about it. As we made clear last week, if China threatens our sovereignty, we will act to protect our country, and we did. Look, let's be clear. Winning the competition should unite all of us. We face serious challenges across the world. But in the past 2 years, democracies have become stronger, not weaker. Autocracies have grown weaker, not stronger. Name me a world leader who changed places with Xi Jinping. Name me one. Name me one. America's rallying the world to meet those challenges, from climate to global health, to food insecurity, to terrorism, to territorial aggression. Allies are stepping up, spending more, and doing more. Look, the bridges we're forming between partners in the Pacific and those in the Atlantic, and those who bet against America are learning how wrong they are. It's never, ever been a good bet to bet against America. Never.
And so that's just a few excerpts of the State of the Union address from President Joe Biden happening last night. We're recapping all the highlights this morning and hitting all the main parts that he wanted to focus on, and also getting to that GOP response. But the live shot you're taking a look at right now, this is London, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, he will visit Britain today on his first trip to the UK since the war began. The British government says Zelensky will meet with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and even address Parliament. So another one of the big stories of the day we'll be tracking here. Really interesting to see what kind of developments come out of his meetings there and what kind of things are said. But I do want to go to a quick commercial break here. When we come back, we're going to have the Republican response from the State of the Union, and that's from Sarah Huckabee Sanders, governor. We'll hear from her and what she has to say to everything that was said at the State of the Union. But stay with us. We'll be right back in just a couple short minutes. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning as we get you caught up on the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. And of course, the big story of the day that we are following is the State of the Union address that President Joe Biden gave last night. So we're recapping some of the highlights of that speech and also getting response from Republican leaders. And so Governor of Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, she gave the GOP response to the State of the Union address. And I do want to play that for you here real quick. It's about 14 minutes, but this is the full response from the GOP to everything that President Biden had to say last night.
Taught me not to believe every story I hear. So forgive me for not believing much of anything I heard tonight from President Biden. From out of control inflation and violent crime to the dangerous border crisis and threat from China, Biden and the Democrats have failed you. They know it, and you know it. And it's time for a change. Tonight, let us reaffirm our commitment to a timeless American idea that government exists not to rule the people, but to serve the people. Democrats want to rule us with more government control, but that's not who we are. America is the greatest country the world has ever known because we're the freest country the world has ever known, with a people who are strong and resilient. 5 months ago, I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. It was a hard time for our family, particularly our kids, Scarlett, Huck, and George. But we kept our faith and persevered. Thanks to exceptional doctors here in Arkansas, a successful surgery, and the grace of God, I am cancer-free. Through it all, I couldn't help but think about my mom. She was 20 years old and in her first year of marriage when she was diagnosed with spinal cancer. The doctors told her she might not live, and if she did live, they said she'd never walk again. And if she did walk, she'd definitely never have children. The daughter she was told she'd never have was just sworn in as the new governor of Arkansas and is speaking to you tonight. Adversity and fear of the unknown can paralyze us, but faith propels us to charge boldly ahead. We can't stand still in the face of great challenges. You and I were put on this earth for such a time as this, to charge boldly ahead. I'll be the first to admit, President Biden and I don't have a lot in common. I'm for freedom, he's for government control. At 40, I'm the youngest governor in the country. And at 80, he's the oldest president in American history. I'm the first woman to lead my state, and he's the first man to surrender his presidency to a woke mob that can't even tell you what a woman is. In the radical left's America, Washington taxes you and lights your hard-earned money on fire. But you get crushed with high gas prices, empty grocery shelves, and our children are taught to hate one another on account of their race, but not to love one another or our great country. Whether Joe Biden believes this madness or is simply too weak to resist it, his administration has been completely hijacked by the radical left. The dividing line in America is no longer between right or left. The choice is between normal or crazy. It's time for a new generation of Republican leadership. Upon taking office just a few weeks ago, I signed executive orders to ban CRT, racism, and indoctrination in our schools, eliminate the use of derogatory term Latinx in our government, repealed COVID orders, and said never again to authoritarian mandates and shutdowns. Americans want common sense from their leaders, but in Washington, the Biden administration is doubling down on crazy. President Biden inherited the fastest economic recovery on record, the most secure border in history, cheap, abundant, homegrown energy, fast rising wages, a rebuilt military, and a world that was stable and at peace. But over the last 2 years, Democrats destroyed it all. Despite Democrats' trillions in reckless spending and mountains of debt, we now have the worst border crisis in American history. As a mom, my heart breaks for every parent who has lost a son or daughter to addiction. 100,000 Americans a year are now killed from drug overdoses, largely from fentanyl pouring across our southern border. Yet the Biden administration refuses to secure the border and save American lives. And after years of Democrat attacks on law enforcement and calls to defund the police, violent criminals roam free, while law-abiding families live in fear. Beyond our border, from Afghanistan to Ukraine, from North Korea to Iran, President Biden's weakness puts our nation and the world at risk. And the president's refusal to stand up to China, our most formidable adversary, is dangerous and unacceptable. President Biden is unwilling to defend our border, defend our skies, and defend our people. He is simply unfit to serve as commander-in-chief. And while you reap the consequences of their failures, the Biden administration seems more interested in woke fantasies than the hard reality Americans face every day. Most Americans simply want to live their lives in freedom and peace. But we are under attack in a left-wing culture war we didn't start and never wanted to fight. Every day we are told we must partake in their rituals, salute their flags, and worship their false idols, all while big government colludes with big tech to strip away the most American thing there is, your freedom of speech. That's not normal. It's crazy, and it's wrong. Make no mistake, Republicans will not surrender this fight. We will lead with courage and do what's right, not what's politically correct or convenient. Republicans believe in an America where strong families thrive in safe communities, where jobs are abundant and paychecks are rising, where the freedom our veterans shed their blood to defend is the birthright of every man, woman, and child. These are the principles Republican governors are fighting for, and in Washington, under the leadership of Senate Republicans and Speaker Kevin McCarthy, we will hold the Biden administration accountable. Down the street from where I sit is my alma mater, Little Rock Central High. As a student there, I will never forget watching my dad, Governor Mike Huckabee, and President Bill Clinton hold the doors open to the Little Rock Nine. Doors that 40 years earlier had been closed to them because they were Black. Today, those children once barred from the schoolhouse are now heroes memorialized in bronze at our State House. I'm proud of the progress our country has made, and I believe giving every child access to a quality education, regardless of their race or income, is the civil rights issue of our day. Tomorrow, I will unveil an education package that will be the most far-reaching, bold, conservative education reform in the country. My plan empowers parents with real choices, improves literacy and career readiness, and helps put a good teacher in every classroom by increasing their starting salary from one of the lowest to one of the highest in the nation. Here in Arkansas and across America, Republicans are working to end the policy of trapping kids in failing schools and sentencing them to a lifetime of poverty. We will educate, not indoctrinate our kids, and put students on a path to success. It's time for a new generation to lead. This is our moment. This is our opportunity. A new generation born in the waning decades of the last century, shaped by economic booms and stock market busts, forged by the triumph of the Cold War and the tragedy of 9/11. A generation brimming with passion, and new ideas to solve age-old problems. A generation moored to our deepest values and oldest traditions, yet unafraid to challenge the present order and find a better way forward. If we seize this moment together, America can once again be the land of the free and the home of the brave. During my 2.5 years at the White House, I traveled on every foreign trip with the president. A trip I will never forget was on December 25th of 2018. My husband Brian and I had just cleaned up wrapping paper that was shoved into every corner of our house, thanks to our 3 kids. When I had to walk out on my own family's Christmas, unable to tell them where I was going that night, because the place I'd be traveling was so dangerous, they didn't want anybody to know that the president was going to be on the ground, even for a few hours. We boarded Air Force One in complete and total darkness. There were no lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. Our phones and computers shut down and turned in. We were going completely off the grid. Nearly 12 hours later, in the pitch black of night, we landed in the war-torn part of Western Iraq. It was again a similar scene. No lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. The only thing you could see was coming from about a mile away in a dining hall where hundreds of troops who were in the fight against ISIS had gathered expecting to celebrate Christmas with senior military leadership from around the region. They had absolutely no idea that the president and first lady were about to walk into that room. And when they did, it was a sight and a scene and a sound I hope I never forget. The room erupted. Men and women from every race, religion, and region, every political party, every demographic you can imagine, started chanting in perfect unison over and over and over again, USA, USA, USA. It was an absolutely perfect. One of the young soldiers yelled from the back, "Mr. President, I re-enlisted in the military because of you." And the president said, "And son, I'm here because of you." Shortly after, that young soldier came up to me. He said, "Sarah, you have a tough job." I told him, "What I do is nothing. You take bombs and bullets. That's a tough job." And in a moment that I know I'll cherish for the rest of my life, that soldier reached up and he pulled the Brave Rifles patch he wore on his shoulder, and he placed it into my hand, a sign of ultimate respect. And he said, "Sarah, we are in this together." Overwhelmed with emotion and speechless, I just hugged him with tears in my eyes and a grateful heart for our heroes who keep us free. That young man and everyone who has served before him, all of those who serve alongside him, and the thousands we know who will be called upon to serve after him, deserve to know they have a country and a community back home doing our part in the fight for freedom. America is great because we are free. But today, our freedom is under attack, and the America we love is in danger. President Biden and the Democrats have failed you, and it's time for a change. A new generation of Republican leaders are stepping up, not to be caretakers of the status quo, but to be change makers for the American people. We know not what the future holds, but we know who holds the future in his hands. And with God as our witness, we will show the world that America is still the place where freedom reigns and liberty will never die. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America.
And what you were listening to right there was the governor of Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, giving the GOP response to the State of the Union address that was given by President Joe Biden last night. And what you're looking at right now, this is a live look in London. We are learning that President Zelensky, he's actually just arrived in London, and this is his first trip to the UK since the war began. And the British government says Zelensky will meet with the Prime Minister, that's Rishi Sunak, and address Parliament today. So that is his plane right there. We're learning that he has touched down in London. So again, one of the bigger stories we're following today to see what kind of discussions might come out of his visit there and if any more developments or planning is going to happen for the war in Ukraine against Russia. But of course, we do want to take another quick commercial break here. As we do, we'll be back in just a couple short minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. It is 5:33 on the East Coast and 2:33 over on the West Coast. And thank you all so much for joining us this morning as we get you caught up on the top stories of the day from all around the country and around the world, of course. So we take a live look outside there. That is Capitol Hill. That's where President Joe Biden gave his State of the Union address last night, hitting a number of topics. And also we did air just before the break there the GOP response. So we got both sides of the equation talking about the hot topics of the day. And I kind of want to go into a few more of those here real quick. So this is Joe Biden starting off by talking about the strength of our democracy and also battling misinformation. And right after that, I'm going to play another clip because I mentioned at the beginning of the hour here, this State of the Union address, as often is the case, wasn't without a little bit of drama. There's a member of Congress who actually stands up and shouts at Joe Biden, but that'll come after this first speech that you'll hear in just a second.
Folks, there's one reason why we've been able to do all of these things. Our democracy itself. It's the most fundamental thing of all. With democracy, everything's possible. Without it, nothing is. For the last few years, our democracy has been threatened and attacked, put at risk, put to the test in this very room on January the 6th. And then just a few months ago, an unhinged big lie assailed and unleashed a political violence, the home of the then Speaker of the House of Representatives, using the very same language the insurrectionists used as they stalked these halls and chanted on January 6th. Here tonight in this chamber is a man who bears the scars of that brutal attack, but is as tough and as strong and as resilient as they get. My friend Paul Pelosi. Paul, stand up. But such a heinous act should have never happened. We must all speak out. There's no place for political violence in America. We have to protect the right to vote, not suppress the fundamental right. Honor the results of our elections, not subvert the will of the people. We have to uphold the rule of law and restore trust in our institutions of democracy. And we must give hate and extremism in any form no safe harbor. Democracy must not be a partisan issue. It's an American issue. Every generation of Americans has faced a moment where they have been called to protect our democracy, defend it, stand up for it. And this is our moment. My fellow Americans, we meet tonight at an inflection point, one of those moments that only a few generations ever face, where the direction we now take is going to decide the course of this nation for decades to come. We're not bystanders of history. We're not powerless before the forces that confront us. It's within our power of we, the people. We're facing the test of our time. We have to be the nation we've always been at our best. Optimistic, hopeful, forward-looking. A nation that embraces light over dark, hope over fear, unity over division, stability over chaos. We have to see each other not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. We're good people. The only nation in the world built on an idea. The only one. Other nations are defined by geography, ethnicity. But we're the only nation based on an idea that all of us, every one of us, is created equal in the image of God. A nation that stands as a beacon of the world. A nation in a new age of possibilities. So I've come to fulfill my constitutional obligation to report in the State of the Union. And here's my report. Because the soul of this nation is strong, because the backbone of this nation is strong, because the people of this nation are strong, the State of the Union is strong. I'm not new to this place. I stand here tonight having served as long as about any one of you have ever served here. But I've never been more optimistic about our future, about the future of America. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you. Some Republicans want Medicare and Social Security to sunset. I'm not saying it's a majority. Let me give you, anybody who doubts it, contact my office. I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy of the proposal. That means Congress doesn't vote. Well, I'm glad to see you. No, I tell you, I enjoy conversion.
And that was Marjorie Taylor Greene. You saw a shout at the president there. As I said, the State of the Union address was not without a little bit of drama there. People getting fired up on a number of topics. But I do want to play another excerpt of the State of the Union address. Now, this is when President Biden is talking about a bit of an update on where we stand with the pandemic. Now, the president has come out and said that the pandemic is over at different times during his presidency, but he is going to address where we stand at this point with the pandemic. So let's take a listen.
Let's recognize how far we came in the fight against the pandemic itself. While the virus is not gone, thanks to the resilience of the American people and the ingenuity of medicine, we've broken the COVID grip on us. COVID deaths are down by 90%. We've saved millions of lives and opened up our country. We opened our country back up, and soon we'll end the public health emergency. But that's called a public health emergency. But we'll remember the toll and pain that's never going to go away. More than 1 million Americans lost their lives to COVID. 1 million. Families grieving. children orphaned, empty chairs at the dining room table constantly reminding you that she used to sit there. Remembering them, we remain vigilant. We still need to monitor dozens of variants and support new vaccines and treatments. So Congress needs to fund these efforts and keep America safe. And as we emerge from this crisis stronger, we're also got to double down on prosecuting criminals who stole relief money meant to keep workers and small businesses afloat. Before I came to office, you remember, during that campaign, the big issue was about inspector generals who would protect taxpayers' dollars who were sidelined. They were fired. Many people said, we don't need them. And fraud became rampant. Last year, I told you the watchdogs are back. Since then, we've recovered billions of taxpayers' dollars. Now let's triple the anti-fraud strike force going after these criminals, double the statute of limitations on these crimes, and crack down on identity fraud by criminal syndicates stealing billions of dollars from the American people. And the data shows that for every dollar we put into fighting fraud, the taxpayers get back at least 10 times as much.
And that's some of the latest information from the State of the Union address there that happened last night from President Joe Biden, as we are recapping some of the big highlights from that speech here on Live Now from Fox. We have plenty more to dig into today here on this particular edition of Live Now from Fox. A little different from how we normally do things, focusing on the State of the Union address, but we do have some other stories we might try to work in the mix as well. But we do need to take another one of those quick commercial breaks. We'll be back in just a couple short minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a look at this motorcade. Now, this is kind of an interesting story, kind of a big story, popped up out of nowhere for us here. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, he's visiting Britain right now. This is a live look at his motorcade. This is a shot from a helicopter there in London, England. Now, this is his first trip to the UK since the war began. And the British government says Zelensky will meet with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, and he's also going to be addressing Parliament today. So it'll be interesting to see what he says in that address to Parliament, and if there's any new updates in terms of what's been going on in Ukraine and the war there against Russia. I'm sure that will be a big part of what they'll be discussing today. But like I mentioned earlier, right before the break, we are covering the State of the Union address from President Joe Biden that occurred last night, hitting some of the main topics that he hit during that address. So I want to go to this video here where he's discussing insulin prices and talking about health care. That's been a big topic for several years here in the United States. So take a listen to see what the president had to say about this.
Too many of you lay in bed at night like my dad did, staring at the ceiling, wondering what in God's name happens if your spouse gets cancer, or your child gets deadly ill, or something happens to you. What are you going to have? You get money to pay for those medical bills? Or are you going to have to sell the house or try to get a second mortgage on it? I get it. I get it. With the Inflation Reduction Act that I signed into law, we're taking on powerful interests to bring health care costs down so you can sleep better at night with more security. You know, we pay more for prescription drugs than any nation in the world. Let me say it again. We pay more for prescription drugs than any major nation on earth. For example, 1 in 10 Americans has diabetes. Many of you in this chamber do, and in the audience. But every day, millions need insulin to control their diabetes so they can literally stay alive. Insulin's been around for over 100 years. The guy who invented it didn't even patent it because he wanted it to be available for everyone. It cost the drug companies roughly $10 a vial to make that insulin. Packaging and all, you may get up to $13. But Big Pharma has been unfairly charging people hundreds of dollars, $400 to $500 a month, making record profits. Not anymore. Not anymore. So many things that we did are only now coming to fruition. We said we were doing this, and we said we passed the law to do it, but people didn't know because the law didn't take effect until January 1 of this year. We capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors on Medicare. People are just finding out. I'm sure you're getting the same calls I'm getting. Look, there are millions of other Americans who do not or are not on Medicare, including 200,000 young people with type 1 diabetes who need this insulin to stay alive. Let's finish the job this time. Let's cap the cost of insulin for everybody at $35. Folks, and Big Pharma is still going to do very well, I promise you all. I promise you they're going to do very well. This law also caps and won't even go into effect until 2025. It costs out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors on Medicare at a maximum of $2,000 a year. You don't have to pay more than $2,000 a year, no matter how much your drug costs are. Because you know why? You all know it. Many of you, like many in my family, have cancer. You know the drugs can range from $10,000, $11,000, $14,000, $15,000 for the cancer drugs. If drug prices rise faster than inflation, drug companies are going to have to pay Medicare back the difference. We're finally giving Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices. Bringing down prescription drug costs doesn't just save seniors money, it cuts the federal deficit by billions of dollars, by hundreds of billions of dollars. Because these prescription drugs are drugs purchased by Medicare to make keep their commitment to the seniors. Well, guess what? Instead of paying $400 or $500 a month, you're paying $15. That's a lot of savings for the federal government. And by the way, why wouldn't we want that? Now, some members here are threatening, and I know it's not an official party position, so I'm going to exaggerate, but threatening to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. As my coach, that's okay, that's fair. As my football coach used to say, lots of luck in your senior year. Make no mistake, if you try anything to raise the cost of producing jobs, I will veto it. Look, I'm pleased to say that more Americans have health insurance now than ever in history. A record 16 million people are enrolled in the Affordable Care Act. And thanks to the law I signed last year, millions are saving $800 a year on their premiums. And by the way, that law was written and the benefit expires in 2025. So my plea to some of you, at least in this audience, let's finish the job and make these savings permanent. Expand coverage of Medicaid.
And again, as I have mentioned, we are highlighting some of the highlights of the State of the Union address from President Joe Biden last night. But right now, it looks like it's freezing a little bit, but this is a live look, another story we're following to see what develops out of this with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He has arrived in London. It looks like the shot is frozen there, but that is a look at his motorcade, which I counted as about 14 cars deep. He's making his way through London. He will be meeting with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak today, and he will address Parliament as well. So when we come back from the break, we're going to take a quick break here in a moment. We're going to cover more of the State of the Union address with President Joe Biden and hit some of the highlights there, and also get some analysis from folks who had tuned in. So stay with us for that right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. We appreciate all of you joining us here today as we continue to get you caught up on the top stories of the day. And one of those big stories, of course, is the State of the Union address from President Joe Biden that happening last night on Capitol Hill. We're also tracking a story that kind of popped up out of nowhere. That's Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He has arrived in London, England. He's going to be meeting with the Prime Minister there and addressing Parliament. He's currently making his way through London. We've taken some live shots of his motorcade. We'll throw that up here in a little bit as he makes his way through London. But we do want to play a story here, get some more analysis on the State of the Union address. This is someone named Spencer Brown that our LiveNOW team spoke with. He's a political guy, kind of a political guru. He's got a little bit of more analysis on what happened in the State of the Union address. So I'll play that for you. Take a listen.
More voices, more reaction to the conversation with some highlights from both the State of the Union, but also the rebuttal given by Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Joining me is Spencer Brown, my friend, managing editor of Town Hall Media, with the latest as well. Spencer, I know it's late there in D.C. Thanks so much for being with us. First, your response to the rebuttal by Governor Sanders. She says, quote, "The Biden administration is doubling down on crazy." And then she also provided a pretty eloquent anecdote of a secret trip Trump and the First Lady made while she was press secretary to visit troops in Iraq. What did you make of her remarks? Oh, Spencer, I think you might be muted there.
How's that?
That's great.
Back now?
Yes,
beautiful. Yeah, I thought the rebuttal by Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders was actually really strong, and I thought she threaded the needle very well, because I know when she was first selected by Speaker McCarthy and Minority Leader McConnell, a lot of people made a big deal of the fact that they were choosing someone who is so tightly integrated in former President Trump's administration and what that might mean for the future of the Republican Party. But Sarah Huckabee Sanders did a really good job, I think, of mentioning her work on behalf of the former president, but also not making it all about him, and making it very much about her own experiences during that time and the experiences she had, and also a lot about what President Biden has done, what he talked about tonight in the State of the Union, and what Democrats sort of at large have been doing. So I thought she threaded that needle very well. And I think just in general, you know, she's somebody who spent a good amount of time in that briefing room at the White House, taking sort of the incoming and a lot of the things that Joe Biden said tonight, and she's very good at responding to those things, as she proved before. And so I think she was a great choice, turned out being very strong, very sort of composed, and a nice contrast to the sometimes yelling portions of President Biden's State of the Union.
Yeah, and Spencer, she cited kind of time and again some of the progressive wish list items that we just heard, you could argue, in Biden's State of the Union. And I would argue there was one that wasn't like that. He said, and this is talking about the energy sector, we're going to need oil and gas for a while. Do you think his left flank was rankled by that?
I'm sure they were. Whether they'll say anything about it or not, it's hard to say how they react to these sort of things. But yeah, it was a big flip-flop, again, from President Biden on that issue, because this is a man who has promised that he would end fossil fuels. He's had himself and people like Jennifer Granholm, his energy secretary, out there talking about this so-called transition away from fossil fuels. And so to hear him now all of a sudden saying, well, we're going to need those for a while. Yeah, no kidding, we're going to need those for a while. It's hard to see how we can transition away from that whenever we don't have any of the infrastructure, even though he said he's been working on it to support, you know, an all-electric vehicle fleet for Americans. And there's just a ton of issues that go along with making such a drastic change. So it may be him kind of waking up and realizing that just taking what those on his left flank have given him as priorities don't necessarily work when the rubber hits the road. Especially, I mean, if you look at just his infrastructure bill and everything that's still being implemented with that, it is impossible to put that money and those funds to use without using fossil fuels at this point, because all of the equipment that's used for that obviously runs on fossil fuels. Not to mention asphalt. If you're just doing highways and interstates, asphalt is a petroleum product.
No, that's right. So speaking of infrastructure, this is what I was going to bring up next, because this was really the only new part of the speech that I guess you could chalk up to some type of policy announcement. He said all construction materials that are going to be used in those federal infrastructure projects under the bipartisan infrastructure law need to be made in America. He used that refrain time and time again: build in America, made in America. But as far as new items, you and I are in the news. We look for something new that the president says all the time. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, no, I do think his point about Made in America was interesting because I think a lot of Americans would agree that, yes, the stuff that we are relying on should be made in the United States so we don't have the same issues we had with chips, for example, that were made overseas that we couldn't get during COVID. And that caused all kinds of other supply shortages in the United States with the larger items like new cars and things that those go into. But just less than a month ago, President Biden, his State Department specifically, announced this new memorandum of understanding with, I think it was 3 countries in Africa to develop and support the creation of supply chains for electric vehicle batteries there, because the minerals that are needed to make those electric vehicle batteries are more prominent and easily accessed there. But the problem is his administration has acknowledged that those countries also have a pretty significant track record of using child and forced labor to mine those minerals that are needed for the batteries. So he's talking about, for infrastructure here, we have to make sure that the steel that's going into bridges is made in the United States, which I think predominantly was anyway. U.S. steel is something he's always been very hot about. But to do that while at the same time looking to offshore some of the supply chains that would be needed, again, if he wants to do that electric vehicle transition, it doesn't quite add up in the end.
Okay, Spencer, he touted the job growth. We got the numbers for January just a couple of days ago, 517,000 jobs added last month. And I want to put up this tweet from Democrat Grace Meng, and she's also, in addition to a number of Democrats, saying under POTUS's leadership, our nation is coming back from the COVID pandemic. In just 2 years, we've created a record 12 million jobs. Fox Business's Edward Lawrence fact-checking this a bit. The president said he has, quote, created 750,000 manufacturing jobs since he came into office. And according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, under Biden, the economy added back all the manufacturing jobs lost during the pandemic and has actually created 214,000 manufacturing jobs. So kind of a distinction there about job creation. Obviously, we hear about job creation in every state of the union. That was what President Biden led off with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that issue for Biden has always been kind of interesting, right? Because part of his main campaign pitch in 2020 was this idea of build back better. We're going to take the country from where it was before COVID hit. We're going to build it back to that level, and then we're going to build it better. And so he's always kind of, depending on which economic report it is, whether it's inflation reports or the jobs report that you were just talking about, he always sort of cherry picks the data to use, as he did in the State of the Union tonight, to claim that he has in fact built the country back better. But if you look deeper in that most recent unemployment report, or I guess jobs report, since unemployment is continuing to go down a little bit, what you see in there is that the labor force participation rate actually is still a full percentage below where it was before COVID hit. And so you have these jobs that he's supposedly creating, but most of them we see are jobs that are just coming back that were lost to COVID in the first place. Yeah. But we're still, like I said, a percentage below what the workforce participation rate was before COVID hit. And so it's hard to claim, make his sort of victory lap halfway through his first term that I've built back better, when in fact the economy, even though some sectors show job growth, the workforce as it is still has not bounced back to where it was before COVID.
Okay, so we're talking about a lot of policy implications. I want one more. Let's talk about foreign policy before we can kind of get into some of the scenes, some of the behavior. He mentioned Ukraine, steadfast there in support. He said, we're going to give them everything they need. And then, of course, I was waiting for this, some allusion to the Chinese spy balloon that was shot down over the Atlantic over the weekend. He said, if China threatens our sovereignty, we will act to protect our country. And we did. I was expecting a little stronger tone about China.
Yeah, I was definitely, I think a lot of people were looking for a lot stronger.
Or at least a little longer time about it.
Yes, definitely. And also to come up a little bit sooner in the speech, right? It came up, I believe, at like the 58-minute mark of his speech. So it was not the pressing issue that the rest of the country, I think, felt that it was, last weekend when it was just floating over the country. And I think it also goes to just sort of the administration's narrative on the Chinese spy balloon has been so convoluted or flawed, or something about it just hasn't added up most of the time, because they've claimed, okay, we know where it is, we know what it's doing, but we can't tell you how we know what it's doing, but we can tell you that it's not a threat. But in fact, as we found out more about this, it turns out, we saw this coming before it was even over Alaska, over the Aleutian Islands out there, and then over Canada, and then down into Montana, and then continuing to go through down to the rest of the country. And so for them to claim, we're going to defend our sovereignty, we obviously didn't defend it, because if we knew that it was coming from from the time we saw it over Alaska. We could have taken it down in the Pacific Ocean. We could have worked with Canada and our other NORAD resources to take it down somewhere in a remote part of Canada. And we definitely could have taken it down before it ended up all the way in the Atlantic Ocean. So this claim that if they threaten our sovereignty, we'll do something about it, that's definitely not the message that I think China got after our handling of this first balloon that we've encountered recently.
All right, and then just lastly, Spencer, let's just talk about how Republicans and Democrats kind of interacted. State of the Unions, you could argue, you've watched so many of them. They're kind of cookie cutter, not much news is made. You kind of watch for some of the scenes, some of the outbursts, members making a scene, literally. Time and time again, Republicans there in the chamber wanted to get a little chippy and chirpy with what President Biden was saying, and you saw Kevin McCarthy behind him kind of smirk and also kind of nod to them to say, not now, not the time. There was some reporting to suggest that he didn't want his members to do anything like that.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. I couldn't remember a recent one, at least with Speaker Pelosi maybe, where I had seen the speaker sitting behind the president so sort of actively trying to engage in either shushing the members of their party or doing something like we saw him doing back there. But I do think that this was one of the rowdier states of the union in terms of outbursts from people. You had when the president brought up cuts to Social Security or Medicaid, there were a lot of shouts about you're lying about this. Marjorie Taylor Greene jumped up at one point. And then also when the president was speaking about the very real dangers posed by fentanyl, and people sort of jumped ahead to the point and said, it's your fault because the border is wide open. That's why all this fentanyl is coming in, is because there's no real apparatus in place to stop it anymore. But it was definitely, I think, kind of fun. I think maybe the Republicans got a taste of that during the speaker votes back at the beginning of the new Congress, where it was very rowdy on the House floor. And I think, it's fun to watch, definitely more fun to watch than just the normal, 5-minute speeches we see from Congress on a day-to-day basis. And it definitely makes us look a bit more like European or British Parliament. Totally. Which I think is a good thing.
No, you're so right. It was so interesting to see, President Biden and the interplay with the new majority. It was almost like the room was made small and he was talking directly to them. They were talking directly to him. It was fun, but it was also, tongue-in-cheek on Biden's part, and then House Republicans, kind of giving him what he was feeding off when he went off script a little bit. So that was something you don't see every day, at least, kind of the president engaging with the opposition like that so much.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I do think that is what made it more fun to watch, is because normally, the two sides are in there popping up and down based on the applause line or what's being said, or, jeering a little bit or booing occasionally. But to see them kind of playing off each other, I think, is way more fun than just them sort of looking past each other or pretending the other half of the equation isn't in the room. But I do think that was made for a more entertaining State of the Union, even though it did seem at points like the president was going, like maybe they hadn't cut as many sections as they should have from the speech, because at some points it was kind of dragging along. But I do think the outbursts and then the president not just ignoring them was a new sort of added feature.
Yeah, because at the end it kind of seemed like he was really racing through it. This was, the longest one. He's given now 3. This was about almost an hour and 20 minutes. The other 2 have been about right at the hour mark. So, Spencer Brown, as always, we appreciate your time. I know it's late there, and we'll talk again. Thanks so much.
And that was some analysis on the State of the Union address there. Now, I wanted to get to this story. This is an update on that earthquake that happened in Turkey and Syria. The death toll, unfortunately, continues to climb there. The Associated Press is reporting that the death toll is now at 11,000 people. Earlier this morning, when I first got in, it was around 7,700. So that death toll continues to climb. As you see in this video here, crews there trying to clean up the mess and see if there are any survivors. Not many, but it's mostly a recovery effort there in Syria and Turkey. So a big story we're going to keep an eye on as it develops and we learn the latest information. You see a building going down right there. Truly a tragic situation with a lot of loss of life. But we want to get to a lot of the other stories here today, and certainly this one we'll stay on top of. But we do need to get to another commercial break here real quick. This is Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I am your host, Zach Horner. This morning, it is 6:10 on the East Coast and 3:10 over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us here this morning as we continue to get you updated on the top stories of the day from around the country and around the world as well. Well, let's take a live look outside here. That is the U.S. Capitol building. That is where President Joe Biden gave his State of the Union address last night. And that's one of the big stories we are following here today. Now, you see President Joe Biden there as he was getting ready to deliver that address. The State of the Union, this is where he makes his case for why the country is doing better under his leadership. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively has more from Capitol Hill.
Millions of Americans tuned in as President Joe Biden laid out his agenda for the coming year in his address to the nation. President Biden taking a victory lap at his State of the Union address Tuesday night.
Today, though bruised, our democracy remains unbowed and unbroken.
The president clearly proud of the economy's bounce back from the pandemic, highlighting strong job numbers and an unemployment rate of 3.4%, the lowest since 1969.
Jobs are coming back. Pride is coming back because choices we made in the last several years.
Facing a divided Congress for the first time in his term, he said he'd work with Republicans to find common ground on issues like supporting veterans, improving mental health, and fighting the nation's opioid epidemic.
If we could work together the last Congress, there's no reason we can't work together and find consensus on important things in this Congress as well.
With Tyree Nichols' family looking on, President Biden also renewed calls for bipartisan support of gun and police reform bills.
But what happened to Tyree in Memphis happens too often. We have to do better.
And also sought to reassure Americans worried about the ongoing war with Ukraine and growing tensions with China.
As we made clear last week, if China threatens our sovereignty, we will act to protect our country, and we did.
Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, in a fiery response to the speech, said the president just doesn't get it.
From out-of-control inflation and violent crime to the dangerous border crisis and threat from China, Biden and the Democrats have failed you.
President Biden is expected to continue touting his economic successes during a trip to Wisconsin on Wednesday. On Capitol Hill, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And so that's a little bit of a recap of everything that was said at the State of the Union address. We want to hit some of the more specific topics now. Now, the family of Tyree Nichols. He was the man that was killed by those former Memphis police officers. It's a story that's been dominating the headlines for the past couple weeks here. The family was able to attend the State of the Union address, and actually President Joe Biden addressed them while they were there. I want to play this for you. Take a listen.
Joining us tonight are the parents of Tyree Nichols. Welcome. We had to bury Tyree last week. As many of you personally know, there's no words to describe the heartache or grief of losing a child. But imagine if you lost that child at the hands of the law. Imagine having to worry whether your son or daughter came home from walking down the street, playing in the park, or just driving a car. Most of us in here have never had to have the talk that brown and black parents have had to have with their children. Bo, Hunter, Ashley, my children, I never had to have the talk with them. I never had to tell them if a police officer pulls you over, turn your interior lights on right away. Don't reach for your license. Keep your hands on the steering wheel. Imagine having to worry like that every single time your kid got in a car. Here's what Tyree's mother shared with me when I spoke to her. When I asked her how she finds the courage to carry on and speak out. The faith of God, she said her son was, quote, a beautiful soul, and something good will come of this. Imagine how much courage and character that takes. It's up to us, to all of us. We all want the same thing. Neighborhoods free of violence. Law enforcement who earns the community's trust. Just as every cop, when they pin on that badge in the morning, has a right to be able to go home at night, so does everybody else out there. Our children have a right to come home safely. Equal protection under the law is a covenant we have with each other in America. We know police officers put their lives on the line every single night and day. And we know we ask them in many cases to do too much, to be counselors, social workers, psychologists, responding to drug overdoses, mental health crises, and so much more. In one sense, we ask much too much of them. I know most cops and their families are good, decent, honorable people, the vast majority. But they risk their lives every time they put that shield on. But what happened to Tyree in Memphis happens too often. We have to do better. Give law enforcement the real training they need. Hold them to higher standards. Help them succeed in keeping us safe. We also need more first responders and professionals to address the growing mental health, substance abuse challenges. More resources to reduce violent crime and gun crime. More community intervention programs. More investment in housing, education, and job training. All this can help prevent violence in the first place. And when police officers or police departments violate the public trust, they must be held accountable. With the support of the families of victims, civil rights groups, and law enforcement, I signed an executive order for all federal officers, banning chokeholds, restricting no-knock warrants, and other key elements of the George Floyd Act. Let's commit ourselves to make the words of Tyler's mom true. Something good must come from this. Something good. And all of us,
And what you were watching right there, that was President Joe Biden during his State of the Union address, addressing the family of Tyree Nichols, again, that man that was killed at the hands of those 5 former Memphis police officers. And he covered a multitude of topics at this State of the Union address. In this next section I'm going to play for you, I want you to listen to this. He talks a little bit about the relationship with China, obviously a hot topic right now, especially with that spy balloon that went across the United States. But he does not appear to address that, but he does talk about that relationship with China. Take a listen.
Here in the people's house, it's our duty to... Our nation is working for more freedom, more dignity, more peace, not just in Europe, but everywhere. Before I came to office, the story was about how the People's Republic of China was increasing its power and America was failing in the world. Not anymore. We made clear, and I made clear in my personal conversations, which have been many, with President Xi, that we seek competition, not conflict. But I will make no apologies that we're investing to make America stronger, investing in American innovation and industries that will define the future that China intends to be dominating, investing in our alliances and working with our allies to protect advanced technologies so they will not be used against us, modernizing our military to safeguard stability and deter aggression. Today, we're in the strongest position in decades to compete with China or anyone else in the world. Anyone else in the world. And I'm committed. I'm committed to work with China where we can advance American interests and benefit the world. But make no mistake about it. As we made clear last week, if China threatens our sovereignty, we will act to protect our country, and we did. Look, let's be clear. Winning the competition should unite all of us. We face serious challenges across the world. But in the past 2 years, democracies have become stronger, not weaker. Autocracies have grown weaker, not stronger. Name me a world leader who changed places with Xi Jinping. Name me one. Name me one. America's rallying the world to meet those challenges, from climate to global health, to food insecurity, to terrorism, to territorial aggression. Allies are stepping up, spending more, and doing more. Look, the bridges we're forming between partners in the Pacific and those in the Atlantic, and those who bet against America are learning how wrong they are. It's never, ever been a good bet to bet against America. Never.
And what you just heard there is some more recap of the State of the Union address there from President Joe Biden. That address, of course, happening last night. And right now you are taking a live look. This is in London as Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, he has arrived in London and he will meet with leaders there. He's expected to meet with the Prime Minister and he will also be addressing Parliament. So we'll keep our eye on this and see when he actually does arrive in the downtown London area and when those meetings actually begin. We'll see what comes out of that, and I'm sure they will be talking about what's going on in Ukraine with regard to the Russian invasion there. But we do need to take another quick commercial break here. Stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. It is now 6:24 over on the East Coast and 3:24 on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning as we get you caught up on the top stories of the day throughout the country and the world. And of course, one of the big stories dominating the headlines today is the State of the Union address from President Joe Biden that was delivered to Congress last evening. So we're playing some of those highlights there as we did right before the break. But also I want to get the other side of things. So let's go to this response here. So this is a little video here of Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She is the governor of Arkansas, and she actually gave the GOP response to the State of the Union. I want to play that for you in full. It's about 14 minutes long. Take a listen to what they had to say.
Tell me not to believe every story I hear. So forgive me for not believing much of anything I heard tonight from President Biden. From out of control inflation and violent crime to the dangerous border crisis and threat from China. Biden and the Democrats have failed you. They know it, and you know it. And it's time for a change. Tonight, let us reaffirm our commitment to a timeless American idea that government exists not to rule the people, but to serve the people. Democrats want to rule us with more government control, but that's not who we are. America is the greatest country the world has ever known because we're the freest country the world has ever known, with a people who are strong and resilient. 5 months ago, I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. It was a hard time for our family, particularly our kids, Scarlett, Huck, and George. But we kept our faith and persevered. Thanks to exceptional doctors here in Arkansas, a successful surgery, and the grace of God, I am cancer-free. Through it all, I couldn't help but think about my mom. She was 20 years old and in her first year of marriage when she was diagnosed with spinal cancer. The doctors told her she might not live, and if she did live, they said she'd never walk again. And if she did walk, she'd definitely never have children. The daughter she was told she'd never have was just sworn in as the new governor of Arkansas and is speaking to you tonight. Adversity and fear of the unknown can paralyze us, but faith propels us to charge boldly ahead. We can't stand still in the face of great challenges. You and I were put on this earth for such a time as this, to charge boldly ahead. I'll be the first to admit, President Biden and I don't have a lot in common. I'm for freedom, he's for government control. At 40, I'm the youngest governor in the country. And at 80, he's the oldest president in American history. I'm the first woman to lead my state, and he's the first man to surrender his presidency to a woke mob that can't even tell you what a woman is. In the radical left's America, Washington taxes you and lights your hard-earned money on fire. But you get crushed with high gas prices, empty grocery shelves, and our children are taught to hate one another on account of their race, but not to love one another or our great country. Whether Joe Biden believes this madness or is simply too weak to resist it, his administration has been completely hijacked by the radical left. The dividing line in America is no longer between right or left. The choice is between normal or crazy. It's time for a new generation of Republican leadership. Upon taking office just a few weeks ago, I signed executive orders to ban CRT, racism, and indoctrination in our schools, eliminate the use of derogatory term Latinx in our government, repealed COVID orders, and said never again to authoritarian mandates and shutdowns. Americans want common sense from their leaders, but in Washington, the Biden administration is doubling down on crazy. President Biden inherited the fastest economic recovery on record, the most secure border in history, cheap, abundant, homegrown energy, fast rising wages, a rebuilt military, and a world that was stable and at peace. But over the last 2 years, Democrats destroyed it all. Despite Democrats' trillions in reckless spending and mountains of debt, we now have the worst border crisis in American history. As a mom, my heart breaks for every parent who has lost a son or daughter to addiction. 100,000 Americans a year are now killed from drug overdoses, largely from fentanyl pouring across our southern border. Yet the Biden administration refuses to secure the border and save American lives. And after years of Democrat attacks on law enforcement and calls to defund the police, violent criminals roam free, while law-abiding families live in fear. Beyond our border, from Afghanistan to Ukraine, from North Korea to Iran, President Biden's weakness puts our nation and the world at risk. And the president's refusal to stand up to China, our most formidable adversary, is dangerous and unacceptable. President Biden is unwilling to defend our border, defend our skies, and defend our people. He is simply unfit to serve as commander-in-chief. And while you reap the consequences of their failures, the Biden administration seems more interested in woke fantasies than the hard reality Americans face every day. Most Americans simply want to live their lives in freedom and peace. But we are under attack in a left-wing culture war we didn't start and never wanted to fight. Every day we are told we must partake in their rituals, salute their flags, and worship their false idols, all while big government colludes with big tech to strip away the most American thing there is, your freedom of speech. That's not normal. It's crazy, and it's wrong. Make no mistake, Republicans will not surrender this fight. We will lead with courage and do what's right, not what's politically correct or convenient. Republicans believe in an America where strong families thrive in safe communities, where jobs are abundant and paychecks are rising, where the freedom our veterans shed their blood to defend is the birthright of every man, woman, and child. These are the principles Republican governors are fighting for, and in Washington, under the leadership of Senate Republicans and Speaker Kevin McCarthy, we will hold the Biden administration accountable. Down the street from where I sit is my alma mater, Little Rock Central High. As a student there, I will never forget watching my dad, Governor Mike Huckabee, and President Bill Clinton hold the doors open to the Little Rock Nine. Doors that 40 years earlier had been closed to them because they were Black. Today, those children once barred from the schoolhouse are now heroes memorialized in bronze at our State House. I'm proud of the progress our country has made, and I believe giving every child access to a quality education, regardless of their race or income, is the civil rights issue of our day. Tomorrow, I will unveil an education package that will be the most far-reaching, bold, conservative education reform in the country. My plan empowers parents with real choices, improves literacy and career readiness, and helps put a good teacher in every classroom by increasing their starting salary from one of the lowest to one of the highest in the nation. Here in Arkansas and across America, Republicans are working to end the policy of trapping kids in failing schools and sentencing them to a lifetime of poverty. We will educate, not indoctrinate our kids, and put students on a path to success. It's time for a new generation to lead. This is our moment. This is our opportunity. A new generation born in the waning decades of the last century, shaped by economic booms and stock market busts, forged by the triumph of the Cold War and the tragedy of 9/11. A generation brimming with passion and new ideas to solve age-old problems. A generation moored to our deepest values and oldest traditions, yet unafraid to challenge the present order and find a better way forward. If we seize this moment together, America can once again be the land of the free and the home of the brave. During my 2.5 years at the White House, I traveled on every foreign trip with the president. A trip I will never forget was on December 25th of 2018. My husband Brian and I had just cleaned up wrapping paper that was shoved into every corner of our house, thanks to our 3 kids, when I had to walk out on my own family's Christmas, unable to tell them where I was going that night because the place I'd be traveling was so dangerous. They didn't want anybody to know that the president was going to be on the ground, even for a few hours. We boarded Air Force One in complete and total darkness. There were no lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. Our phones and computers shut down and turned in. We were going completely off the grid. Nearly 12 hours later, in the pitch black of night, we landed in the war-torn part of western Iraq. It was again a similar scene. No lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. The only thing you could see was coming from about a mile away in a dining hall where hundreds of troops who were in the fight against ISIS had gathered expecting to celebrate Christmas with senior military leadership from around the region. They had absolutely no idea that the President and First Lady were about to walk into that room. And when they did, it was a sight and a scene and a sound I hope I never forget. The room erupted. Men and women from every race, religion, and region, every political party, every demographic you can imagine, started chanting in perfect unison over and over and over again, USA, USA, USA. It was an absolutely One of the young soldiers yelled from the back, "Mr. President, I re-enlisted in the military because of you." And the president said, "And son, I'm here because of you." Shortly after, that young soldier came up to me. He said, "Sarah, you have a tough job." I told him, "What I do is nothing. You take bombs and bullets. That's a tough job." And in a moment that I know I'll cherish for the rest of my life, that soldier reached up and he pulled the Brave Rifles patch he wore on his shoulder, and he placed it into my hand, a sign of ultimate respect. And he said, "Sarah, we are in this together." Overwhelmed with emotion and speechless, I just hugged him with tears in my eyes and a grateful heart for our heroes who keep us free. That young man and everyone who has served before him, all of those who serve alongside him, and the thousands we know who will be called upon to serve after him, deserve to know they have a country and a community back home doing our part in the fight for freedom. America is great because we are free. But today, our freedom is under attack, and the America we love is in danger. President Biden and the Democrats have failed you, and it's time for a change. A new generation of Republican leaders are stepping up, not to be caretakers of the status quo, but to be change makers for the American people. We know not what the future holds, but we know who holds the future in his hands. And with God as our witness, we will show the world that America is still the place where freedom reigns and liberty will never die. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America.
And there you were listening to the response from the GOP from Governor of Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. We want to look at this video right here. You see it on your screen. There's a fire. This is in West New York, New Jersey, and this is a 4-alarm fire. You see all the crews on the scene there trying to extinguish all of the fire. You can actually see the flames and obviously a ton of smoke. Now, this is very close to Manhattan, and there is some word that some of this is blowing across the river, so a very serious situation we're keeping an eye on right now. But you can see multiple fire engines on scene blowing water, one from a ladder there, trying to hit the roof of that, and they're kind of getting it from the sides as well. So something we're still looking into, not a lot of information known at this time. It's pretty early on, and you can see the crews there are obviously very busy as they try to extinguish that fire, and I'm sure figure out exactly what caused this blaze. But we will get back to this here in a little bit, but we have to take a quick commercial break. Stay with us though, right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. It is 6:42 on the East Coast and 3:42 over on the West Coast. As you've seen on our coverage this morning, we've been hitting the State of the Union address pretty hard, recapping that. That's from President Joe Biden. He gave that last night on Capitol Hill. But we're following some other breaking news that we're seeing happening around the country. I want to go to that real quick. You're taking a live look at Chicago. A lot of police on scene here, and here's what we know so far. Is that someone was shot by Chicago police early Wednesday morning in the city's Irving Park neighborhood. That's according to police. It was not immediately clear what led up to the shooting, which took place sometime between 3:05 in the morning in the 3700 block of North Troy Street, if you're familiar with that. The person's condition has not been released, and it has not been released as of later Wednesday morning. It was also not clear if any CPD officers suffered any injuries. So that is a big story we're staying on top of here. We'll continue to follow and get the latest details on this. But again, not a whole heck of a lot known, but you can see from this video, you see it right there on your screen, a lot of Chicago police on scene there. So I do want to get back to some of our coverage of the State of the Union address. This is more from President Biden when he's talking about the strength of the democracy, how strong our country is, and also talking about battling misinformation. Take a listen.
Folks, there's one reason why we've been able to do all of these things. Our democracy itself. It's the most fundamental thing of all. With democracy, everything's possible. Without it, nothing is. The last few years, our democracy has been threatened and attacked, put at risk, put to the test in this very room on January the 6th. And then just a few months ago, an unhinged big lie assailed and unleashed a political violence, the home of the then Speaker of the House of Representatives, using the very same language the insurrectionists used as they stalked these halls and chanted on January 6th. Here tonight in this chamber is a man who bears the scars of that brutal attack, but is as tough and as strong, as resilient as they get. My friend Paul Pelosi. Paul, stand up. But such a heinous act should have never happened. We must all speak out. There's no place for political violence in America. We have to protect the right to vote, not suppress the fundamental right. Honor the results of our elections, not subvert the will of the people. We have to uphold the rule of law and restore trust in our institutions of democracy. And we must give hate and extremism in any form no safe harbor. Democracy must not be a partisan issue. It's an American issue. Every generation of Americans has faced a moment where they have been called to protect our democracy, defend it, stand up for it. And this is our moment. My fellow Americans, we meet tonight at an inflection point, one of those moments that only a few generations ever face, where the direction we now take is going to decide the course of this nation for decades to come. We're not bystanders of history. We're not powerless before the forces that confront us. It's within our power of we, the people. We're facing the test of our time. We have to be the nation we've always been at our best. Optimistic, hopeful, forward-looking. A nation that embraces light over dark, hope over fear, unity over division, stability over chaos. We have to see each other not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. We're good people. The only nation in the world built on an idea, the only one. Other nations are defined by geography, ethnicity, but we're the only nation based on an idea that all of us, every one of us, is created equal in the image of God. A nation that stands as a beacon to the world. A nation in a new age of possibilities. So I've come to fulfill my constitutional obligation to report in the State of the Union. And here's my report. Because the soul of this nation is strong, Because the backbone of this nation is strong. Because the people of this nation are strong. The State of the Union is strong. I'm not new to this place. I stand here tonight having served as long as about any one of you have ever served here. But I've never been more optimistic about our future, about the future of America. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
And if you're just tuning in, that is some of our coverage, giving a recap of the State of the Union address from President Joe Biden yesterday as he gave that speech to Congress. We do have a couple live events we're taking a look at here. Well, some breaking news, really. This is happening in West New York, New Jersey. This is a 4-alarm fire, a pretty big deal. You can see it right there on your screen. Tons of smoke coming out of that building as those crews there are trying to extinguish those flames. We did take this shot a little bit ago, and you can see a little more flame, but you can actually see some in a doorway down there. So still flames burning on that building with multiple fire engines and crews on scene. So not a lot of information given about this so far, as it is very early on. You can see crews are pretty busy there. But we are looking at another breaking news situation. This is in Chicago. Now we know someone was shot by Chicago police early this morning in the city's Irving Park neighborhood, and that's according to police. It was not immediately clear what led up to the shooting, which took place sometime around 3 o'clock in the morning. And the person's condition has not been released quite yet. We are staying on top of that to learn the latest information. It was also not clear if any Chicago Police Department officers suffered any injuries, but you see plenty of police on scene there. So we do need to take another quick commercial break. We'll come back with some more recap of the State of the Union from President Joe Biden, as well as other top stories from around the country and around the world. Stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It is 6:52 on the East Coast and 3:52 over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning to get you caught up on the top stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. We do have a couple live shots we're taking a look at here. This is in Chicago. This is a police shooting investigation. Not a lot of details known at this point, but we are keeping an eye on this to learn what exactly occurred here. We do know one person was shot by Chicago police early this morning. Their condition has not been released quite yet, and it's not clear if any Chicago Police Department officers were injured. So something we're certainly learning to get the most recent developments on. And this is another live shot we're looking at here. This is a big fire in West New York, New Jersey. We took this right before the break, and it actually looks like you can see more of those flames on top of the building there as the crews are working to extinguish that fire. Tons of smoke in the area. This is pretty close to Manhattan, and we're hearing reports that some of this is actually blowing over the river, so could create some pretty big problems throughout the day. But we have been covering the State of the Union address from President Joe Biden in Congress last night, and we're getting some more analysis on what he had to say. So I want to play some more from our Live Now team on this. Take a listen.
Into the conversation, former Biden senior campaign advisor, founder of Public-Private Strategies, Rhett Buttle. Rhett, thanks so much for being with us. What did you make of this? It was longer than I thought. I was struck by the fact that the very first thing he did in this speech, extend a handshake to new Speaker Kevin McCarthy, kind of a avenue to working together. Do you think it sticks?
Look, I mean, this is not uncharacteristic of Joe Biden. He's a creature of the Senate, as we've talked about. He long has talked about working across the aisle. And we saw just in the last Congress, he passed two major pieces of legislation that were bipartisan. I mean, more pieces of legislation if you look at them all, but two huge significant ones. It's reported that he and the Speaker had a good meeting on the debt ceiling limit. I think it was cordial. I think they're, trying to restore order. So I think, I think we all hope it sticks, because I think it's best when you see two sides coming together to work on serious issues. Now, while I think there's disagreements, I think there is a lot of area of compromise, so that's good. I think the big piece we heard from the president tonight is that he reported how strong the economy is, talking about how we're coming out of the pandemic. But I think he recognizes that still too many working families are, having challenges, and that the job's not done. There's still work to do. And while there's been a lot of progress made over the next 2 years, he fully intends to move forward over the next 2 years, making the lives of working families and small businesses across the country easier.
Yeah, Rhett, as we just watch President Biden kind of do what he does best, gland hand with people he's worked with for so long. You mentioned it first, though. That was quite a contentious exchange when President Biden was talking about what to do about the debt ceiling and whether or not Republicans are going to carry on with some of their ideas about cutting spending. That was the common refrain in that exchange. Medicare, Social Security off the table. He kind of put the ball in Republicans' court there, but it got pretty heated.
I mean, I think what he did was kind of brilliant, actually. I mean, he kind of locked the Republican Party into basically saying that they're not going to make cuts to Social Security and Medicare. And I think, that's often the case. It'll be interesting. We have this sort of faction of the Republican Party, the sort of ultra MAGA part of the Republican Party, which, Speaker McCarthy's having trouble controlling, right? This is the wing of the party that led to 15 rounds of him before getting the vote. And I think you see the more moderate members of the Republican Party understand sort of the challenges with making cuts to Social Security and Medicare and how important it is to so many seniors and people across our country. But the reality is there's this strong faction of sort of ultra MAGA Republicans growing in the Republican base, and they are requiring I think, the speaker to sort of move out of normal procedure. One of the things I think we also saw the president do is he said cleanly, historically, this has not been an issue. Let's raise the debt ceiling limit. This is a procedural vote. And that's how it's been generally. And I think that that's how we should think about it. It's really important from an economic perspective that the U.S. obviously not default on its debt, or we send the wrong indicators that we're willing to do so. And so there's an opportunity there for bipartisanship, but I think the question will be, can Speaker McCarthy get the more extreme member of his caucus in line to be able to do so, so that it creates the way for a bipartisan relationship on other conversations and other policy areas.
Okay, Rhett, let's just listen in briefly as the president kind of has these conversations. It's always interesting to see who he's speaking with, who he's not speaking with.
God bless you, Mr. President.
You're still playing, huh?
Okay.
It's like being still playing.
Let me know.
You got guns as big as my thigh.
Joe, we love you. Memphis needs everything it can get.
I know.
We got problems.
I know you do. I've been talking
Wonderful. Big speech.
Sorry you guys had to sit there. I apologize. Nice to see you, Mr. President.
Okay, shaking the hands of some of the Supreme Court justices not in attendance tonight, Justices Alito, Gorsuch, and Thomas. There you see retired Justice Breyer and retired Justice Anthony Kennedy.
You proposed, he said, read off the list of names. He read the foremost conservative justices in America, and he said, it's a true story. And I said, you're for him. I said, no, I don't know what
Okay, definitely read something you don't see every day, kind of the president talking with former retired Supreme Court justices. Let's get back, though, into the debt ceiling kind of part of this speech. And you saw time and again when President Biden said something that House Republicans didn't agree with, Kevin McCarthy smirking behind him on the dais, but also kind of making a nod for members of his caucus to, calm down, don't, show these emotions. But President Biden said about the debt ceiling, he wanted everyone in the chamber there to commit there tonight to the full faith and credit of the United States, that it never be questioned. This is really the biggest matchup for the new majority and the Biden White House, and it's kind of piecemeal manifesting itself, is it not?
Well, the first thing I wanted to say is I've never, all folks who are in politics love a rope line, but in particular, President Joe Biden, he just loves people, and that's real people. And I've just seen him at so many events, engage with real people, talk and listen to them. Obviously, tonight is filled with, Supreme Court members and Congress people, but, this is such a special moment for him, and I think a moment where he really shines just relating to people one-on-one. And we heard him talk a lot about, the importance of people in people's lives and his experience growing up a working family. And so I think we see him live and in real action tonight. As it relates to the debt limit, I agree with you. I think this is an important moment that will forge the relationship between the speaker and the president going forward. We have never defaulted on our debt limit. If we did so, it would be disastrous to our economy and create a lot of downward effects that would not be positive, especially when we're in this moment of economic recovery. And in general, this has been something, and as the president talked about, the last three sort of votes on this have been rather procedural. And generally, whenever a party, one party is in power, it's been able to do so. And in the past, it's been able to do so quite bipartisanly. And over the last few years, as we've seen sort of a more extreme wing of the Republican Party form, they've really used this to sort of hold it as hostage and sort of as a leverage. And I think the reality is this is a very serious issue. We're talking about the full faith and credit of the United States. And while I think the president is very open to conversation on a host of bipartisan issues, this moment is not the right moment to do so. And so we'll be curious. I think it's more a leadership lesson for Speaker McCarthy and whether he'll be able to actually control his caucus. But I do think how this all plays out will shape the relationship between the White House and the House of Representatives over the next 2 years.
Okay, Red, let's keep talking about the economy, talking about energy as well. I thought this was interesting. Biden essentially said that when you talk about energy, oil, and gas exploration, we're going to need, essentially, he said, I'm paraphrasing, fossil fuels for some time. Do you think that'll rankle part of his left flank?
Well, I think, what we heard from the president is the economy is strong, right? So we, had a gangbusters jobs report. One of the things that really excites me as someone who does a lot of work in the small business community is the record number of small business starts that are up. So, we're dealing with a fairly, strong economy, but I think he also realizes that there are still some challenges for consumers, right? And while inflation has come down over the last few months, just a little bit more for working families is always helpful. And so I think as he's thinking about energy, that's the president has always been someone who is rather pragmatic on these issues. And, the Inflation Reduction Act is the largest investment in climate change in our country. I think he's also mapping out and showing that he's realistic about what that transition looks like. And so I think that's what we heard from the president was a full embrace of the important steps that the Inflation Reduction Act makes and sort of this investment in moving us towards a more clean energy economy. But I think he also recognizes that policy takes time, and it takes time for these market incentives to be able to change the economy. And so I think that that's what the president was trying to make out tonight when he was speaking to the American people.
Yeah, he said essentially we're still going to need oil and gas for a while. He also made it quite a point in the speech, and he kind of, in his natural posture, he hunkers down, he grips the podium there and almost whispers. He said, the tax system is not fair. He made a number of proposals about taxing more wealthy Americans. What did he say?
Well, look, I think the president's always been clear. If you make below $400,000 in America, you will not pay one more penny in taxes. And the reality is the vast majority of Americans, whether you're a small business owner or a working family, does not make $400,000 a year. And so he's very focused on protecting the middle class and those who are striving to get into the middle class with this tax policy. But the reality is the tax system for far too long has been rigged towards large corporations and wealthy individuals. The tax law that was passed under President Trump gave the largest extension of tax cuts to corporations that it's ever given. In fairness, that law actually had a number of tax cuts that I think were good for small business. But the reality is the vast majority of the small business tax cuts expire in 2025, and the tax cuts for the large corporations continue to exist in perpetuity. And as the president talks about it, it's not fair that a working class person, whether it be a nurse or a teacher or someone, pay a higher rate of their income, right, than someone who is a millionaire or billionaire. And we've seen people who are quite wealthy in this country take advantage of the tax system. And so I think he's focused on how do we make the tax system more equitable. He's been very focused and clear. He's a capitalist. He believes if you work hard, you should be able to reap the benefits of wealth in our country. But we also have to reward the working class people who've built America. And the vast majority of people I talk to, whether they're small business owners or working families, they make below $400,000 a year. I think statistically that is well over 90% of Americans. And so he's really talking about sort of aimed at a specific portion of people who've used the tax system to gimmick and really not pay their fair share of taxes over the years.
Yeah, one of the proposals he's making, he said no billionaire should pay a lower tax rate than a teacher or a firefighter. He said billion-dollar companies based here who have that as their profit margin need to pay a minimum 15%. So we'll see, I guess, how Wall Street responds to some of that. He also said he wants to quadruple the tax on stock buybacks. Is that going to be easy?
Look, I think these are, different proposals aimed at, leveling the playing field and just making the playing field more fair. As I mentioned, I work with a lot of small business owners, and they often they say, we don't want a tax advantage. We just want a level playing field. But the reality is right now the playing field is not stacked against them. And we've seen a lot of corporations, because of how they're structured and the work that they do globally, been able to, set up systems that have allowed them to bypass, systems here, allow them to be able to compensate high-level paid individuals in different ways. And a lot of that has led to a loss of revenue and the ability to make sure that funding is going into important things that we need to do as a society. And so I think, the administration is looking at creative ways to be able to, signal to corporate America that they want to have a serious conversation about tax equity and make sure that, small businesses and working families are being treated the same way that large corporations are.
Yeah, one of the other major touting proposals that he was talking about at length was a bipartisan infrastructure law. He also made news. He said all construction materials to be used in federal infrastructure projects under that law need to be made and produced in America. And so he was constantly with this refrain, build in America, made in America. He was touting the CHIPS and Science bill as well to shore up domestic manufacturing of semiconductor chips. So there was a lot of accomplishments there. Republicans kind of not, taking that bait. They weren't standing up and clapping, especially for the CHIPS Act. But with this bipartisan infrastructure law, President Biden said Republicans who voted for it and against it, still touting, kind of tongue-in-cheek there.
Yeah, look, I think he's trying to draw a contrast. I mean, the reality is both the bipartisan infrastructure law and the CHIPS and Sciences Act were passed with strong bipartisan support. And the reality is these are laws that not only make investments at home, they make us more competitive abroad. And I think the president is laser-like focused on not only making sure that we're creating jobs here in America, but that America is competitive for the long term. And I think that these two laws in tandem, and I would add the Inflation Reduction Act and pieces of the American Rescue Plan, which are two pieces of legislation that don't get talked about as much, I think are all part of sort of this agenda of making America competitive and building here at home. And the reality is we saw a lot of people who supported these ideas and concepts, some people who voted for them or quite frankly voted against it. They get really excited when a bridge is repaired in their community, and they're showing up at the ribbon cutting ceremonies and taking credit for it, when the reality was they didn't vote for it. And so, I think a lot of us who've, worked in Washington have applauded the bipartisan nature of a number of these laws. And so they're a nice testament to showing that, government can work when there's strong areas of consensus around things like infrastructure and making America competitive. And so I think most of the focus here, is really on making sure that folks know about these laws as they're being implemented, as jobs start to get created and funding starts to flow down in their communities.
Okay, Rhett, so we're waiting for the GOP response still going to be given by Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. President Biden's still in the House chamber, speaking with members, and we've been listening into some of their conversations. One I heard as well saying that Memphis needs help, Rhett. We also saw the parents, or at least the mother and stepfather of Tyree Nichols. They stood and the whole chamber applauded, and he touted that he signed an executive order for federal officers banning chokeholds, restricting no-knock warrants. That was done at the executive level. Not much movement yet on the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. It seems like conversations, though, are being resurrected. And he said, essentially, that we're going to do as much as it takes. He said something good must come from this, meaning the Tyree Nichols horrible, savage beating. But that piece of legislation, Rhett, that is not operative at the moment. I mean, it could be reintroduced, but it is dead right now.
It sounds like there's some positive conversations happening in the Senate about what a piece of legislation might look like. I think what you've seen is the president do what he can do with the executive authority. I don't think this is the end of that. I think the administration will continue to think about what they can do. There's a lot that they can do, not only with their authority, but quite frankly, with their ability to convene people, bring people together, have conversations, talk to leaders, business leaders, community leaders. I think we will see a lot of that in the coming months. But none of that should negate the need for legislation in this area. And I think we have faced too many unfortunate situations, particularly in Black and Latino communities, where this issue is just continuing to rise and we need congressional action. And so I think what you heard the president do is really try to highlight this issue for Congress. And a lot of times, what the president, any president will do is sort of use the State of the Union to highlight these key critical issues that are so important to communities, to talk about them as priorities. And so I think it was intentional that he talked about it tonight. To make sure that people know that he's taking steps himself, but also to add some pressure to Congress to say this is an important priority. This is an area where we can work together. And I think folks are encouraged by conversations that are going on in the Senate. There's some bipartisan conversations happening led by Senator Scott. So fingers crossed there that continues to make movement and that they're able to make some progress.
Right. I mean, you've watched numerous State of the Unions over your career. You kind of are specialists in business, in the economy. What struck out to you? I mean, to me, having watched this was kind of your cookie cutter, State of the Union address, not many new policy proposals, going over perceived legislative accomplishments. For me, he did mention China, and he was, and you can argue if he was strong or not. I would imagine Republicans on the other side of the aisle didn't think he was as strong as he should have been. He said, today we're in our strongest position to compete against China. He says, if China threatens our sovereignty, we'll act to protect our country. And we did. So he didn't mention the balloon outright, but that was a pretty heavy-handed allusion there, right?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, the president, took all the details about the situation and took action and took advice from our military. And it was funny because earlier in the week, a lot of Republicans were saying, why doesn't he just shoot down the blue? And I think what we learned is, A, he did take action over the weekend, but B, obviously they were able to work with the military to do so in a way that made sense, that allowed them to gain as much insight into what was going on. I think, what really stood out to me, I think, about this State of the Union is, we've gone through something historic. I think so many of us have kind of already forgotten that, we lived through a once-in-a-generation pandemic. And so really watching the American economy come back and sort of how you rebuild the American economy coming out of a global health pandemic is such a unique situation. And America is such a leader in the world, and so many people look to our market and our ability to innovate in our economy. And so to watch the president really talk about where
All right, and
where
a huge
we are
thank
today
you to LiveNOW from Fox's Andrew Kraft and Rhett Buttle, a favorite here on the program, for bringing us a recap when it comes to the president's State of the Union address. Let's go ahead and switch gears because we do have a live event that we are paying very close attention to. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has officially arrived in the United Kingdom. We know that he has already had a conversation with the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, at 10 Downing Street. But we're now taking a LiveNOW look from the House of Commons, where Mr. Zelensky will make his first visit since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And he is asking for more military support. Again, let's go ahead and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Can I join with the honourable gentleman in saying that I know the whole House will be looking forward to hearing from President Zelensky at the conclusion of PMQs.
Stephen Flynn. Mr. Speaker, hold on a minute. Let's reflect upon the damage that was caused. 30 billion wiped off the UK economy. Pension funds brought to the brink of collapse. The pound reaching parity with the dollar. And interest rates for mortgage holders right across these aisles soaring. Now, the former Prime Minister won't apologise for the damage that she has caused. So on behalf of the Tory party, will he apologise for her?
Yeah. Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, on the first day that I took office, I said that mistakes had been made. But what we have done is to ensure that right now, he mentioned the pound at a multi-month high, borrowing costs restored back to where they should be, an economy stabilised, a clear plan to halve inflation and grow the economy. That's what the Conservatives are delivering in government, and we continue to deliver it as well for the people of Scotland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Burghley House in my constituency is bidding to host the World Eventing Championships in 2026. This event is one of the pinnacles of the sport. And if we were successful in our bid, it would provide a massive boost to the local economy, as well as massive coverage for the UK on the global scene. Burghley has a formidable track record of success, having previously hosted 2 World Championships and 6 European Championships. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that Burghley would make a fantastic venue, and would he lend us his support so that we can be successful with the bid?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are committed on building on our fantastic track record of hosting events like the Commonwealth Games, the Women's Euros and the Rugby League World Cup. I understand the relevant UK sporting authorities are looking at the location, and I'm sure that they'll be considering Burghley in my right honourable friend's constituency in the near future.
And David.
Mr. Speaker, can I associate my party with the comments made about the unfolding human tragedy in Turkey and Syria, and with the warm words to welcome our ally, President Zelensky. He will know that this country and this House has total support for Ukraine's resistance to Vladimir Putin's illegal invasion, and it is a source of great pride that the British people have stood firm, united and unwavering in support of the brave heroes of Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, when President Zelensky addressed this House last year, he asked that we treat Russia as a terrorist state. Since then, Liberal Democrats have been urging the government to fulfil that request by proscribing the Wagner mercenary group. They are doing Putin's bidding, carrying out atrocities against Ukrainians on a daily basis. So on this symbolic day, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister finally commit to prescribing the Wagner Group, a crucial part of treating Russia as the rogue state that it is?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have taken a lead from the beginning of this conflict in sanctioning and taking action against those entities connected with the war effort in Russia and beyond. With regard to Wagner Group, the honourable gentleman will know that we have already sanctioned the Wagner Group in its entirety, as well as taking specific action against particular leaders, as he'll know. With regard to prescriptions, it's not something that we routinely comment on in public, but rest assured we continue to keep all of the prescriptions that we have under review.
Peter Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 22 years ago this month, a good friend of mine died from AIDS. Had he been tested for HIV, I am confident that with the medical advances we have made, he would still be alive today. As my right honourable friend will know, this week is HIV testing, and I welcome the government's ambitions to end new infections by 2030. Can I ask my right honourable friend to thank the Terence Higgins Trust for their incredible work? And will he look to extend opt-out HIV testing to more areas of high prevalence so that we can help discover more undiagnosed cases?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for his incredibly thoughtful question and express my sympathies to him on the loss of his friend, and join him in paying tribute to the work of the Terence Higgins Trust, as I know the whole House will also join me in doing. They do fantastic work, and I look forward to talking to my honourable friend about what more we can do to spread HIV testing and prevent more people from needlessly suffering.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK Government's fiscally illiterate electricity generator levy will choke off billions from future investments in renewable energy projects, the kind of projects that my Angus constituency excels at delivering. This investment will find its way to more favourable jurisdictions, putting thousands of green jobs in Scotland and our energy transition at risk. So will the Prime Minister commit to scrapping this environmentally and economically damaging tax, or will he instead confirm that he and this latest Chancellor know the price of everything and the value of nothing?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, no, I don't think it's right that because of a war, when energy companies are making windfall profits, that those profits should go untaxed. That's what our levy does. It's right that we recover those excess profits from energy companies as a result of the war and give that money back to the country in the form of support with their energy bills. What is economically damaging for Scotland is the SNP's refusal to acknowledge the existence and need for a transition, and that's to support the North Sea oil and gas industry, which we are proud to do.
Mr. Speaker, human trafficking is when you move people legally from one place to another, often with the promise of a job, and then force that person into prostitution or labour exploitation. It has nothing to do with people who come illegally here in small boats. That is smuggling. A third of all human trafficking in the United Kingdom occurs wholly within the borders of the United Kingdom. When I was chairman of the all-party group against human trafficking, we campaigned for an independent commissioner. One was appointed in 2014. However, since April of last year, we have not had one. This is unacceptable. Would the Prime Minister use his good offices to get one appointed urgently?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for all his work in this important area. I'm happy to look into the particular position that he mentions, and I know that he is proud, as I am, of our world-leading modern slavery legislation. Thanks to the former Prime Minister on these benches, it is a world-leading piece of legislation. We're showing an example about how to tackle this, but I'll make sure that we have someone in place to do the job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are now more than 50% more social care staff vacancy than last year. People are stuck in hospital beds with nowhere to go. In my Bath constituency, the Liberal Democrat Council and our local hospital, the RUH, are trying their level best and trying new innovative solutions to tackle the social care backlog. But the Prime Minister knows that this is a workforce crisis. We must recruit and retain social care staff. So I ask him, will he support the Liberal Democrat proposal to pay a higher minimum wage to social care workers to tackle the social care shortages that underpin the NHS crisis?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we recently announced £14 billion more for health and social care, and in particular, that money, part of that money will go to a new discharge fund to speed the discharge of people from hospitals back into their homes and in their communities. That money is already making a difference on the ground. We can see the numbers of people unnecessarily in hospitals are already reducing, easing the burdens in our A&E departments, and that comes on top of the money that we've invested to improve training, recruitment and development of our valued social care staff, and that will make sure that we can reduce vacancy rates, increase retention and get the workforce that we know we need.
Aaron Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, last month, together with fellow North Staffordshire MPs, I hosted an event, a tea party, to welcome Ukrainian refugees living in North Staffordshire. Would the Prime Minister join me in thanking the sponsors, in particular Alton Towers, who hosted the event, the host families, and all the people of North Staffordshire who've made our Ukrainian friends so very welcome?
Well, I join my honourable friend in thanking Alton Towers, the other sponsors, and indeed all the families involved in putting on a tea party. I know many members from across the House will have done something similar. It's a wonderful way to show our support for the families that have come here, and again, something that the President this morning mentioned to me, how grateful he is to the United Kingdom that we have opened up our hearts and our homes to help those in his country that need our security and sanctuary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Big Brother Watch recently released a report into unaccountable government bodies such as the Counter Disinformation Unit, the Rapid Response Unit and the British Army's 77th Brigade. We're seeing huge swathes of public money being spent recording political dissent on social media under the guise of tackling misinformation. Politicians, including myself, the Leader of the Opposition, academics, activists and journalists, and even members of public have been subjected to monitoring by Whitehall officials. This at the same time as we're waiting for the reporting of the Pitchford inquiry into questionable state surveillance on campaigns like the Stephen Lawrence campaign. So can the Prime Minister tell us how much public money is spent on these units and whether he thinks it's a justifiable thing to do in our democracy to spend public money in this manner? And could you also update the House on the progress of the Pitchford inquiry?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to get back to the Honourable Lady on the Pitchford inquiry and indeed to give her an exact figure. But in general, I think certainly I on this side of the House believe very strongly in free speech and will make sure that we continue to protect it wherever we can.
Bring it forward.
Mr. Speaker, Friday the 24th of February will mark 1 year of Russia's barbaric war in Ukraine. Thousands of people have been killed. Over 1,000 children have been killed or injured. So will my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, call for a national minute of silence on that day so that all across the United Kingdom, the people here can show their unending support for the people of Ukraine?
Minister.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for all the work that she has done in her previous roles to ensure that we provide appropriate support to those in Ukraine. I thank her very much for her suggestion. I'm sure it's something that we are considering as we speak, and there will be many other ways that we can mark that moment, not least as an international community continuing to show united condemnation and isolation of Russia.
Terry McCarthy.
This week, Mr. Speaker, is Children's Mental Health Week. We know that adverse childhood experiences, whether that be growing up in poverty in the UK or indeed living through the horrors of war in the Ukraine, can have a lifelong impact on mental health. With the number of children in mental health crisis increasing year on year in the UK, does the Prime Minister believe he's doing enough to address the causes of childhood trauma?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank the honourable member for her question and let her know that we are doing more to make sure that the extra money we're putting into tackling mental health is particularly focused on young people, where we've seen a very startling increase in the number of young people presenting with mental health conditions that we all would like to arrest and reduce. That's why we're putting more mental health community support into schools and colleges across the country. That's being rolled out as we speak. And also just the other week we announced more money for crisis centres and urgent treatment centres in the mental health space in 100 different communities around the country, which will make a difference.
Richard Graham.
Speaker, this country's military and diplomatic support for Ukraine is strong and has strong support across the country. Less well known is a programme that has gone on for a decade, led by the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, to support the Verkhovna Rada, or Ukrainian Parliament. So does my right honourable friend agree that should this country host a reconstruction conference with the Ukrainians to discuss how Ukraine can win the peace, that the Foreign Office and the Westminster Foundation and other bodies can come together to see how we can help President Zelensky in the next stage of his country's development.
Prime Minister.
My honourable friend makes an excellent point, and as we look forward to hosting the reconstruction conference for Ukraine later this year, I'll make sure to take up his suggestion and involve all those organisations that can provide support to us and ultimately make sure that we can rebuild Ukraine in the way that it deserves.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government will want to help maintain popular backing in the UK for our support to Ukraine, including by helping people with their energy bills. More than 40,000 people across Devon live in homes that are off the gas grid. They're on the rural equivalent of prepayment meters. They need the money up front in order to pay for their heating oil and for their alternative fuels. The government announced an alternative fuel payment last September, but people in Devon are still waiting. What will the Prime Minister say to people who are off the gas grid and are waiting for their alternative fuel payment 5 months later?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we specifically considered people who are off the gas grid when designing the energy support schemes that we put in place, which is why the bulk of the support was delivered to those who had electricity meters to ensure it reached people like he mentioned, including many of my own rural constituents as well. That money should be getting to them. I'll make sure that it moves as quickly as possible. But we also put in place the local household support fund to provide discretionary funding that local councils can give to those households who are most in need.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Speaker, there's no doubt that the NHS is under enormous pressure across the UK, and despite record numbers of nurses and doctors, workforce remains a challenge. So can I welcome that for the first time the NHS will get an independently verified workforce plan. But we have to think long-term on buildings too, and so in that regard, can the Prime Minister look closely at proposals to rebuild Leighton Hospital, which is a campaign that has the support of thousands of residents in the South Cheshire?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know that Leighton Hospital has been allocated over £44 million to address some of the immediate issues at that site, but I also know that the honourable friend is keen to ensure continued investment in his local hospital, and I know that the Department for Health are looking at more hospitals to join the new hospital programme, and I'm sure that they will have heard what he said, indeed the voices of his constituents too.
Liz Twist.
Mr. Speaker, bus services are vital to our communities for work, for health, for school and for socialising. But in a matter of days, the buses that millions depend on will face another crisis with the ending of the bus recovery grant, and predicted cuts of 15 to 20% in mileage would be devastating for people across my constituency and others. Will the Prime Minister commit to extending the bus recovery grant so that communities in my constituency and many others are not left isolated? And will he ask the Transport Secretary to meet with me to discuss this issue?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we recognise the vital importance of buses in our local communities, and that's why we're well on the way to fulfilling our commitment to invest £3 billion over this Parliament in our bus transformation, and that includes funding for local councils to subsidise unprofitable routes through the Bus Services Operators Grant, and recent money to help cap operator fares at £2 through the spring. And of course, we always continue to see how we can support bus services in the long term.
Speaker, would my right honourable friend agree that apprenticeships, such as those offered by the excellent South Essex College in Leigh-on-Sea, which I visited on Monday for National Apprenticeship Week, are a great pathway into work?
Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with my honourable friend and pay tribute to her local college, particularly in National Apprenticeship Week. And I know something that we discussed just in Cabinet yesterday, we also have the country's first Education Secretary who herself was an apprentice, and it's something we're proud of.
The time here is 7:30 a.m. Good morning, everyone. You're streaming live now from Fox. On your screen, we are monitoring several live events, raw and unfiltered, as they come into our Live Now from Fox desk. In the lower right-hand portion of your screen, we are following a massive blaze that's taking place in New Jersey. We are in touch with our Fox 5 New York colleagues. As soon as they have a crew en route, we will, of course, touch base with them to provide you all with an update. But on the upper left-hand corner of your screen, we're taking a Live Now look from the House of Commons. We see here members of Parliament addressing a wide range of topics, really, but one emerging theme continuously coming to the forefront of the conversation, and that is Russia's brutal war on Ukraine. And we do know that sometime today, perhaps any moment, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is set to address the Houses of Parliament and will also address an audience with King Charles at Buckingham Palace later on today. So Zelensky is really using this surprise visit to meet with some of his Ukrainian troops who are being trained in Britain. We're looking live here at United Kingdom Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, who has already met one-on-one with Zelensky and has today pledged extra military support for Ukraine, including the training of Ukrainian fighter jet pilots. So this could pave the way for Ukrainian forces to fly sophisticated NATO standard jets, which has been a key military request from Mr. Zelensky. Britain also announcing a new round of sanctions on Russia's military and Kremlin elites this morning in a bid to further tighten the economic squeeze on Vladimir Putin's regime. So a lot of news coming out of the United Kingdom when it comes to Russia's war on Ukraine. Let's step away from Parliament. We will revisit this as soon as we see Mr. Zelensky approach the Houses of Commons. But at this time, let's bring you all up to speed on other top stories that we are following here at Live Now from Fox. You can see major headlines on the left-hand side of your screen. We're paying very close attention to the aftermath of that massive 7.8 earthquake that struck Turkey and Syria. Right now, we have learned that the death toll has risen to 11,000. And we're learning more about rescue teams from Ukraine that are heading to Turkey to help the search and rescue efforts after that devastating quake that hit the country on Monday. So far, again, more than 11,000 people have been killed across Turkey and neighboring Syria. And Ukrainian emergency services, they're sending dozens of firefighters, medical responders, as well as 10 dozen rescue dogs. So they're very equipped, as you can imagine, considering what they're going through in their country. And they are lending a helping hand to help folks in Turkey, along with other countries such as Germany and Spain, who have also sent rescue teams. We'll keep a close eye on that story as well. But let's begin with the latest news coming from Washington, D.C. We've been covering President Biden's State of the Union address all morning here. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break, and then we'll bring you all up to speed on economic reform, a few promises that President Biden is saying that his administration is working to make this year. That story right after this. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. The time now just past the 7:30 mark here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and take a Live Now look from Washington, D.C., the White House. And we're going to bring you all up to speed when it comes to President Biden's State of the Union address. We know that the Congressional Black Caucus and survivors of police incidents have called for police reforms in the wake of the death of Tyre Nichols. So Black Caucus Chair Steve Horsford was joined on Capitol Hill on Tuesday by Tyre's parents and others who have claimed that they have experienced police brutality. So 29-year-old Nichols, if you remember, died last month after being beaten by Memphis police officers in an incident which was caught on camera. And ever since then, his family and lawmakers are calling for federal legislation, including a ban on chokeholds and national police misconduct registries. This is a topic that President Biden touched on last night during his State of the Union address. In case you missed it, here it is.
They're the parents of Tyre Nichols. Welcome. Of Tyre Nichols. Welcome. We had to bury Tyre last week. As many of you personally know, there's no words to describe the heartache or grief of losing a child. But imagine if you lost that child at the hands of the law. Imagine having to worry whether your son or daughter came home from walking down the street, or playing in the park, or just driving a car. Most of us in here have never had to have the talk that brown and black parents have had to have with their children. Bo, Hunter, Ashley, my children. I never had to have the talk with them. I never had to tell them if a police officer pulls you over, turn your interior lights on right away. Don't reach for your license. Keep your hands on the steering wheel. Imagine having to worry like that every single time your kid got in a car. Here's what Tyre's mother shared with me when I spoke to her. When I asked her how she finds the courage to carry on and speak out. The faith of God, she said her son was, quote, a beautiful soul, and something good will come of this.
Like,
imagine how much courage and character that takes. It's up to us, to all of us. We all want the same thing. Neighborhoods free of violence. Law enforcement who earns the community's trust. Just as every cop, when they pin on that badge in the morning, has a right to be able to go home at night, so does everybody else out there. Our children have a right to come home safely. Equal protection under the law is a covenant we have with each other in America. We know police officers put their lives on the line every single night and day. And we know we ask them in many cases to do too much, to be counselors, social workers, psychologists, responding to drug overdoses, mental health crises, and so much more. In one sense, we ask much too much of them. I know most cops and their families are good, decent, honorable people, the vast majority. But they risk and they risk their lives every time they put that shield on. But what happened to Tyre in Memphis happens too often. We have to do better. Give law enforcement the real training they need. Hold them to higher standards. Help them succeed in keeping us safe. We also need more first responders and professionals to address the growing mental health, substance abuse challenges. More resources to reduce violent crime and gun crime. More community intervention programs. More investment in housing, education, and job training. All this can help prevent violence in the first place. And when police officers or police departments violate the public trust, they must be held accountable. With the support of the families of victims, civil rights groups, and law enforcement, I signed an executive order for all federal officers, banning chokeholds, restricting no-knock warrants, and other key elements of the George Floyd Act. Let's commit ourselves to make the words of Tyler's mom true. Something good must come from this. Something good. And all of us, joining us tonight are the parents of Tyree Nichols. Welcome.
All right, a very emotional address to the Nichols family, but President Biden, as you saw just a few moments ago, pledging national police reform, saying that every family deserves to make it home safely. But President Biden did face a divided Congress for the first time during his term, but throughout his State of the Union address, he says that he will work with Republicans to find common ground on issues like supporting veterans, improving mental health, and fighting the nation's opioid epidemic, all topics that he did mention during his address. But one theme that has been reoccurring throughout his presidency has been American infrastructure. So let's go ahead and listen in.
As you all know, we used to be #1 in the world in infrastructure. We've sunk to 13th in the world. The United States of America, 13th in the world in infrastructure, modern infrastructure. But now we're coming back because we came together and passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, the largest investment in infrastructure since President Eisenhower's interstate highway system. And folks, already we've funded over 20,000 projects, including major airports from Boston to Atlanta to Portland. Projects that are going to put thousands of people to work rebuilding our highways, our bridges, our railroads, our tunnels, ports, airports, clean water, high-speed internet, all across America. Urban, rural, tribal. And folks, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. And I mean it sincerely. I want to thank my Republican friends who voted for the law, and my Republican friends who voted against it as well. But I still get asked to fund the projects in those districts as well. But don't worry. I promised I'd be a president for all Americans. We'll fund these projects, and I'll see you at the groundbreaking. Look, this law will further unite all of America. Projects like Brent Spence Bridge in Kentucky over the Ohio River, built 60 years ago, badly needed repairs, one of the nation's most congested freight routes, carrying $2 billion worth of freight every single day across the Ohio River. And folks, I've been talking about fixing it for decades, but we're really finally going to get it done. Yes. I went there last month with Democrats and Republicans, and from both states, to deliver a commitment of $1.6 billion for this project. And while I was there, I met a young woman named Sarah, who's here tonight. I don't know where Sarah is. Is she up in the box? I don't know. Sarah, how are you? Well, Sarah, for 30 years, I learned, she told me she'd been a proud member of the Iron Workers Local 44, known as the Cowboys in the Sky. The folks who built Cincinnati's skyline, Sarah said she can't wait to be 10 stories above the Ohio River building that new bridge. God bless her. That's pride. And that's what we're also building. We're building back pride. Look, we're also replacing poisonous lead pipes that go into 10 million homes in America, 400,000 school and child care centers. So every child in America can drink the water instead of having permanent damage to their brain. Look, we're making sure that every community in America has access to affordable high-speed internet. No parent should have to drive by McDonald's parking lot to help them do their homework online with their kids, which many thousands were doing across the country. And when we do these projects, and again I get criticized for this, but I make no excuses for it, we're going to buy American. We're going to buy America. Folks, and it's totally consistent with international trade rules. Buy America has been the law since 1933, but for too long, past administrations, Democrat and Republican, have fought to get around it. Not anymore. Tonight, I'm announcing new standards that require all construction materials used in federal infrastructure projects to be made in America. Made in America. I mean it. Lumber, glass, drywall, fiber optic cable. And on my watch, American roads, bridges, and American highways are going to be made with American products as well. Folks, my economic plan is about investing in places and people that have been forgotten. So many of you listening to me tonight, I know you feel it. So many of you felt like you've just simply been forgotten. Amid the economic upheaval of the past 4 decades, too many people have been left behind and treated like they're invisible. Maybe that's you watching from home. Remember the jobs that went away. You remember them, don't you? The folks at home remember them. You wonder whether the path even exists anymore for your children to get ahead without having to move away. Well, that's why I get that. That's why we're building an economy where no one's left behind. Jobs are coming back. Pride is coming back. Because choices we made in the last several years. You know, this is, in my view, a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America and make a real difference in your lives at home. Folks, as you all know, we used to be #1 in the world in infrastructure. We've sunk to 13th in the world. The United States of America, 13th in the world in infrastructure, modern infrastructure. But now we're coming back because we came together and passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, the largest investment in infrastructure since President Eisenhower's interstate highway system. And folks, already we've funded over 20,000 projects, including major airports from Boston to Atlanta to Portland. Projects that are going to put thousands of people to work rebuilding our highways, our bridges, our railroads, our tunnels, ports, airports, clean water, high-speed internet, all across America. Urban, rural, tribal. And folks, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. And I mean it sincerely. I want to thank my Republican friends who voted for the law, and my Republican friends who voted against it as well. But I still get asked to fund the projects in those districts as well. But don't worry. I promised I'd be a president for all Americans. We'll fund these projects. And I'll see you at the groundbreaking.
All right, you're streaming live now from Fox, taking a listen back as President Biden delivers his State of the Union address, speaking specifically here on American infrastructure. But at this time, let's go ahead and switch gears. We have some news that we want to get to coming out of Florida, we're learning more about Disney. They could possibly lose their kingdom due to a new Florida bill. So the current Board of Supervisors of the Reedy Creek District meets today. Joining us now live with more details is Fox 35 Orlando's Randy Hildreth. Good morning, Randy. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, good morning to you. It's an interesting juxtaposition that the current board is meeting today as state lawmakers are in Tallahassee working to restructure and make some transitions with the Reedy Creek District. Now, the changes potentially wouldn't dissolve the district, but some might argue puts the district in the palm of the governor's hand and gives the state a lot more control. So I want to break down what is proposed in this new bill. Potential changes to this district, this special district, they would get a new board, and that board of supervisors would be in charge of the property, overseeing the property, the utilities, and the taxes, and the governor would then be in charge of appointing all 5 board members. And no one who has worked for a theme park in the last 3 years can serve on that board. And the district would no longer be called the Reedy Creek District. It would then be called the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District. Now, Disney would get to keep its tax exemptions. The Reedy Creek District has been in conversations a lot recently, been under the microscope for at least the last year after the former CEO of Disney spoke out against what critics have dubbed the Don't Say Gay law. Some state lawmakers say this shakeup is a power grab. Others say it's about checks and balances.
I think this is a big win for Floridians to make sure that companies don't get to govern themselves. Everyone is responsible to the people of Florida, whether you're a single person or a big giant multinational corporation.
This is a complete power grab by Governor DeSantis to award his friends positions of authority, which can then lead to contracts being pushed towards his friends as well.
And the bill will be heard by state lawmakers today. I'll go ahead and send it back to you live from Orlando, Florida. Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
All right, a huge thank you to Randy for joining us. And just to give you all a little bit of background information, again, as Randy said, this is being looked at as from some experts as punishment for Disney for the Don't Say Gay law that championed Republican Governor Ron DeSantis and the Republican-controlled legislature. So again, this district has been the envy of private businesses for a very long time because of its unprecedented powers. But those days could soon be numbered. Randy is attending a meeting later on today that takes place at 9:30. So we'll keep you all updated on this story and many, many more. All right, at this time, let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here on the East Coast is 7:55 a.m. Eastern, but we are taking this Live Now look from across the pond. Any moment now, we do expect Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to address the Houses of Parliament. And later on today, he will hold an audience with King Charles at Buckingham Palace. So this is being considered a surprise visit to meet with some of his Ukrainian troops who are being trained here in Britain. And earlier today, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak, pledged extra military support for Ukraine, including the training of Ukrainian fighter jets. Now, this is something that could pave the way for Ukrainian forces to fly sophisticated NATO standard jets, which has been a key request of aid by Mr. Zelensky. Britain also announcing a new round of sanctions on the Russian military and Kremlin elites this morning, in yet another bid to further tighten the economic squeeze on Vladimir Putin's regime. So again, Russia's brutal war on Ukraine is now nearing 1 year, and President Zelensky has been making pleas to governments for additional military aid. Now, we're taking a Live Now look. He is slated to speak any moment now, so let's keep an eye on this live event. All right, if you're just now joining us here at Live Now from Fox, we are on standby. Any moment now, we do expect Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to address the Houses of Parliament in a surprise visit. And we do know that earlier today, he did meet with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak, at 10 Downing Street. And he did offer a few words. Let's listen in. Let's revisit that moment.
We can continue to support Ukraine in their struggle against Russia. It's a privilege to have you here, Vladimir. We want to stand by you throughout this conflict and ensure that you're victorious.
Thank you so much, Richard, for inviting me, and for me, great honor to be here in Britain. And thanks, Britain, for society. First of all, for your big support from the first days of full-scale invasion. Thank you so much. We are proud, really, and we have very good relations with Rishi and will prolong our dialogue, which will, I think, very important for security of our country, and of course, security for the world.
Indeed. Thank you very much. See you later.
Mr. President, Lescarvo, Prosimo, the rest of us, welcome. Not many people stood here today in this significant setting will realise that our friendship began on the 8th of October 2020 when you were the first ever head of state that I met as Speaker. We hit it off immediately with much laughter over an English afternoon tea and, of course, chorley cakes. And we forged an instant bond despite wearing masks and being socially distanced at the opposite ends of a large table, because like the rest of Europe, we were working out how to deal with COVID. Little did we know that our relationship would grow in such turbulent times. On the 24th of February 2022, the second invasion of Ukraine began. On the 8th of March 2022, there was another first for us both. I suspended the House of Commons so that you could address in Ukrainian through the screens in our chamber, which we still refer to them as Zelensky screens. The atmosphere was electrifying. You could hear a pin drop before you came online, a very, very rare thing in the House of Commons. You spelled out the horrors of the first 13 days of war. Your speech was devastating and powerful. Today, on the 8th of February 2023, now deep into the war, we are honoured that you have put yourself at risk to address us and again shine a light on the fact your country is still fighting for its survival. This hall has been the place of many great historical events. Your presence here today adds another to them. The war, as you know better than any of us, has lasted for nearly a year. As you told us last year, this is a war Ukraine did not start and did not want. But it is a war you've had to fight, and our commitment to support you and your people has not wavered. I was considering what could be said at this important occasion. I thought back to the 1990s. Then we hoped that all countries that emerged from the former Soviet Union could secure freedom and prosperity. There was a moment of hope over that time, and we knew it would be a long time that each country could choose its own destiny. It is a tragedy that Ukraine's efforts to bring freedom, prosperity to its people has been met with war and death. Last year, building on our friendship, I welcome your wife, Madame Zelensky, to Parliament to open deliberately a provocative exhibition. I wanted to ensure the experience of your people is kept at the forefront of our minds. I do not believe any of us in this room were complacent about the reality of conflict, but those displays shocked us. The images stayed with us. They brought home the horrors of war. Horrors inflicted on your people, fighters, civilians alike. Horrors which cannot be avoided or denied. I applaud Ukraine's refusal to forget what is you and your people are fighting for. In the words of the Ukrainian Eurovision winners, Kailusha Orchestra, they said, "I always find my way home, even if all roads are destroyed." Fighting for a country is not simply fighting for territory. It is a fight for home and for an ideal. The endurance of the people of Ukraine, honours those ideals. Their refusal to allow war to destroy their humanity honours their ideals. Quite rightly, last year you said, Ukrainians have become big over the 13 days of this war. You have become even bigger in your determination, not just to fight for your country, but to stand by the ideals you are fighting for. We will not give up on those ideals. We will continue to support you against that Russian aggressor. And I pledge here today, in front of all of you, to do all I can to keep the plight of Ukraine in the spotlight. Later this year, the UK and Ukraine will be united in music, but we will always be united in our unwavering belief in the power of democracy. Slava Ukraina. Mr. President, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The people of the United Kingdom and their honourable representatives, all the people of England and Scotland, of Wales and Northern Ireland, of all the lands which have been home to brave souls since Europe came into existence. I have come here and stand before you on behalf of the brave, on behalf of our warriors who are now in the trenches under enemy artillery fire, on behalf of our air gunners and every defender of the sky who protects Ukraine against enemy aircrafts and missiles, on behalf of our tank men who fight to restore our Ukrainian borders, on behalf of our conscripts who are being trained now, including here in Britain. Thank you, Britain. And who will be then deployed to the front line, skilled, equipped, and eager to win. On behalf of every father and every mother who are waiting for their brave sons and brave daughters back home from the war. Mr. Speaker, you may, I think, well remember as roughly more than 2 years ago, we met with you here in Parliament. Great honor was for me. And I remember we enjoyed tea. We talked, of course. We talked a lot about our people and about our countries, about the British and Ukrainian political traditions. Mr. Prime Minister Rishi, when we had our meeting earlier today, and I said to you that I will tell a story in my address to the Parliament, and a story about my feelings on my first visit to London as President in autumn 2020. The program was packed. Royal Highnesses William and Catherine and Buckingham Palace and aircraft carrier of the Royal Navy, the Westminster, of course, Downing Street, and of course, the war rooms. And there is an armchair in the war room, the famous Churchill's armchair, and a guide smiled and offered me to sit down on this armchair from which war orders had been given. And he asked me, how did I feel? And I said that I certainly felt something. But it is only now that I know what the feeling was. And all Ukrainians know it perfectly well too. It is the feeling of how bravery takes you through the most unimaginable hardships to finally reward you with victory. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your bravery. Thank you very much from all of us. Yes, please. That is for you. All applause for you. London has stood with Kiev since day one. From the first seconds and minutes of the full-scale war, Great Britain, you extended your helping hand when the world had not yet come to understand how to react. Boris, you got others united when it seemed absolutely impossible. Thank you. You, all of you, you all showed your grit and character back then, strong British character. You didn't compromise Ukraine, and hence you didn't compromise your ideals, and thus you didn't compromise the spirit of these great islands. Thank you very much. And of course, everybody understands that our countries knew absolutely different times. Our nations defended freedom in the Second World War. The Iron Curtain divided us. Our people went through crisis and growth, through inflation and periods of social losses and social gains. It was tough, but we always found strength and stamina to move ahead and achieve results. This is the bedrock of our land and your traditions. Ukrainians and Brits defeated the fear of war and had the time to enjoy peace. No matter what we encountered on different stages of our and your formidable history, and you and us and the whole mankind achieved similar result. Evil lost. Evil lost. We will always come out on top of evil. This lies at the core of our, but also your traditions. However, the horizon never stays clear for a while. Once the old evil is defeated, the new one is attempting to rise its head. Do you have a feeling that the evil will crumble once again? I can see in your eyes now we think the same way as you do. We know freedom will win. We know Russia will lose. And we really know the victory will change the world. And this will be a change that the world has long needed. The United Kingdom is marching with us towards the most important victory of our lifetime. It will be a victory over the very idea of the war. After we win together, any aggressor, it doesn't matter, big or small, will know what awaits him if he attacks international order. Any aggressor who will try to push the boundaries by force, who will inflict destruction and death on other peoples, who will try to endure his dictatorship at
at the expense of other people's blood in criminal and unprovoked wars, as the Kremlin does. Any aggressor is going to lose. Ladies and gentlemen, we have already achieved remarkable results, and we must make every effort to turn our achievements into the foundations of the future global security architecture. The world needs your leadership, Britain, just as it needs Ukrainian bravery. When the full-scale invasion began, we, together with you, Britain, and United States and other allies, formed a true coalition of friends. That is very important. You were among those very few who had helped before the large-scale invasion began, exactly as it will be necessary every time in the future to prevent aggression from happening. Your help was preventive. We must take these principles of preventive aid to those who are threatened with aggression, and preventive sanctions against those who threaten aggression as basic principles of the world anti-war policy. We created a coalition of UNLAW. Thank you. Of UNLAW and Javelin that stopped the advance of the Russian army from the first day of the invasion. We built the coalition of artillery rounds and a coalition of air defense, which allow us to save the lives of our children, of our people, of our civilians, our women, our elderly, and our cities from Russian atrocious occupation and missile terror. We put together a powerful sanction coalition, and your leadership is protecting international legal order through sanctions against a terrorist state cannot be questioned. And we have to steadily continue along this way until Russia is deprived of any possibility to finance the war. Most importantly, together with the G7, we brought about a coalition of values, a coalition that protects the rule-based world order and human rights, a coalition that will work in such a way that over time there will simply be no gray areas in the world in which human life doesn't matter. In order for it to be so, there must be justice. Anyone who invests in terror must be held accountable. Anyone who invests in violence must compensate those who have suffered from terror. Terror, aggression, or other forms of state violence. Our proposals for the creation of a special tribunal for the crime of Russian aggression against Ukraine and special compensation mechanism which will compensate war losses at the expense of Russian assets are based on such principles. Justice is one of 10 elements of the peace formula proposed by Ukraine and supported by Britain. I thank you for your readiness to invoke the formula. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you very much. As I already mentioned, Ukrainian soldiers are being trained in Britain, in particular to operate Challengers. Your main battle tanks, and it's a tank coalition in action. And I thank you, Rishi. Thank you very much for this powerful defensive step for tank assistance. Thank you. The coalition of long-range missiles is the latest of all. It will allow us to make the evil completely retreat from our country by destroying its headways deep in the occupied territories. And it's not just, I'm not speaking just about weapons. We proved together that the world truly helps those who are brave in defending freedom, and thus paves the way for a new history. A history of the world that knows how to be quick in help, who knows how to be effective in defense, who knows how to remain principled in dark hours, who implements its treaties and arrangements in good faith, who does not allow perpetrators to enjoy immunity, who knows how to overcome veto when it's abused, who knows no fear, and who knows how to win. This shall be the new reality of the free world, I'm sure. However, evil is still around today, and the battle continues. Yes, we know how it's going to end and how we are going to feel on the day victory comes. Every day we continue to pay with lives, pain and tears for bringing victory closer, with the lives of our people, our heroes, whom we lose in battles, with the lives of our heroes who take life and death risks every day to save as many of our soldiers and civilians as possible. And today I will have the honor to be received by His Majesty the King. It will be a truly special moment for me, for our country. And in particular because I will convey to him from all the Ukrainians the words of gratitude for the support His Majesty showed to them when he was still the Prince of Wales. And I also intend to tell him something that is, I think that is very, very, very important, not only for the future of Ukraine, but also for the future of Europe. In Britain, the king is an Air Force pilot. And in Ukraine today, every Air Force pilot is a king. For us, just for us, for our families. Because they are so few, they are so precious that we, the servants of our kings, do everything possible and impossible to make the world provide us with modern planes to empower and protect pilots who will be protecting us. And I'm proud of our Air Force. And I brought a present from them to you, Great Britain. Yes, please, open, please. Yes. Yes. To the speaker. Yes, speaker. I will. And I will explain. It's the helmet of a real Ukrainian pilot. He is one of our most successful aces, and he's one of our kings. And the writing on the helmet reads, "We have freedom, give us wings to protect it." I trust this symbol will help us for our next coalition of the planes, and I appeal to you and the world with simple and yet most important words: combat aircrafts for Ukraine, wings for freedom. Great Britain, you and us both struggle for peace, but instead of we are forced to face the range that seeks to deprive us of peace and everything else that is valuable in life. Unfortunately, it is in human nature to allow evil mature. It then stands up against humanity. It then destroys and kills. It launches aggressions and breaks people's lives. You and us have already fought together against such evil. You and us already have the experience of defeating the evil that is generated by human nature. I'm not saying there will be no more wars after the war ends. No. It is impossible to completely erase evil from human nature. Yet it is in our power to guarantee with words and deeds that the light side of human nature will prevail. The side you and us share, and this stands above anything else. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your support. And leaving a British Parliament 2 years ago, I thanked you for delicious English tea. And I will be leaving the Parliament today, thanking all of you in advance for powerful English planes. By the way, it's almost 5 o'clock. God bless Great Britain and long live the King. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Mr. President, for being with us today and for the powerful address that you have just given. The bravery, resilience and fortitude of you and your people is a great example to all. Mr. President, this great hall in which we stand, with its walls first built more than 900 years ago, has seen many speeches from great and iconic leaders. Today's event will weave a new panel in that rich tapestry of history. Thank you. Westminster Hall is at the core of the national life of our country and has played a prominent role in the development of our judicial system and our parliamentary democracy. But the story of this hall is also a tale of resilience and of remaining steadfast in the face of disaster. While fire raged around this site in 1834, destroying our old Parliament, Westminster Hall stood proud. When during the Second World War, bombs rained on London, Westminster Hall remained largely undamaged, stoic in the face of great peril. This hall reminds us that in the face of challenge and conflict, symbols of our national identity and sovereignty will endure, giving powerful and visible hope to our peoples during times of tribulation. In the same way, the endurance of your government and its institutions in the midst of a colossal threat to Ukraine continues to inspire your population and millions more beyond your borders. This endurance and inspiration rests in large part upon the leadership that you have demonstrated since your country was forced into this terrible conflict. Mr. President, a conflict which you did not choose. Effective leadership demands the ability to respond to unpredictable challenges. Mr. President, in the extraordinary situation in which you were placed, visibility was essential. In testing times, leaders must be visible to their people. And from the outset last February, when bombs were falling on Kyiv, you were visible. Broadcasting from the streets of your capital, you reassured Ukrainians and indeed the world of the determination of your government in the face of violent aggression. Your leadership has been steadfast. In the early days of this conflict, some suggested that the Ukrainian state could not withstand the Russian threat and that the war would quickly end. In one of your broadcasts during the early bombardment, you famously said, "We are all here." You did not leave. You showed the world that your government was still at work in Kyiv and was fully committed to the defence of Ukraine. Your people have followed this example with an inspirational display of bravery. Vision has also characterised your leadership. You have not only expressed your belief in the continuing ability of Ukrainians to withstand aggression, but
have embodied that belief, offering hope of a reconstructed Ukraine playing its full part in the future of Europe. That vision will continue to sustain you and your people in the difficult times ahead. Finally, a great leader never gives up. Selflessness and bringing people together are the essence of leadership. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, you exemplify these qualities in abundance. We salute your determination, your resilience, your courage. So let me thank you once again, Mr. President, for your visit today. We wish you and the Ukrainian people success, strength, and fortitude. You are not alone in this struggle. This Parliament, and indeed the country, stands with you in solidarity as you continue this noble fight. Thank you for your visit, Mr. President.
All right, you're streaming live now from Fox. We're taking a live now look from the United Kingdom. As you can see here, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky just wrapped up his live address to the Houses of Parliament. This is Zelensky's first trip to the United Kingdom since Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th, 2022. So Zelensky met with the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak at Downing Street, where they posed for a brief photo op outside of the Prime Minister's home. And again, Zelensky addressing Parliament before his meeting with King Charles III. That is scheduled to take place later on this afternoon. The United Kingdom remains a top contributor to Ukraine amid this ongoing invasion and has sent the country more than $2.5 billion in military weapons and equipment. The contributions include a pledge to send Ukraine Challenger 2 tanks, which UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak announced on Saturday, along with additional artillery systems following a call with President Zelensky. So we heard Zelensky here give an emotional address, really thanking the United Kingdom and saying that he and the Prime Minister are having a good relationship and agreed on the need to seize the moment with an acceleration of global military and diplomatic efforts to support Ukraine. We also know that France, Poland, Germany, and the United States have similarly agreed to send these war tanks. So following a consolidation by Russian forces, Ukraine's war has ramped up, unfortunately, within recent months, and Russia and Ukraine are looking again to bolster their own forces. So the current battle is remaining in the Donbass region, but we are continuing to see fighting intensify as this war nears its 1-year mark. All right, the time is now 8:42. We can see Zelensky making his exit there from the Houses of Parliament. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll bring you all up to speed on other top stories right after this. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. The time here on the East Coast, 8:45 a.m. Let's bring you all up to speed on the top stories that we are following on this Wednesday, February 8th. Just moments ago, we brought you all a live address, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky speaking to the Houses of Parliament, his first trip to the United Kingdom since Russia invaded Ukraine. Earlier today, we did see Mr. Zelensky greet the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, as you see in this photo, Rishi Sunak, who pledged extra military support for Ukraine, including the training of Ukrainian fighter jet pilots. So this again could pave the way for Ukrainian forces to fly NATO standard jets, which has been a key request from Mr. Zelensky. Of course, we'll continue to bring you all up to speed on this story. Later on today, Zelensky is set to meet with King Charles III at Buckingham Palace. We'll make sure that we cover every vantage point of that story. But another top story that we are closely following, rescue teams from Ukraine are heading to Turkey to help in the search and rescue efforts after a devastating 7.8 earthquake hit the country on Monday. At this time, we can report that more than 11,000 people have died as a result of this earthquake after it has struck Turkey and Syria. We'll keep you all up to speed on rescue and search operations as they continue. But at this time, let's go ahead and bring you all the latest from Washington, D.C. President Biden wrapping up his subject quarantine here on LiveNOw from Fox. So let's bring you all up to speed with this interview. With LiveNow from Fox's Andrew Kraft.
Let's bring into the conversation former Biden senior campaign advisor, founder of Public-Private Strategies, Rhett Buttle. Rhett, thanks so much for being with us. What did you make of this? It was longer than I thought. I was struck by the fact that the very first thing he did in this speech, extend a handshake to new Speaker Kevin McCarthy, kind of an avenue to working together. Do you think it sticks?
Look, I mean, this is not uncharacteristic of Joe Biden. He's a creature of the Senate, as we've talked about. He long has talked about working across the aisle. And we saw just in the last Congress, you know, he passed 2 major pieces of legislation that were bipartisan. I mean, more pieces of legislation if you look at them all, but 2 huge significant ones. It's reported that he and the Speaker had a good meeting on the debt ceiling limit. I think it was cordial. I think they're, you know, trying to restore order. So I think, and, you know, I think we all hope it sticks, because I think it's best when you see 2 sides coming together to work on serious issues. Now, while I think there's disagreements, I think there is a lot of area of compromise, so that's good. I think the big piece we heard from the president tonight is that, you know, he reported how strong the economy is, talking about how we're coming out of the pandemic. But I think he recognizes that still too many working families are, you know, having challenges, and that the job's not done. There's still work to do. And while there's been a lot of progress made over the next 2 years, he fully intends to move forward over the next 2 years, making the lives of working families and small businesses across the country easier.
Yeah, Red, as we just watch President Biden kind of do what he does best, gland hand with people he's worked with for so long. You mentioned it first, though. That was quite a contentious exchange when President Biden was talking about what to do about the debt ceiling and whether or not Republicans are going to you know, carry on with some of their ideas about cutting spending. That was the common refrain in that exchange. Medicare, Social Security off the table. He kind of put the ball in Republicans' court there, but it got pretty heated.
I mean, I think what he did was kind of brilliant, actually. I mean, he kind of locked the Republican Party into basically saying that they're not going to make cuts to Social Security and Medicare. And I think, you know, that's often the case. You know, it'll be interesting. We have this sort of faction of the Republican Party, the sort of ultra MAGA part of the Republican Party, which, you know, Speaker McCarthy's having trouble controlling, right? This is the wing of the party that led to 15 rounds of him before getting the vote. And I think you see the more moderate members of the Republican Party understand sort of the challenges with making cuts to Social Security and Medicare and how important it is to so many seniors and people across our country. But the reality is there's this strong faction of sort of ultra MAGA Republicans growing in the Republican base, and they are requiring I think, you know, the Speaker to sort of move out of normal procedure. One of the things I think we also saw the president do is he said cleanly, you know, historically, this has not been an issue. Let's raise the debt ceiling limit. This is a procedural vote. And that's how it's been generally. And I think that that's how we should think about it. It's really important from an economic perspective that the U.S. obviously not default on its debt, or we send the wrong indicators that we're willing to do so. And so there's an opportunity there for bipartisanship, but I think the question will be, can Speaker McCarthy get the more extreme member of his caucus in line to be able to do so, so that it creates the way for a bipartisan relationship on other conversations and other policy areas.
Okay, Red, let's just listen in briefly as the president kind of has these conversations. It's always interesting to see who he's speaking with, who he's not speaking with.
God bless you, Mr. President.
You're still playing,
You're okay?
It's like you're still playing.
Let me know.
You got guns as big as my thigh.
Probably.
Joe, we love you. Memphis needs everything it can get.
I know.
We got problems.
I know you do. I've been
Wonderful. Great speech.
Sorry you guys had to sit there. I apologize.
Looking good.
Nice to see you, Mr. President.
Okay, shaking the hands of some of the Supreme Court justices not in attendance tonight. Justices Alito, Gorsuch, and Thomas. There you see retired Justice Breyer and retired Justice Anthony Kennedy.
You proposed, he said, read off the list of names. You read the foremost conservative justices in Arizona. He said, it's a true story. And I said, you're for him. I said, no, I don't know enough.
Okay, definitely read something you don't see every day, kind of the president talking with former retired Supreme Court justices. Let's get back, though, into the debt ceiling kind of part of this speech. And you saw time and again when President Biden said something that House Republicans didn't agree with, Kevin McCarthy smirking behind him on the dais, but also kind of making a nod for members of his caucus to, you know, calm down, don't show these emotions. But President Biden said about the debt ceiling, he wanted everyone in the chamber there to commit there tonight to the full faith and credit of the United States, that it never be questioned. This is really the biggest matchup for the new majority and the Biden White House, and it's kind of piecemeal manifesting itself, is it not?
Well, the first thing I wanted to say is I've never, all folks who are in politics love a rope line, but in particular, President Joe Biden, he just loves people, and that's real people. And I've just seen him at so many events engage with real people, talk and listen to them. Obviously, tonight is filled with, Supreme Court members and Congress people, but, this is such a special moment for him, and I think a moment where he really shines just relating to people one-on-one. And we heard him talk a lot about, the importance of people in people's lives and his experience growing up a working family. And so I think we see him live and in real action tonight. As it relates to the debt limit, I agree with you. I think this is an important moment that will forge the relationship between the speaker and the president going forward. We have never defaulted on our debt limit. If we did so, it would be disastrous to our economy and create a lot of downward effects that would not be positive, especially when we're in this moment of economic recovery. And in general, this has been something, and as the president talked about, the last three sort of votes on this have been rather procedural. And generally, whenever a party, one party is in power, it's been able to do so. And in the past, it's been able to do so quite bipartisanly. And over the last few years, as we've seen sort of a more extreme wing of the Republican Party form, they've really used this to sort of hold it as hostage and sort of as a leverage. And I think the reality is this is a very serious issue. We're talking about the full faith and credit of the United States. And while I think the president is very open to conversation on a host of bipartisan issues, this moment is not the right moment to do so. And so we'll be curious. I think it's more a leadership lesson for Speaker McCarthy and whether he'll be able to actually control his caucus. But I do think how this all plays out will shape the relationship between the White House and the House of Representatives over the next 2 years.
Okay, Rhett, let's keep talking about the economy, talking about energy as well. I thought this was interesting. Biden essentially said that when you talk about energy, oil, and gas exploration, we're going to need, essentially, he said, I'm paraphrasing, fossil fuels for some time. Do you think that'll rankle part of his left flank?
Well, I think, what we hear from the president is the economy is strong, right? So we, had a gangbusters jobs report. One of the things that really excites me as someone who does a lot of work in the small business community is the record number of small business starts that are up. So, we're dealing with a fairly, strong economy, but I think he also realizes that there are still some challenges for consumers, right? And while inflation has come down over the last few months, just a little bit more for working families is always helpful. And so I think as he's thinking about energy, that's the president has always been someone who is rather pragmatic on these issues. And, the Inflation Reduction Act is the largest investment in climate change in our country. And I think he's also mapping out and showing that he's realistic about what that transition looks like. And so I think that's what we heard from the president was a full embrace of the important steps that the Inflation Reduction Act makes and sort of this investment in moving us towards a more clean energy economy. But I think he also recognizes that policy takes time, and it takes time for these market incentives to be able to change the economy. And so I think that that's what the president was trying to make out tonight when he was speaking to the American people.
Yeah, he said essentially we're still going to need oil and gas for a while. He also made it quite a point in the speech, and he kind of, in his natural posture, he hunkers down, he grips the podium there and almost whispers. He said, the tax system is not fair. He made a number of proposals about taxing more wealthy Americans. What did he say?
Well, look, I think the president's always been clear. If you make below $400,000 in America, you will not pay one more penny in taxes. And the reality is the vast majority of Americans, whether you're a small business owner or a working family, does not make $400,000 a year. And so he's very focused on protecting the middle class and those who are striving to get into the middle class with this tax policy. But the reality is the tax system for far too long has been rigged towards large corporations and wealthy individuals. The tax law that was passed under President Trump gave the largest extension of tax cuts to corporations that it's ever given. In fairness, that law actually had a number of tax cuts that I think were good for small business. But the reality is the vast majority of the small business tax cuts expire in 2025, and the tax cuts for the large corporations continue to exist in perpetuity. And as the president talks about it, it's not fair that a working class person, whether it be a nurse or a teacher or someone, pay a higher rate of their income, right, than someone who is a millionaire or billionaire. And we've seen people who are quite wealthy in this country take advantage of the tax system. And so I think he's focused on how do we make the tax system more equitable. He's been very focused and clear. He's a capitalist. He believes if you work hard, you should be able to reap the benefits of wealth in our country. But we also have to reward the working class people who've built America. And the vast majority of people I talk to, whether they're small business owners or working families, they make below $400,000 a year. I think statistically that is well over 90% of Americans. And so he's really talking about sort of aimed at a specific portion of people who've used the tax system to gimmick and really not pay their fair share of taxes over the years.
Yeah, one of the proposals he's making, he said no billionaire should pay a lower tax rate than a teacher or a firefighter. He said billion-dollar companies based here who have that as their profit margins need to pay a minimum 15%. So we'll see, I guess, how Wall Street responds to some of that. He also said he wants to quadruple the tax.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here, it is 8:57 on the East Coast and 5:57 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Thank you so much to our very own Andrew Kraft providing that breakdown there of the State of the Union address. We will have much more on that coming up throughout the morning. Now, I do actually want to go to another story we've been following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Efforts do continue to collect remnants of that Chinese spy balloon shot down by the U.S. over the Atlantic Ocean over the weekend. As you know, that balloon was first spotted over Montana last week. China claiming it was a weather balloon that blew off course, but the Pentagon saying nope, it was a surveillance or spy balloon. I do want to bring in Dr. Howard Stouffer, a professor of national security at the University of New Haven, to discuss this a little further. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
So first off, your thoughts overall on how all of this has played out over the last week or so?
Well, I think it's a huge story. The Chinese made a major mistake. They've been doing this for years, but never got caught. And now, the U.S. picked up this balloon over the Aleutian Islands on January 28th, but didn't know where it was going, thinking maybe Canada. And then it was spotted over Montana. And I think the Chinese realize now that this is a mistake, even though they did it in the past over the U.S. And now this is going to have a bump in the road to U.S.-China relations.
And that's what I was going to ask. Do you feel that overall this is going to impact those relations and the relationship there between the U.S. and China?
Yes, I do. I think it'll impact it for a while. Blinken's trip to China was just postponed. It wasn't canceled. So he will be going at some point. Just as when Nancy Pelosi last year went to Taiwan, there was a furious reaction from the Chinese, but that eventually calmed down, blew over. And, the relationship is so complex between the United States and China. We need to talk to these people. And of course, they're not the Russians. They're not conducting a war, a hot war, where thousands of people are getting killed or injured in Ukraine.
And how does all of this work? You're talking about collecting data. Does it just feed automatically back to China? Does it have to travel all the way back to China? Is that even known at this point?
Well, that's a good question, because that's why the military didn't want to shoot it down over Montana. First of all, they didn't want a debris field, as there's in the Atlantic now, 7 miles. They also wanted to preserve the payload that was on that balloon. So now they're picking it up out of the Atlantic and trying to determine a number of things. They want to see what data was intercepted, if any. They want to see if it has satellite links to be able to give real-time data back to China. They want to see what the vulnerabilities are of this particular balloon or this particular type of balloon system. And finally, they're looking to see if the technology in that balloon is similar to what the U.S. has, and they can determine if the Chinese were able to steal it from the U.S. and make a determination in that way. So it was very wise to let it wait and fly over the U.S. We were able to put up, signals intelligence blocks so that they really couldn't pick up anything except, unclassified internet information over the U.S.
And so the next question is, they're obviously over in the Atlantic Ocean trying to collect the remnants, the debris from this in the hopes that they can gather a little bit more information about what it was tracking. What are the odds? And again, this is not a specific question because it's very difficult to predict this sort of thing, but what are the odds they will actually be able to gather any information from those remnants?
Well, I think they'll be able to get a lot of information. And of course, one of the things they're worried about, and another reason not to shoot it down, is there might have been a self-destruct mechanism. And if it landed on the ground, it might have blown up. So in the ocean, it didn't do that. If they find out any of the information that I just described, I doubt that we will know about it, except the government may just say, we learned a lot. Thank you, China, for letting us look at this balloon up close. There is a province in Hainan that sends out these balloons. They've been sending them out for years, and at least 6 or more have gone over the U.S. in the last 5 or 6 years. So this is a brand new opportunity to stop this kind of intrusion and sovereign interference with the United States.
China's saying, of course, that this is a weather balloon. It appears they're sticking to that story that it blew off course. But, I mean, in your experience here, that is not the case. I know the Pentagon is also saying there's no way. It is definitely a surveillance balloon. Yes, it's exactly right. It is a surveillance balloon, and it was designed to fly over specific areas. It flew over Montana, where we have our, ICBM nuclear fields located, missile bases located. Flew over North Dakota, and then it flew over other parts of the U.S., Pennsylvania, New York, and eventually over South Carolina into the Atlantic. And so this has clearly been steered. It can be steered. It's very hard to steer it at 65,000 feet, but it clearly was designed not for a weather balloon. If they want to know what the weather is, they could just check with the U.S., and we'd be happy to tell them what the weather is doing over the United States. So we do know that there are other spy balloons from China that are apparently over, one of them possibly over Latin America, and it does appear that during Trump's administration, several of them went undetected as they went through the U.S. That's, of course, up for debate, depending on who you ask there. But does it almost seem, based on this situation, like China maybe wanted to be seen? They wanted the U.S. to know that this balloon was up there.
Well, I'll answer that last question first. And yes, there have been other balloons that went over the U.S., particularly one that went over Florida when President Trump was in office. But I think that China didn't want this to happen. It looks like one hand didn't know what the other hand was doing. We've had that happen before, where one hand wasn't sure what the other hand was doing. This might have been sent out, and President Xi was looking forward to welcoming, the Secretary of State for improving relations with China. All right. So we know, of course, that we are going to try to work to get some more information about what is actually inside that Chinese spy balloon, how it works. Do you have any idea on the inner workings of a balloon like this? Because we know that several other countries apparently use them as well. It is not just China. Yes. Well, first of all, you were right that there is a balloon that was reported to be over the country of Colombia and has now been sailing, I guess it's going east into Venezuela. There have been balloons over South Asia, East Asia, Europe. So they've been doing this for quite a long time. I don't know the technology. I don't think our country really knew the technology until now. They have this balloon and they can really study and see what it's doing. I don't see any point. I mean, they made a major mistake in sending this just before the secretary was going to be in China. It's a postponed trip. He'll be going at some point. President Biden and President Xi had a very good set of talks at the G20 meeting in November. It put us back on course. But after Biden's State of the Union address, it's very clear we need guardrails. We need guardrails in the relationship, and to be able to say, you really can't do this. If you do this, it's going to affect so many other things that are important to both sides, like climate change discussions and pandemic discussions and other things where we're cooperating together. And of course, the economic relationship is still there. So it's important that the Chinese military and our military can talk to each other. It was very unfortunate that when our Secretary of Defense called and asked to speak to his counterpart in China, they refused to talk to him on Saturday. That was a huge mistake, and that's something that should have been corrected. And it would have alleviated, I think, some of the tension that's now emanated from this event. But I think this will be a one-off. I'm very sure that they're not going to be doing this anytime soon again. And unless they want to blow up relations when there is a problem. But it reminds me of what happened in '59. We had a U-2 flight over the Soviet Union, and Francis Gary Powers was shot down, and that ended the chance of a meeting between Eisenhower and Khrushchev. But a year later, Kennedy met Khrushchev in Vienna, and it all worked out. So I do believe that this will pass as well.
So you don't believe that it will permanently impact the U.S. and China relations? Because we know what happened when Nancy Pelosi did go over to Taiwan. There were questions here about, what was going to happen, the impact, but you do not believe at this point that the U.S. and China relations have been severely impacted in a way that can't be repaired.
No, of course not. I think this is going to blow over as a single event. The Chinese will, they did express regret, which is very unusual for them. And of course, their reaction to Nancy Pelosi's trip to Taiwan was furious and angry. And they had all kinds of air violations of the airspace of Taiwan for weeks afterwards. But I think this is going to die down, be quiet. There'll be a point in time when I think Secretary of State will be able to be resuming his discussions in China. And it's important to remember otherwise, too, that there are a number of states now trying to pass laws to make it impossible for China to buy land near American air bases, saying they're going to build a wind power facilities or solar power facilities. They want to pass these laws. California just had this governor veto that law, but Texas will probably pass that law. The only thing I want to say is that we should all be aware that we have a problem in the United States where Asians are being, discriminated against and attacked. This should be no excuse for anything like that. We should all remain calm. And, we have Chinese citizens, Americans who are Chinese of heritage. We have Chinese green card holders, and we got Chinese guests in the United States doing a lot of good for both countries. So we should be very moderate in how we respond to this particular event.
And that is a very good point, because unfortunately, when things like this happen, you do see that increase in, hate toward a specific group of people. So I appreciate you making that point there. Dr. Howard Stouffer, anything else that you do want to add before I let you go?
Well, I think that we should stay focused on the FBI Quantico Operational Technology Division, which is looking into all of this. They'll be obviously sending a report to the Secretary of Defense and to the President. And we'll see how this goes forward. Nick Burns, who's our ambassador in China, is one of the most sophisticated, wonderful guys. I worked with him when I was in the Foreign Service, and I think he's doing a great job in keeping everything on track. I'm sure he'll be able to talk to the Chinese and indicate we can get another meeting going, and as long as we just recognize those guardrails and not do anything that would, upset the relationship again.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
I really appreciate it. Thank you for having me on.
9:09 over on the East Coast and 6:09 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Several live cameras that I do want to check out right now. Unfortunately, the search does continue for any victims here who may have survived that major earthquake that did strike Turkey and Syria on Monday morning. Now, unfortunately, we do know here that we do expect that the death toll could rise even further. It is at about 11,000, but again, officials say it could rise as there are still victims that are trapped in that rubble. There is actually a news conference underway right now with an update on the earthquake. It is in English, so I am going to play that for you from the beginning coming up. It is in progress as we speak. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will get right into that. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look over in Turkey, where the rescue efforts and recovery efforts are still underway after that major 7.8 magnitude earthquake that did strike that area on Monday morning. Unfortunately, we have learned the death toll is now up to 11,000 and is expected to rise. Again, that is a live look over there in Turkey. So the resident coordinator and humanitarian coordinator, interim for Syria, as well as some other folks there with the UN, are speaking about that earthquake right now as we speak. So I do actually want to get to that in a second. But as you can see, the shot did just change as Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, is over there in the UK. This is actually his live arrival here as he does arrive at the palace there in London. He is going to meet with King Charles III coming up here in just a second, but he's being greeted by the staff as he does walk inside. Now, it's not clear if we can expect to see any images from inside, any sort of speech that does go on or their meeting. However, it is likely that we will hear more about that, and we will see some of the still images that are posted on social media by the palace. But again, that is Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine's president, just arriving there at the palace to meet with King Charles III. All right, so I do want to get back to that news conference we were telling you about, all about Syria and Turkey, that major 7.8 magnitude earthquake. Let's bring that up from the beginning as it is going on as we speak.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. We are very pleased to be joined online today by Mohamed Hadi, the Regional Humanitarian Coordinator for the Syria crisis, who will be speaking from Amman in Jordan, and also by El Mustafa Ben Lamli, the Resident Coordinator and Humanitarian Coordinator ad interim for Syria, who is joining us from Damascus. They will brief you, as you know, on the humanitarian situation on the ground following the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. Ms. Hadi, welcome. You have the floor, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, let me start by thanking you for giving us this opportunity. The last thing anybody expected is to have an earthquake on top of all of the crises we are having in Syria. Honestly, this is the last thing the Syrian people needed. And we were struggling for years and years to meet their humanitarian needs, even without this last catastrophe. But, you know, we find ourselves now in a very difficult position, fighting with time, trying to reach people all over Syria. My colleague Al-Mustafa, of course, will be speaking about the situation in Syria and all of his engagement with the government and with the international community, their NGOs. But allow me just to give some idea about the Northeast, Northwest, and the humanitarian situation there and the efforts that we are trying to do. Of course, I just want to state from the very beginning that both Mr. Al-Mustafa and myself, we complement each other in not just in this crisis, but in the entire whole of Syria approach and the needs of the Syrian people. Let me start first with the Northeast. Yes, we do have some casualties, and of course there is destruction in the Northeast, but luckily it's not as much as we have seen in the rest of the country. Of course, to us, losing one life is too much. We have lost lives, but if we compare numbers, of course it's less. But we do feel with the people there, and we're trying everything we can to work with the de facto authorities to reach the people that are there. For the Northwest, of course, the situation is much more complex. Of course, you know, there are many casualties, between a number of people injured. What we have been unable since the earthquake started, since the beginning of the earthquake, of course, the road leading from Gaziantep to the border to the transshipment point was damaged, of course, and that road was closed, so we couldn't send any relief items, and we were looking for alternative routes. Luckily, today we're hearing that the road is opening. We do have a possibility, hopefully, to access the border. We're working with our Turkish counterparts to also give us all the support. But I think we have a glimpse of hope there that the road is accessible and we can reach the people. The UN agencies, the NGOs, the Syrian NGOs are of course ready to deploy humanitarian aid, and as I said, we are hoping that tomorrow we will be able to deliver something and cross the border. Of course, in addition to that, in addition to the cross-border, we are trying to complement that with the cross-line mission, and I will leave that to my colleague Al-Mustafa to talk more about it. But as we always say, we see ourselves, our objective is to reach the people. For us, cross-border and cross-line are just modalities complementing each other. The most important thing that we reach people in this time, people who are desperate for help in this very difficult situation. We're seeing images on TV, children stranded in very harsh, cold winter, snowing. It's really heartbreaking. I'm going to stop here and pass it to my colleague Al-Mustafa, of course, to speak about the other part of the humanitarian work he is leading, and then I'm happy also to complement and to answer any questions. Al-Mustafa, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me just, first, let me convey or present my condolences and sympathies to all the people who lost a life, a relative, whether in Turkey or in Syria. This is a tragedy. This is a big catastrophe, if you want. Just the total number of the people affected now is 10.9 million, and I'm talking about all the borders within Syria, all the people of Syria. 10.9 million affected by this terrible earthquake. But before the terrible earthquake, we have, as mentioned by Hadi, we had 12 years of crisis and a huge humanitarian crisis. We had 15.3 million people in need. We have 6 million or 4 million needing humanitarian assistance, basic humanitarian assistance. So it's a crisis on top of a crisis. How deep is the crisis? I think we have seen the images and the videos and the YouTube from Turkey, but we have seen them also from Syria, in Halab, in Latakia, also from all the 5 governorates that are affected here in Syria. There are actually 5 governorates affected. The governorates of Hama, that of Latakia, Idlib, Halab, Tartus, and this covers Idlib, this covers Afrin, this covers the whole of that region, and that's around 10 million people, and the 10 million actually goes even beyond. But when you look at the situation and what happened, we have people also affected in Deir ez-Zor and in Raqqa. Their houses, their units have suffered also, and many of them are not ready to stay there. Many are not ready to go back to their houses, and this is happening also in Halab, happening in Afrin, in Idlib, in Latakia, in all those places. Just to give you an example, in Aleppo, we have 30,000 people who are now living in shelters. These are schools and mosques, and those are the lucky ones. But we know from a very quick and dirty assessment in Halab, done with whatever means we have, that 1/3 of the houses or the buildings have been affected. If you count that, and that's equivalent to some 20,000 houses, make just 5 persons per family, that's 100,000. That means that we have 70,000 who are not as lucky as the 30,000 sitting in shelters, who are struggling with the cold. And just this morning, even here in Damascus, we had snow. There, they have snow, they have freezing cold weather, and they're living in terrible situation. I think that is applied also to the Northwest. It's applied to Afrin and even maybe worse. But what we have here, we have a situation where we have already a very vulnerable situation. People already vulnerable, not capable of taking care of themselves, not just trying to get out of it. And all of a sudden comes this, and all the achievements we had before. Anybody who had that small business now has lost that small business. Anybody who could go to school cannot go to school. Women who could go to protection centers cannot go to protection centers. So it's a terrible situation where even the 15.3 million people that were in need here in Syria, now we have to revise that number. And maybe this time this disaster will help us do things better. I just mentioned those figures, but think also of the roads, infrastructure. Already the area suffered from very poor infrastructure because of the crisis. Poor roads, water, electricity, fuel, name it. And now we have this situation, and we are struggling with it. It does affect our humanitarian work here. I'm aware of reservoirs of water who either collapse or are in the risk of collapsing. Those tanks of water that are elevated, many, if not the majority, need repair or replacement. So just this is the suffering of the people. And I think we need to do something about it. What we are doing, if you want, the UN and its partners actually started working from the first hour of the disaster, from the first hour of this, because we had our own stocks of food, non-food items, hygiene kits, dignity kits, some medical. They were available there at the border with at the Samarda, sorry. And some were already pre-positioned, not that we expected this disaster to happen, but they were pre-positioned there, and we have been using these stocks now to address the needs, and these stocks are being depleted. That means if we are using these stocks, and we are also diverting stocks from other areas in the country to the area affected now, that means that the people who needed and still need that are now being deprived of that. So I'm saying this to say that we didn't stay waiting, we started working, and I hope, as Hadi Mohanad just mentioned, that what we are here for, we are talking about a humanitarian need. We are talking about people who need that support now. And whatever we can do, we have to do it together, driven by the humanitarian needs. And we just hope that the political considerations and so on will get off the way and let us do our work.
Very much. I will now open the floor for questions. Please, go ahead.
Thank you for your briefing. Ghazal Vaisi with Independent. My question is for you about... we've been hearing reports that countries like Greece and Israel that traditionally aren't politically close with Turkey are actually sending aid. I wanted to ask you in practicality, on the ground, do you actually see this help and aid from other countries like Greece and Israel? Thank you.
Can you please unmute yourself? I can't hear you.
Yeah.
It's good now. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Mohanad, you want me to take it or you take it? But anyway, I start and Mohanad will add. Yes, I have received calls. I'm aware of the offer by Greece. I received calls from other areas, including Jordan, including some private sites in Thailand. And I'm sure there are other people who are there to help and want to help. What I can tell you is that the government said, when we met the Minister of Foreign Affairs the first day, he said that we are open to all assistance, to all help, and we will facilitate not only the incoming of the help, whether it's physical or money or whatever, our people coming to help with rescue and so on, and they would then facilitate that. That's all I can say. There is a mechanism. Whoever approaches us, we are trying to help in coordinating that. I don't know whether it answers the question, but I have the feeling I missed something.
I'll try my question. Mr. Hadid, you want to add? No, Michelle, please.
I'm fine to add if you like. Basically, our humanitarian work is not political. We are governed by the humanitarian principles, and we are people-focused. We're not politics-focused. And I want to remind here everybody, including myself, that basically the first responsibility of the welfare and well-being of the people are the host government. And we, as the United Nations and the international community, are helping people by request of the government. So it's for the government to take those political decisions. For us, we totally depoliticize our work, and Mustafa and myself, our main focus, and every colleague, including our colleagues in the NGO, international and local NGOs, we're focused on the people, on the needs of the women and the children, and we leave the politics totally aside. So we're happy to work wherever the aid comes from, because we do not politicize it, provided that the host governments are, they understand it, and they do their own arrangement around it. So thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, please.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the briefing. Michelle Nichols from Reuters. A couple of practical questions. First of all, on northwest Syria, you spoke about the road from Gaziantep to the transshipment hub. What about the road from the transshipment hub into Syria? Is it passable? Is it usable? If you get the aid to the transshipment hub, can you then just restart the operation as normal? I know the UN won't be doing this, but are you aware of any other aid groups using the Bab al-Salam border crossing, which the UN used to use before it was shut down? Is anyone using that? Is the UN coordinating with the White Helmets in northwest Syria, who seem to be leading some of the search and rescue efforts there? And then just with regard to the cross-line deliveries, is there any way of scaling, can that be scaled up to meet the needs effectively in northwest Syria? What have been some of the traditional challenges that you've faced with those cross-line deliveries? If you could just give us a reminder of that, and are you hoping to overcome those challenges now during this emergency situation? Thanks.
Mustafa, I'm happy to start, and then I'll pass it to you, if you don't mind, to complement. Thanks. On your first question about the road, of course there are, as you said, there are two segments, there are two legs to that. As I said earlier, the first part, which is on the Turkish side, we're hoping that this is usable. The second.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in to a live, raw, and unfiltered news conference there. This is over in New York City. That is the basis for the UN. They are speaking with several Syrian officials for an update on this deadly earthquake. We now know that the death toll has gone up, unfortunately, to more than 11,000 people as recovery efforts are still underway here. I do want to talk more about this, so let's bring in Dr. Michael S. Steckler with Columbia Climate School to talk more. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. I'm very glad to be here.
So first off, your thoughts on hearing that the death toll just keeps on going up. I know there have been estimates that it could go up even further, but this morning we learned that it has now gone up to more than 11,000.
Yeah, when it first happened, the USGS estimates of the death toll were on the order of 10,000. So I'm not surprised that it keeps climbing as they get to more remote places where the roads have been blocked and they haven't been able to do the search and rescue.
When you're talking about a 7.8 magnitude earthquake, we know that is considered to be a major earthquake, but what type of damage are we talking about when we are talking about an earthquake of this magnitude? We know that the scale goes up higher, but this is a very serious earthquake, as we can see from the footage here.
Yes, it is a serious earthquake. The aftershocks extend over about 300 kilometers, or about 200 miles along the fault. This earthquake was about the same size as the 1906 San Francisco earthquake.
Wow. So are we used to seeing a death toll, though, that is this high?
The death toll from the 1999 earthquake in Izmit was higher than this. The official estimate is 17,000. So it depends a lot on exactly where it is relative to populated regions and the type of construction that you have.
Are we getting any closer to being able to predict earthquakes like this, and really just earthquakes in general? Because I've spoken to so many different people who do say that it is impossible to predict when an earthquake is going to strike and how powerful it is going to be.
No, we cannot predict earthquakes. We can tell where are the places that are prone to earthquakes that have not had them for a long time, and so that one is likely, but we can't tell exactly when it's going to happen. I remember, for instance, in the Haiti earthquake in 2010, they hadn't had an earthquake in 250 years, so nobody remembered it. And predicting an earthquake within a week would be the equivalent if you stretched a rubber band very slowly for a year before it broke, and predicting which second it would break. It's beyond our capabilities at this point.
And a lot of people do know that an earthquake involves shaking. You have a lot of damage as a result, depending on the magnitude, where it actually happens, and that sort of thing. But can you go into the basics here of what actually causes an earthquake to happen and what it is?
Yeah, so most of the earthquakes in the world happen at plate boundaries. So you could divide the Earth into a series of plates that are moving around. And so most of the earthquakes, including this one, happen at the edges where two of these big plates are moving past each other, or one over and under each other. And the ground gets stuck, that there's enough pressure that it gets stuck. And so the plates are huge and keep moving. And then as the strain builds up, eventually the rocks give way and jump in an earthquake. In this case, the ground moved on the order of 10 feet side to side, over an area probably 80 miles long. So that's a huge movement of the Earth that produces all that shaking.
So do you expect to see this kind of damage? You're looking at a live image right there from Turkey as those recovery efforts are still underway. Again, the death toll rising to just over 11,000, but also thousands of buildings there have been toppled down. And it's going to take a while, if it's even possible, to do the cleanup and to get through these recovery efforts. But is this the type of damage you would expect from a 7.8 magnitude earthquake?
It is. It's really variable. It depends a lot on the soil and ground conditions and the construction. A lot of the collapsed buildings I'm seeing look like reinforced concrete buildings, which, unless they are properly reinforced with diagonal elements, are very susceptible to collapsing in earthquakes when they get shaken side to side. At the same time, I've been noticing a lot of earthquakes or a lot of buildings that you can see in the background that are completely undamaged. We know how to build resilient buildings that won't collapse in an earthquake, But it costs more when you do that, and you have to, do the proper engineering, and that isn't always the case in a lot of places.
And this is a hard question to answer right now because it's almost kind of predicting the future. But if a 7.8 magnitude earthquake were to hit somewhere in the U.S., would we see this kind of extensive damage and a death toll like that?
Probably not. It depends on where it hits. For instance, in parts of California, there are early warning systems that will, shut down trains and bridges in advance of the earthquake waves happening. There's also building codes that are forcing people to build more resilient buildings that can withstand collapse during an earthquake. They may not be usable afterwards, but they won't collapse during the earthquake.
All right, Michael S. Steckler there with Columbia Climate School. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Is there anything else that you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
Yeah, it's just, it's a tragic situation of how many people have lost their lives. But, this kind of thing of the plates moving and stressing the faults is going to continue to happen.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to help break that down for us.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. So you are taking a live look once again here in Turkey, where those recovery efforts are still underway there. Unfortunately, the death toll now rising to over 11,000, and it is likely to rise even further. Coming up momentarily, we will go live out to Turkey and speak with Greg Palcott. He is with Fox News covering this for them. He will join us here to provide an update on those recovery efforts. For now, it is 9:39 on the East Coast and 6:39 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll get back into the headlines here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look over in Turkey right now as recovery efforts do continue there after this major earthquake. Unfortunately, we now know that the earthquake is responsible for more than 11,000 deaths, and that toll is likely to rise here. Thousands of buildings have been toppled by that 7.8 magnitude earthquake that happened Monday morning, leaving behind a lot of debris where people are still believed to be underneath, and that is what they are working on there on those recovery efforts. Again, a live image coming in from Turkey. This news conference with Syrian officials still underway here as they ask questions. They take questions from the media about the earthquake here. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was cross-line. Okay. I thought, but for cross-border. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm talking about cross-line. Then there was a question about the two planes. When we are talking about assisting the people of Syria who are suffering from this earthquake, we're not talking about northwest and north-south and southwest and everything. We're talking about all of them. The planes I mentioned before are the planes that will come here to Damascus, and we will get the support to wherever it is, and that's where we need. I can say that from this side we're getting the facilitation, but we need all the actors to first put the people first and facilitate the access. We cannot let the situation prevent us from providing the support where it's needed. The last question, it's about the 20,000 and 100,000. 20,000 units where people live and 100,000 is an estimate. That's only for Aleppo. And the team yesterday went to Ladiqiyah, I think, or this afternoon went to Ladiqiyah for a fast and quick assessment. But we have the UNDAC team that is coming to do a much more professional and deep assessment of the needs. And they will visit all the areas, and they're here, and I hope we can find a way of, wherever they come from, north or south, we need to have access to see the real magnitude of the disaster. And we need your help to really bring this to the attention of all the people, to facilitate it. Those with influence should help us facilitate this. And I'm quite optimistic, or I tend to be optimistic, and hopefully my optimism will not fail me, that it will happen.
Just to follow up then, to clarify on the cross-border, those are normally daily deliveries. Pre-earthquake, it was daily that deliveries were coming across the border?
They could be daily deliveries, yes. Some days we would have, but on average, I think on certain months we reached about 500-600 trucks. It depends on the month. Sometimes there could be a week with 7 convoys. There could be a week with less, more. It depends. It depends on so many things. But the answer is it's much more than the cross line.
Thank you.
I just had a really quick follow-up on Kristen's question there. You've said a few times now, put the people first, facilitate the access, calling on those with influence to help facilitate the access. What do you mean by that? Who has influence on whom and who is not allowing access?
I can answer that, Mustafa, if you like. We're here working for the best interest of the people. We don't believe our role.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in to that news conference underway with Syrian officials. This all relating to the latest on the earthquake that did hit Syria and Turkey. The death toll rising to 11,000 after that earthquake did hit on Monday morning. I do actually want to bring in Greg Palcott with Fox News to talk a little bit more about this. He is live for us over in Turkey. Greg, thank you so much for being here.
Josh, pardon my speaking level. I am speaking low because we are in an absolute life and death rescue effort as we speak. We're in the city of Gaziantep. Behind us is an apartment building that was collapsed during the terrible earthquakes of Monday, and there's a team of rescue workers right now that are clearing away the rubble, trying to find life. I'm going to step away and let my cameraman Ben give you a good view of what is going on. We've been watching this for several hours. Yes, imagine that being a 5-story apartment building. It just went down like a pancake. And what they've been doing for the last couple of hours is clearing away all the rubble using heavy equipment as well as their hands, as well as picks and shovels, carrying it away in blankets, trying to get to who they think is under there. They've been using noise sensors, actually dropping down microphones down holes, and they are hearing somebody. They are thinking that there are people or persons or a person still alive there. They're conferring about what they do next. They're standing around a hole that they've drilled into the concrete, and they're trying to figure out how to get down there. And this has been going on, again, the past couple of hours, and right now, again, we are in the middle of a very bustling city, and all is quiet here while people are trying to figure out how to save lives. Again, we've heard there might be 1, 2, maybe 3 children, maybe a mother down there, maybe, sadly, others who have died in the wreck. The bodies are also down there, and that's the combination of things that we are looking at in this whole region, Josh. The death toll now up to 11,000 in both southern Turkey and northern Syria. Injury, 50,000 homeless, about 500,000. The numbers just keep piling up, and we're seeing these kinds of scenes, these kinds of desperate rescue scenes played out over and over again. There's something like 60,000 first aid workers for Turkey, and about 70 countries around the world are pitching in, including in the United States. 2 teams of search and rescue folks from the Fairfax Fire Department in Virginia, as well as from the Los Angeles Fire Department, have flown in today. They'll be at work tomorrow getting involved, and there's no time to lose. Turkish President Erdogan was in the region today, and he had to tell his people patience, because they are running out of patience. Not only have their loved ones either been killed or are still missing, but they're also without food, without oil, without gas, without energy, without heat. There's a lot of suffering all throughout this region. I'll pull back one more time, Josh, and take a look at the scene again. It is one of drama. It is one of tension, and you can see they are just trying to figure out what to do next, how to reach this person or persons which they hope are alive without collapsing the concrete down and leaving them in a worse situation. These hours are critical because the experts say it takes within about 3 days after an earthquake, under the conditions that we are now, and it is very cold, no one can survive. So that's why everybody is focusing on trying to find anybody who is left in the rubble, basically in the next 12 hours, Josh.
And it sounds like they do still have hope that there are people who are alive under there. I know when you're talking about an earthquake that happened Monday morning, it has been several days, of course, but it sounds like at least in some of these situations, they do have hope that those people who are trapped are still alive.
There could be some interesting circumstances. First of all, that there's enough of a space around them so they weren't injured. Also space with some openings that could provide them some air. In very lucky cases, if it's an apartment or something like that, there might be even some food nearby, some crackers or something. We've seen these kinds of situations. I've covered several earthquakes, Josh, and I have seen somebody pulled out of the rubble alive after 5 days, but that was in a warm situation, actually here in Turkey back about 20 years ago. And so the bitter cold that we've been facing, particularly at night, was not a problem at that time. So there are situations that could allow for life to exist, and these guys live in eternal hope that they can save somebody, and they have been struggling and working very hard at that, Josh.
All right, Greg Palcott there with Fox News. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Thanks, Josh.
It is now 9:50 over on the East Coast and 6:50 on the West Coast. I actually want to take a look at this image right here because I believe this is over at the palace where we are seeing Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, meeting with King Charles III. He is now king, of course. They are having a meeting, this coming after Zelensky spoke to Parliament a bit earlier on this morning. So right now that meeting underway. It is not clear if we will have any comments afterward, but it is likely that some still images will be released by Buckingham Palace a bit later on today. We'll bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered. 9:51 here on the East Coast, 6:51 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick commercial break and we'll get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We're taking a look over in Kansas City where we are expecting a news conference with the Chiefs ahead of the Super Bowl. Likely that we are going to see several news conferences with both teams here over the coming days as we get closer and closer to the Super Bowl. But that right there is a live look over there, and we will bring those comments to you when they do happen. It looks like they'll be taking the stage any minute now. We also have this one shot that is coming in from the palace where you do have Vladimir Zelensky, Ukraine's president, just leaving the palace after meeting with King Charles. That happening moments ago. We heard him speak to Parliament a bit earlier, and we brought you that speech live, raw, and unfiltered. He is now heading back to the airport and will travel back to Ukraine. This was the second known trip since the invasion by Russia 1 year ago. We know he made a trip over to the U.S. and now he has visited the U.K. It is not clear if he does have any other trips that are planned in the near future. But hey, if we do find anything out about that, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We've also been following the earthquake over in Turkey and Syria. Right now, Syrian officials are speaking after that death toll did rise to over 11,000. I do want to listen in here raw and unfiltered as they are still answering questions from the media.
Program also with all pre-positioned supplies, and that's where I was mentioning it's enough supplies for 100,000 people for 1 week. So I don't know whether that number includes the supplies that are on the side of the cross-border of Gaziantep, but I think that's the supplies from Sarmada.
Thank you very much. I believe that Mr. Hadi has to leave. He ran out of time. Thank you so much for joining us today. Perhaps Mr. Milamli could get one more question from the room, and I think that we finished after that.
Thank you so much for this briefing and for your time. Chris Reyes with the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Just a summary question. If we can just zero in on your most immediate challenges for the next few days of the mission, which I imagine is a very critical time period, can you define one or two big specific hurdles that's hampering you from taking action right now? And what's the specific ask from the international community just for the next few days?
for the next few days. We are still struggling with the search and rescue equipment. We need more in terms of food and medical, and we're getting some now through WHO, but we will definitely need more. We need more people to support the teams that are working in there. And in fact, what I'm talking about here includes also some of the support that is coming from the international NGOs and national NGOs. We work with them very closely. They also need support. They need help. We need for the cold, the winter necessities. That is needed. These are the ones. The hurdles we have, if I talk about the area under government control, we don't have an access problem in terms of authorizations, but we have an access problem in terms of the capacity of the infrastructure to authorize, to enable us to do it. I mean, this means we might have to repair a few roads here and there. And we're not the only one. The government is also working on that. But we are in a situation where it was already difficult to do that before. And now we're in a situation where we don't have any other option than doing it. And the second one is the fuel. Luckily, we had some stock that was prepared because we are suffering with this. So we had formed some stock of fuel that this time it will again vanish very quickly, be depleted very quickly. We will need all the support to import it. Let me add something. I had a meeting, we had an HCT meeting this morning, and the representatives of national NGOs were there, and the international NGOs were there, and all of them said that they need help and support and funding. Please help them, support them, and fund them. The second point is the national NGO said the people of Syria who need help just lost the opportunity of getting that help because we had promises, and people are calling us, diaspora and other people, to say, we want to help you. How do we get the money for you? They cannot get the money transferred here in Syria. They can't. I think you understand why.
Thank you very much. I don't think we have any further questions. Mr. Bilamli, thank you so much for your precious time and best wishes with your critical work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks for all your questions, and rely on you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day, everyone. Thanks.
All right, so that right there was a news conference underway, as you could see, with Syrian officials regarding that earthquake. We do know, of course, that now the death toll, unfortunately, has gone up to more than 11,000. And what you're looking at right here is actually over in the UK. Everything is set for Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine's president, who has now spoken in front of Parliament today. He will now head back to Ukraine. This was the second known trip that he has made since Russia invaded, this happening, of course, back 1 year ago. So again, he did speak with Parliament, and he also met with King Charles. We did not have a look inside, but we do expect that some still images will be released later on today. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox for the latest on that. All right, so President Biden delivered his State of the Union address last night to a very large audience. A lot of topics here. I do want to bring in Aaron Call with the University of Michigan to talk a little bit more about those points that were made. Thank you so much for being here.
It's great to be with you.
So first off, what stood out to you during the State of the Union address? We know that so many different topics, as you'd imagine, were covered.
Yeah, a few things. I thought that it was a little bit scattered and uneven. I thought it got off to a very slow start when the president had trouble with the date of the Super Bowl and the status of New York Senator Chuck Schumer. But he did get into the speech and did improve in some of the highlights. He mentioned trying to extend an olive branch to the new House majority, Republicans, and also anytime there was talk of grief, cancer, military veterans, you could tell that really personally affected him and expressed some good empathy there. And then finally, I thought it was a good close to the speech. And typically in these addresses, the kind of the State of the Union, the signature line of the speech occurs very early, and it's a mere formality. But he waited till the very end of the over-hour speech to talk and really end the speech on a high note, which I thought was positive for him.
Anything that was surprising that came out of the State of the Union? Again, as you mentioned, so many different topics are covered here, and it's a fairly lengthy and involved speech. Anything that stuck out to you?
Well, he obviously didn't formally announce that he's running for re-election, but the fact that the phrase, there's work to be done, the job's not done, things like that, really foreshadow, likely announcement in the coming months, and he's going to be traveling to some battleground states coming up. One thing that did kind of stick out like a sore thumb, you're talking about climate and oil, said that we're going to need to rely upon oil for at least another decade. I think there was some audible gasps about the time frame of that. I think obviously people transitioning away to renewables, people think about that, but maybe on a time frame that's a little bit longer there. But in some ways, it was a tale of two speeches. The bipartisanship, shaking hands with Majority Leader McCarthy, and recognizing Mitch McConnell, and really talking about some areas where there could be cooperation. But at the same time, he felt the need to play to the base and talk about some hot-button social issues that are important to his voters and supporters, but likely there's going to be no legislative action in the next several years because of the presidential election season and the divided Congress that we now have.
And I know that you watch these speeches, as many people do, very, very closely. How did this year's compare to last year's overall?
Yeah, it was very different because the circumstances were so different. Last year, we started off with a long discussion about COVID-19, and there was many more restrictions, and obviously the country was in a different place there, having just gone through the Omicron issue in January, and so wouldn't know that it was even an issue last night, no restrictions, and everybody was really conversing, milling with not thinking about it. And so that was a major difference. Ukraine last year was a much more central part of the speech just because of the proximity of the incursion, and had a lot of flag support for that. Obviously, it did come up last night in addition to international issues like China, but it's a little bit more contentious now that the Republicans have control of the House. Speaker McCarthy and others have said they're not going to be a rubber stamp, and there's going to be more scrutiny on funding to Ukraine. So it didn't have that same level of support or the amount of time he spent there. So very different. The economy also in a different place. He had the help of some positive job figures and economic figures that came out last week. And so he certainly made sure to tout those while also trying to have empathy for those that haven't been positively helped by the recovery, and recognizing that it's still very uneven, and that inflation and gas prices, while they may have come down a little bit, are still way too high for many Americans. And so I'm trying to toe the line there.
And so we know, of course, that Sarah Huckabee Sanders did deliver the response from the Republicans afterward. What were your thoughts on some of the points that she made and that the party made in general?
Well, first, it's a very tough rebuttal speech to give. Over the years, we've seen some high-profile failures going back to Bobby Jindal and Marco Rubio, so it's a real unenviable task for her to have. But she's a major figure. She's the youngest governor in the United States, a former part of the Trump administration, and so is a coveted spot in some ways for her to do. And she made her best case to contrast the view and the visions of the party with President Biden. She doesn't have the advantage of being surrounded by all the pomp and circumstance of being in Congress and giving an address to the joint session, so it is difficult. But she played up a lot of social issues that are very important to Republicans, and obviously put some of the blame on inflation and other things on President Biden, and tried to, it was in some ways a very Trumpian speech, even though his name wasn't formally uttered. So I think she's got very big political ambitions nationally in the future. So a nice spotlight for her, because while the speech isn't watched as much as the address of the president itself, still millions of people going to tune in. And so as she starts her job, it's very good for her. But the contrast between the two parties on issues like spending, and abortion, immigration, those things will be on display for the next few years before the presidential election in 2024.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much for taking the time to help break that down. Obviously, we would need hours and hours to break it all down, but is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
No, I think those are great questions. I'm happy to contribute anytime.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right, everyone, I do actually want to take you back out live. This is over in the UK as we are expecting Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine's president, to board up on a plane and take off here. That should happen any moment now, so we'll bring you more on that coming up a little bit later. 10:07 on the East Coast and 7:07 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick commercial break, but we will be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Want to make a quick correction here. We were talking about Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine's president, departing UK after his second known trip here following the war in Ukraine. However, it appears that Fox switched up the shots on me. I was thinking to myself, that looks a lot like Air Force One, and, well, I can let you know we're looking as President Biden is expected to board a plane and head over to Wisconsin. We'll bring you much more on that coming up a little bit later. I also told you that a news conference was about to get underway with the Kansas City Chiefs ahead of the Super Bowl. That is now in progress. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
The wide receiver room, what did you make of his season, and how willing would you be to work with him maybe to keep him here long-term past this year?
Yeah, Juju, first of all, is a good kid. He's a lot of fun to be around and loves to play the game. He's a great balancer for Kels. So you like to have somebody with a common components that plays opposite Travis, and Juju has that. He knows how to play in space. He's a big target. He's tough to tackle once he has the ball in his hands. He has great hands, and he's smart. He knows. He understands the game.
Over here.
Gotcha.
Yeah. You've already talked a little bit throughout the season about the contributions that Matt Nagy's provided, but can you kind of summarize, as the season's coming to a close, what he's been able to do, why you decided to bring him back, and what the impact of having him has been on your offense?
Yeah, listen, I think Matt's a great coach. I think he knows people, handles people well. He's a good teacher. The players respond to the way he, to his approach to coaching. And he had a relationship with Pat Mahomes, and so it was a natural fit for him to come back here. It was just a matter if he wanted to sit out a year or get right back into it as an assistant coach, and so he did. He wanted to jump back in and go, and we're sure glad to get him. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Coach, I know you're focused on football, but when you look at yourself, how have you changed from your first Super Bowl? How have you changed as a person? How have you changed as a coach in your approach to your job?
Yeah. I don't think I've changed much that way. I've lost a little more hair and not weight, but it's about the same picture that I did for the first Super Bowl. It's very similar to when I was in Green Bay and under Mike Holmgren, kind of same format, and it was the same for him when he was under Bill Walsh at San Francisco. So, that part's fairly consistent, I think, if you look through the years.
Good morning, Coach Reed. Evan Walker, WXCI 91.7 FM.
All right,
I just wanted to ask you, when it comes to defensive game planning against Jalen Hurts, do you think it'd be worth it to put a spy on him or just have that linebacker drop back into coverage?
Well, you got to keep an eye on him for sure. He is a great runner, but he also can throw the ball well. So, but you better keep an eye on him somewhere there, whatever approach we take.
Coach, I'm from Germany. What does this, you've been to several Super Bowls, what does this one mean to you? And obviously every Super Bowl is special, brings special challenges. What's the biggest challenge this time?
Yeah, so it is special. I think the older you get, the more you appreciate them. And then the challenge is the Philadelphia Eagles. So they've got a good football team. And we're in that preparation part of that, and we want to make sure that as coaches we give the players everything they need to be successful, and physically, mentally alike, and so that's the process we're in now. We got a couple more days to get that done, and then we cut everybody loose and we go play and let the chips fall where they may. And we look forward to playing in Germany this next year. We're very excited about that. So.
We're going to go three more. We're going to go here in the middle of the room and finish up front.
This will repeat in English. Buenos días, Coach Andy. Mi nombre es Mayra Gómez. Venimos de la Ciudad de México con máximo avance. Antes que todo, lo queremos felicitar por su gran carrera hasta el momento y felicitarlo por estar nuevamente en el Super Bowl. Good morning, Coach Andy. My name is Mayra Gomez. We are Máximo Avance from Mexico City. First of all, we'd like to congratulate you on your career thus far and for being back in the Super Bowl.
Thank you.
Ayer estuvimos platicando con Michael Vick y nos comentó que una de las cosas para sobresalir mientras tienes un quarterback movible es precisamente el entrenador en jefe. Michael Vick told us yesterday that one of the great things that in order for a mobile quarterback to be successful is to have the right head coach. And so he mentioned you.
What you are listening to right now is Live, Raw, and Unfiltered. That is the Kansas City Chiefs speaking ahead of the Super Bowl. We're just days away at this point. We'll be bringing you all of those news conferences as they do happen. But again, the Kansas City Chiefs speaking, just providing an update and answering reporter questions just about the Super Bowl and what they expect to happen over the coming days. Do want to get back into the headlines right now and a story that we have been following all throughout the morning. That right there is UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak meeting with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky a bit earlier on this morning. We know that Zelensky did speak in front of Parliament and then met with King Charles III. This all happening just moments ago. So I do want to bring in Ambassador Mark Starella, professor of the practice of diplomacy at the Party School at Boston University, to talk a little bit more about the significance of this trip. Thank you for being here.
Josh, it's a pleasure.
So first off, explain to me why this trip is so significant. We know that it is the second known trip since the war in Ukraine started, the first one to the U.S. and now the UK.
Josh, we start at the very beginning which is that Ukraine remains in an existential conflict with Russia, and it needs international support. I think what I'd really like to underline for your viewers is that Volodymyr Zelensky is engaged in a strategic diplomatic offensive. And he knows that he needs that diplomatic offensive to be successful if a subsequent military offensive to retake territory will have a chance of succeeding as well. So his first trip overseas was to the most important partner, the partner that's provided 85% of the foreign military assistance, the United States, back in December. And now he went to the number 2 supplier of assistance and a very faithful ally for Ukraine, the United Kingdom. And he again received this tremendous reception and was able to speak to Parliament in an historic location and make his case once again.
Is it surprising? It sounds like it's not, but is it surprising that he chose to go to the UK after the US?
There certainly were options, but as I said, I think the Ukrainians are thinking extremely strategically on the diplomatic front. And if you don't mind, I'd like to focus on this whole question. If it comes down to one word, the word is tanks. For the Ukrainians to succeed on the battlefield in offensive operations at this point against what is a larger Russian force, they're going to need capable battle tanks. And there's this long debate over whether or not the Germans would provide those tanks, and those were the ones that were most available and the most suitable. Germans were reluctant. And so the Ukrainians went first to London, not physically, but spoke to the British. And the British offered a small number, 14 Challenger tanks. That opened the door for the United States then to broker a diplomatic solution with Germany in which the United States provided Abrams tanks and Germany opened the spigot for its Leopard tanks, which are the thing that's really needed. What you're seeing here is a strategic sequencing of diplomatic engagement to achieve a specific military result.
And something a lot of people talk about here is the way that he's dressing when he is going to these different countries. It is important to note he is in the middle of a war. But what are your thoughts on the fact that he is, dressed like he would normally be versus wearing a suit?
Volodymyr Zelensky is incredibly adept at engaging the media. And remember, he comes from a television background, and he knows how to make the scene to deliver the message. What you wear, what you say are all messages. And his message is, I am the leader of the nation at war, and I need your help.
Where do you think Zelensky is going to go next? We know, again, we had the U.S. trip, then we have the UK trip. What is next for him?
Well, very interestingly, I think you might recall, I'm sure you reported on it, that just recently the 2 top leaders of the European Union, Ursula von der Leyen and Charles Michel, traveled to Kyiv and met with him. He was a bit disappointed, I think, with what they had to say. They didn't offer a very firm commitment on EU membership. And so he's gone through the sequence. United States, his strongest ally, the UK, a very, very staunch supporter. His next stop is going to be Brussels. And he is leveraging the support that he's received from the United States and from the British to try to get a stronger hold on progress that he can make with the European Union, which is also an extremely important partner for Ukraine, will play an enormous role in the rebuilding of that country once this war is over.
All right, so as far as other questions here, I do want to go in depth into this discussion right now. You can see that video as Volodymyr Zelensky did arrive at Parliament this morning. We heard a speech from him. What did you think about that speech?
He's terrific. He's terrific. And I think that he engaged the British in ways that they really understood. It was hilarious that he talked about how much he appreciated British tea.
I love
and that's
that.
reaching out to the British people. He's trying to reach to the British people on something that all of them experience and all of them understand. But you'll notice if you look at the speech that he had one phrase that probably is the signature of the speech: freedom will win. He's trying very much to connect the future of Ukraine, their struggle, with the future of democracy very broadly. And then while he was very grateful and expressed it in a most sincere way for all of the support the United Kingdom has provided, including the tanks that the British have provided, he started moving to his next objective, asking for jets, modern jets. And I think we're going to see that the Ukrainians try to do the same thing with their need for jets that they did with their need for tanks. Start and see if they could maybe get something from the British that might open the way for other NATO allies to provide what they really need, F-16s. F-16 jets would be the most capable and, for them, easy to use aircraft against the Russians.
Do you think he'll head back to the U.S. at any time soon?
I'm not sure that he will. I think that he probably has a limited ability to travel given that his country is at war. It's possible, but a lot of that is going to depend on what happens right now on the battlefield. The Ukrainian leadership is signaling that they're expecting a Russian offensive to begin perhaps in 2 weeks, and for it to begin across a large battlefield, starting near Kharkiv in the north, going all the way down to Zaporizhzhia in the south. If that is the case, he's going to have his hands full managing all of the military necessities of confronting this enormous Russian offensive.
All right, Ambassador, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We appreciate it.
Josh, it's a pleasure.
All right, have a good rest of your day. Taking a live look here, I do want to take you to a live image. That right there is President Biden. We know that he did give his State of the Union address just last night. We've had extensive coverage of that speech, the highlights, lowlights, and everything in between there. But that is a live look here as we do expect to see President Biden load up and travel over to Wisconsin. You can see he is stepping onto, I believe that's going to be Air Force One here when they do pan up. But again, the State of the Union address, we showed that live, raw, and unfiltered last night. If you do want to rewatch any part of it, just go to YouTube, search LiveNOW from Fox, and you can watch several different portions of that speech based on topic. You can see that all for yourself, live, raw, and unfiltered. Right there, though, President Biden loading onto Air Force One as he does travel over to Wisconsin. 10:23 on the East Coast and 7:23 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look at Air Force One as President Biden is traveling over to Wisconsin right now. This coming hours, of course, after his State of the Union address. If you do want to watch any more of that, you can watch it on our YouTube page. Just go to YouTube and type in Live Now from Fox. But again, you are watching as he is about to take off and head over toward Wisconsin. Now, I do actually want to dip back into a live news conference right now. This is ahead of the Super Bowl as Patrick Mahomes is speaking, answering questions from the media. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Yeah, I think you just see the different generations between the coaches. I mean, both of them are obviously great coaches to have their teams in this moment. But as far as for me seeing Coach Reed, I think it's just the way he puts the work in every single day as well. So you never question that he's prepared and ready to go. He enjoys it. You still feel has that kid spirit, and he likes to joke around and have fun. And then he knows how to get the best out of every single player. And he knows, and there's a kind of a special, unique quality where he's able to get the best out of you no matter where you're from, or how that he has to do that. And so not only him, we have a lot of great coaches in this organization, and they push us every single day. And sometimes when we have practicing pads like on Monday we're like, why are we doing this? But we know that they're doing it for the right reasons to get us ready to go for the Super Bowl.
All right, we got 3 more questions. We'll go right here in the front and then finish over here.
Patrick, hi, Simon from Danish TV. I was just wondering, this is the 3rd time that you're here at the Super Bowl. Is there anything you're doing different this time around coming the others, and what especially that is that will help you win on Sunday?
Yeah, I think you have a better understanding of the whole process, so you can kind of find those little windows where you can get a little extra film study in, a little extra rest. I think especially the first Super Bowl when I was in Miami, it was like kind of you got to go here, and you kind of were just kind of trying to figure out a way to get it all done. Whereas now I have a better understanding of the process and the schedule, and I had Ted and them sending me the schedule like a week early just so I could plan it out and have a good plan for what I was going to go about my week doing.
Patrick, good morning. Kyle Nash with the 3-point conversion. Obviously, this game, first 2 black quarterbacks facing each other. What do you see in Jalen Hurts that reminds you of a young Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, well, I'm not that old, but it's
younger.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best thing about Jalen is the way he works, man. He goes to work every single day, and you can see it. He gets better and better every single year, and that's what we're all striving to do is get better and better. And I'm better than I was when I was at that point in my career. And you continue to work, and you continue to put in that leadership role that he has, and you can see how the guys follow him, man. They follow him, and they'll do whatever they can to help that guy succeed. And so it'll be a great game, man. And obviously he can do all the physical stuff. He can run, he can throw, and do all that different type of stuff. But the work ethic is what will get you through, and I think that he's at the top tier of that.
Thank you, Patrick. And hey, I'm in my 40s, so you're both younger than me.
Yeah.
Patrick, hi, good morning. Federico Olvera here from Damebola, Mexico City. Hello again. Patrick, so far in your career, what has been one of your plays that you have liked the most? And the second one, what is your favorite play in the history of the National Football League?
I would say my favorite play in the history of the National Football League. I would probably say the Franco Harris play. I was watching it obviously with this last year and him passing away, and how special that moment was. You get a better perspective when you realize what the scenario was, and obviously I didn't see it, and I wasn't allowed to see it. But I saw you see highlights.
All right, it appears that we just lost that Chiefs news conference. It popped back up, but you know what? This is the perfect time to talk more about the Super Bowl here. Let's head over live to Scottsdale, Arizona. Rich Salgado, CEO of Coastal Advisors, LLC. He's preparing for the Super Bowl. We have just a few days left. Thanks so much for joining us here to talk all about it.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Back east. You can sense in the air that there is a Super Bowl going on here. So, and the weather is delightful, a little bright and sunny. So, exciting week.
Yeah, so what does it look like there right now? Are you seeing people who are already showing up? Are they prepared? Are they getting there early? What exactly is going on?
Well, yeah, people are here. The airport was busy yesterday, and, every day more and more people will come, and, some people will go to the game. Some people just come down here to party, and, the parties will start tonight. I'm on the guest list for a few, so I'll be able to fill everybody in a little bit tomorrow, give you an in-house rundown of who, what, and where.
And that's what I was going to ask. Are you there to party or watch the game? And I'm going to guess both.
Yeah, I'm here for 4 or 5 different reasons. I'm also this is like number 30 Super Bowl for me. So, but the one thing that I'll share, a first for me, is I am hosting a Super Bowl party on Saturday night in Scottsdale at the Ainsworth. And we're going to have all these former and current NFL players, coaches, media personalities, and whoever else is willing to come in. There'll be tickets available.
That's pretty awesome.
So I'm
you
doing
got
it
your own
all.
party.
I'm doing it all this week.
Yeah, you're going to be busy. That's why we appreciate you taking the time to come and join us. So who do you have winning this whole thing?
Don't you want me to wait till the end of the week to give you that one, or do you need the answer now?
I'm going to say think about it for a little bit. That'll be what we'll tease people with for later on this week. We won't tell you who you predict will win now. We'll come back to that later on in the week. How does the Super Bowl, because you said you've been to quite a few of them, how does it differ from just a regular football game?
Well, obviously, it's kind of funny. The one answer to that question is it's the last game for the year, you know, and then it's like, what do I do now? You know, because everybody's so used to watching games on Sundays or Mondays or Saturdays, Thursdays. But it is a special game. You know, it brings out the biggest and the best from, you know, the team-wise personalities outside of football. You know, it's like it's the party of the year and the game of the year.
Yeah, and you see people who don't normally watch football, whether they're going to the game or just hosting a party. It's just something where it seems like it brings people together. But as you mentioned there, it really is the end of, you know, the football season. So it's almost sad. You're celebrating, but it's also kind of sad.
Yeah, it's, you know, for the average person that lives for NFL, this is it. After this, it's like, okay, do I watch the NFL Combine? Do I watch the draft? Do I watch individual workouts? I mean, you know, that's getting a little bit more technical than most. But, yeah, this is the end, and the two best teams are playing, and may the best one win.
There you go. All right. Well, as always, we do appreciate you taking the time to talk to us here. Anything else you want to let us know about the current situation there in Arizona as we do prepare for the big game just days away at this point?
Well, I'd say dress accordingly because the weather is nice here. And, you know, I'll be filling everybody in day by day on some of the great things that I'm going to have privilege to attend and be around and whatnot. And I'll tell you, for all those that are going to be watching, keep an eye out for Dos Hombres Mezcal. They are doing a national launch. You know, everybody watches the show back in the day, Breaking Bad with Bryan Cranston and his partner, Aaron Paul. That's the one thing I'm looking forward to. Being at, that's tomorrow night, and you can see it this weekend too. They got a national launch. So, like I said, a lot of stuff going on, a lot of parties, a lot of celebrities, a lot of people to meet, speak, and greet, and I'll share that with everybody every day.
Whew, I'm a little jealous, I'm not going to lie. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us here.
You got it. Thanks. Have a great day.
You too. All right, everyone, 10:35 on the East Coast and 7:35 on the West Coast. Thank you so much to Rich for joining us here. We do love talking to him to get the latest information on really any sports-related story. But I do actually want to take you to a live image that we do have coming in. This is over out of Turkey. If you take a look right here, recovery efforts are still underway. We know the death toll has now gone up to just past 11,000, and unfortunately that number is expected to rise. We'll continue to follow that and bring you updates all throughout the day here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break and we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are talking everything Super Bowl, and we do have this news conference with the Chiefs that is now still going on. So let's dip in and listen to that.
As big as he is, and the push guys are getting from. All right, you're fine. How hard is that quarterback sneak it down at the goal line to stop?
It's going to be hard, man. It's going to be hard, especially if we turn our backs as linebackers, we playing man or something like that. It's definitely be hard to stop it.
Do you know him at all? Have you ever had any dealings with him?
I know him. I know we never got to play together. We talked before. I wanted him to come back to the Chiefs before he signed with the Eagles. But yeah, give me a second. I got to go blow my nose. I'm sorry.
Ooh, hope he's feeling okay there. He did say he has to walk away to go blow his nose, but not sure if he will be heading back to answer more questions from the media. If he does, we'll pick that back up. I do want to hang on this shot for just a little bit longer. If you were watching us moments ago, we did go live over to Scottsdale, Arizona, where Rich Salgado, who joins us all the time, he is a sports freak. He has been to so many Super Bowls. I believe he said 30 of them, so he knows everything. He has the lowdown, and he will be joining us around 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time just about every day leading up to the big game. All right, there he goes sitting down once again, so let's listen in as they take more questions.
The Chiefs before he signed back with the Eagles. But yeah. Yeah, we're going to work it around again. We're going to start again, you know what I mean?
Chris, do you think, obviously it's not your focus right now, but you think the Chiefs this offseason might come and talk to you about redoing your contract?
I never really worry about that. I got agents for it, you know. It'll eventually work itself out, you know.
Do you think you deserve to be the highest paid pass rusher in football?
Do you think I deserve to be the highest paid pass rusher in football?
I do, but my opinion doesn't matter.
Yeah, mine doesn't either.
Do the Chiefs think that?
We'll see.
You talked about Jalen. Are there some teams that, you kind of help you prepare for this matchup that you play? It looks like you've had mobile quarterbacks, plenty of mobile quarterbacks on your schedule this season.
Yeah, not quite like Jalen. He's been special this year. With very efficient passing the ball, very efficient running the ball. Don't make many turnovers. Very smart quarterback. Heck of an offensive line. Heck of a run game. They're an all-around team when you look at it from head to toe. Probably got one of the best D-lines in the game. Offense, probably one of the most proficient offenses in the game right now, other than ours. And I think it's going to be a heck of a game.
Going back to Tampa, you talked about the unfinished business from that game and how that's carried over coming into this weekend. What are you guys doing to kind of ensure that you obviously trying to get the victory on Sunday?
Preparation, putting a lot of time in the film, putting a lot of time in preparing, making sure we're over-prepared this time, making sure anything we see we've already done seen it on film or already have an answer for it. How are you? I'm good. I'm a little sick. I got a sore throat. I got a runny nose, runny eyes. I don't know what happened. Last night, I was amazing. I was on cloud 9. Today, I'm a little, but I'm okay.
No, you will be okay for Sunday. That is
I will.
Important. You're in a position that you can make the big play in a Super Bowl. The big play that makes something change dramatically. Have you dreamed about it?
What's crazy, honest to God, what's crazy, I had a crazy dream last night about the Super Bowl. I don't want to talk about it. I'm very superstitious, but I had a crazy dream about the Super Bowl last night.
Yes? What is about it?
I can't tell you.
Okay.
They told me if you tell your dream, it will never come true.
All right, so I have an idea what is about it. So how do you feel the team? Because obviously you have a tremendous season, but you are facing the best team in the NFC.
I feel good. I feel like it's going to be a challenge, like every other week. Every week we play football, it's a challenge. This is just another challenge on a bigger stage.
You know how it is to be part of this amazing show. So what can you tell to your teammates about that?
Enjoy it, embrace it. Don't take it for granted. Don't take these moments for granted. I've been here 3 times, very fortunate, but these moments are not promised. You know what I mean? So take full advantage of it and embrace this and know why we're here.
Thank you so much and get well,
Thank
Chris.
you.
First of all, nice shades, man.
Hey, appreciate it. These are my guys, Mike, Dana. Let me use his Louis Vuitton shades. Because my eyes are runny, my allergies are messing up, and I needed some shades.
Hey, a little bit of a different question. I know you're locked in this week, but LeBron had a huge night last night.
Shout out to King James. He did it. Yeah, number 1 on the scoring list. But I'm a Kobe Bryant fan, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Hey, I gotta know. I'm asking the guys, best dancer on the team.
Colin Sanders.
You had that quick.
Yeah, Colin Sanders or Frank Clark or Travis Kelce.
What about best singer?
We don't really have no singers. We got rappers. Kadarius Stoney and Colin Sanders. Thank you.
I'm gonna jump in here, Chris. You got a runny nose. I'm not gonna get too close.
I'm a little sick, man. I don't know what happened. Let me go blow my nose.
You gonna blow again?
Yeah.
All right, everyone, so that is a news conference there underway with the Kansas City Chiefs. This is ahead of the Super Bowl. I actually do want to take you to a live image that does show Phoenix, Arizona right here. We do have a beautiful shot, and we can expect, you know what, the Super Bowl is going to be a good time. We'll have extensive coverage all throughout the week in the days that are leading up to it. So we have also been checking in with the Alec Murdaugh trial for the last 3 weeks. He is the South Carolina attorney who is accused of killing his mother and his son. I do want to listen in to more witness testimony here on Live Now from Fox.
You go home? Eventually went home?
Yes.
Just a normal night?
Yeah, I went straight home that night.
Did that change at some point?
Yes, it definitely. My phone was on silence, and I slept through a bunch of text messages and calls. I woke up in the middle of the night, and my phone was just full, and I was like, what is going on? And so I'm looking through the text messages. They don't make a lot of sense. I see I have a voicemail message from Randy Murdaugh. And so I checked the voicemail, and I could tell he was upset and crying, and he said, Annette, please call me when you can. It doesn't matter what time. And so I don't remember what time it was, but it was sometime in the middle of the night, and I called him. And he told me, well, when he answered the phone, he was upset, obviously, and I said, Randy, what's wrong? And he said, it's bad, Annette, it's real bad. And I said, oh no, Mr. Randolph passed? And he said, no, it's not Dad, it's Maggie and Paul. And I said, what? And he said, they've been shot and murdered. And I said, what? And it was very overwhelming. We both cried on the phone with each other, and you know, obviously the first thing I did was say, oh my God, how is Alec? You know, how is he? Is he okay? Where's Buster? Is Buster okay? I was very concerned. You know, I had a million thoughts running in my head. I was like, are you guys safe? You know, is this something aimed at the entire family? You know, and I was very, very worried about Alec and Buster and Randy and his family and the entire Murdaugh family. So it was very overwhelming.
Over the 9 years of working closely for the defendant, did you also get to know his family, Maggie and Paul and Buster?
I did.
Is this firm pretty tight-knit?
Yes.
What was the reaction of the people in the firm to this terrible news?
There was two reactions. First was scared. We were like, please lock our doors. You know, we're scared. Who is this aimed at? Is it a client retaliating? Is it, you know, aimed at Alec? Is it aimed at the firm? We didn't know. We just had so many questions, no answers, a million thoughts running through our heads. We were just there, you know, supporting each other and helping one another through this grieving process, and at the same time, we were very protective over Alec and Randy. We wouldn't let them leave the office if strange cars were driving around. We would say, don't walk out yet. There's a white car that's went around 3 times. I mean, we were in complete mama bear mode. We were just
We didn't want them to go out and have to talk to reporters. We didn't want them to have to run out and run into anybody, and we were scared for them. We were very protective. I mean, anything suspicious out the window, we were on high alert.
You said, what kind of mode?
Mama bear mode.
Mama bear protecting who?
Protecting Alec and Randy.
Did the law firm community rally to the aid of the defendant?
They did.
Was that the primary focus on everybody's mind in the aftermath?
Absolutely.
Were you at all concerned about finding out what happened to these Ferris fees after that happened?
What Ferris fees?
What Ferris fees?
Yeah, what Ferris fees? That was the furthest thing on my mind.
In fact, was that the last time you really thought about it in any aspect until September of 2021?
It is, yes, sir.
And you were more focused on helping this defendant and his family in the aftermath of this tragedy that had happened?
Yes. And everybody was so supportive. I mean, some of the associate attorneys stepped up, and they came up to me and Christy and said, hey, you know, if you need anything over the next few weeks, you need us to review a file for you, get something else, sign it, and get it out the door, we're here for you guys 100%. So it wasn't, you know, we were supportive, and then we had other folks in the office that were coming up to us, supporting us as well, because they knew we were at a standstill. What do we do? You know, because we knew obviously he was not going to be the same and not be himself for quite a while.
You are listening in to Walterboro, South Carolina, where the testimony does resume in the Alec Murdaugh murder trial. He is the disgraced South Carolina attorney who is charged with killing his wife and son back in 2021. This is now week 3 of that trial that is expected to last for about a month. We will have extensive coverage as the trial does continue here. You can also see we're following several other stories up to the top right-hand side of your screen. That is a live image out of Turkey as recovery efforts are still underway following Monday morning's earthquake, a 7.8 magnitude earthquake, where now the death toll has gone up to 11,000, and with so many people believed to be trapped underneath rubble, unfortunately, that death toll is expected to rise. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky also spoke to Parliament a bit earlier on today, and he then met with King Charles III before heading back to the airport and leaving the UK. This was just his second trip outside of Ukraine since the war began, that first trip to the U.S. and now over to the UK. It is 10:51 on the East Coast and 7:51 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick commercial break, and we will be right back.
When that check fluttered down, you picked it up?
I did.
You saw that? Where did you take it? Did you take it anywhere?
Yeah, I went back to my desk, and you can imagine all the emotions that I was feeling at this point. You know, I was hurt. I was angry. I just was beside myself, and I was a bit enraged too, because I asked him so many times. There were so many times that I felt like we could have clarified this and got it taken care of, but here it is from March to September, and I find this check that supposedly did not exist. And so I went to my desk, I called Jeannie, and I was like, I just found something. Busy, and she said, come on over. And I went over and closed her door and threw the check at her, and she was like, is this one? I said, yeah, that's one of the fairest checks that doesn't exist.
Was Jeannie doing anything else, or start doing anything else when you came down with that check?
I didn't know it until I took her the check, but when I took her the check, she was like, yeah, I just ran a report yesterday, and she said, one of the attorneys is gonna call Michael Gunn later today. And I said, well, what do you mean? And that's when she told me that she thinks there's some more stuff too. Back to my suspicion with Hirschberger and Thomas More, she pulled a report and she found out that we may have other issues of stolen funds. But I was not aware of any of that. I didn't know that she was looking into it again. I didn't know any of that until I took her the check, and she said she had just started doing stuff within the last few days.
Within a few days of this happening, what happened to the defendant's employment at the law firm?
He was fired the next day.
And did the law firm engage in a review process to determine the extent of any alleged?
Yes, we've had months upon months of going through all of the files and finding, just following the numbers and making notes on everything, and lots of hours, lots of manpower involved in this process of putting everything together, and just in awe of how much was happening, and we had no idea about it.
And without going through all the exhibits that we're going through with Jeannie Seckinger, but she was the one, or one of the central ones in doing that review, is that correct?
Of course, yes.
And without going through each one, is a lot of those disbursements for the fake forge account, those were disbursements that the defendant told you to put on there?
That's correct.
Are those a lot of those disbursements one where he corrected you and said, no, don't put Forge Consulting, put Forge?
Yes, they were.
A lot of those checks, ones where he said, oh, I'm going to see Michael Gunn later, I'll take the check myself.
Yeah, they were all for him.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 441. Again, without going into the contents, tell me if you recognize that document.
Yes, this text message that Alex sent to me and Christy on September 26, when he was in 2021, when he was in rehab, is my understanding.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 441 into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
Your Honor, I apologize. We do have the 403 objection, and subject to the court's prior ruling on this.
I haven't seen the exhibit. I don't.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
All right, so we were listening in there once again, day 13 here of the Alex Murdaugh double murder trial. Taking a short break here, but we will not, everyone. Let's go out right now. Governor Ron DeSantis out of Florida doing a news conference right here, talking to the media. Let's listen worldwide right here on Live Now from Fox.
The FDA approved Florida's program. They say, well, we got to make sure it's safe. They rushed through approval of mRNA vaccine for 6-month-old babies without any data to support it, and the FDA approved that. So why would you not approve this program where we have everything? We have a warehouse in Polk County that could come in. You have to relabel, there's things, and of course, if there's safety, you want to make sure you check those boxes, but these are the same doggone drugs in Canada. They're just a lot cheaper. So if he was really serious about it, the FDA would approve it. We know they've been stonewalling. There's actually been litigation where there's been correspondence saying, well, we can't let Florida be first on this because it's politics to them. So they're keeping you waiting from being able to potentially access cheaper drugs. And so I think this is a no-brainer. And I just think if you look, and I think COVID brought this into very, very sharp relief, we need an overall healthcare system in this country that is not captive to big pharma. And right now, it's all about what big pharma wants. And that's not in the best interest of patients and individuals throughout our country and throughout the state of Florida. Our program was innovative. It's all I'm doing is using the provisions of federal law that allow us access to other markets, and I'm doing that on behalf of Floridians. So if you're serious, FDA, you would approve that. Let's get it flowing, and I bet you a lot of other states would want to mimic it, but we know why they haven't approved it. We know they haven't approved it because ultimately the FDA has become a subsidiary of the pharmaceutical industry. All right, see you guys. Thanks.
Governor Ron DeSantis wrapping up there, and that's just exactly what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Try to bring you the events that are happening all in real time, raw, live, and unfiltered. Yeah, that's our motto right here on Live Now on this Wednesday. Let's continue on. Do we have another feed to bring in? Yes, we do. Let's go out right now to the Capitol. House hearing right now on the editorial side of Twitter. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Not only was I a long hauler, but I have effects from the vaccine. It wasn't the first shot, but it was the second shot that I now developed asthma that has never gone away since I had the second shot. I have tremors in my left hand, and I have the occasional heart pain that no doctor can explain, and I've had a battery of tests. I find it extremely alarming Twitter's unfettered censorship spread into medical fields and affected millions of Americans by suppressing expert opinions from doctors and censoring those who disagree with the CDC. I have great regrets about getting this shot because of the health issues that I now have that I don't think are ever going to go away. And I know that I'm not the only American who has those kinds of concerns. Another example of what Twitter has done to censor folks is from Dr. Martin Kulldorff, a Harvard-educated epidemiologist who once tweeted, "COVID vaccines are important for high-risk people and their caretakers. Those with prior natural infection do not need it, nor children." The Twitter files reveal this tweet was deemed false information because it ran contrary to the CDC. So my first question this morning of Ms. Gaddy, may I ask of you, where did you go to medical school?
I did not go to medical school.
I'm sorry?
I did not go to medical school.
That's what I thought. Why do you think you or anyone else at Twitter had the medical expertise to censor a doctor's expert opinion?
Our policies regarding COVID were designed to protect individuals. We were seeing...
You guys censored Harvard-educated doctors, Stanford-educated doctors, doctors that are educated in the best places in the world, and you silenced those voices. My next question is, did the U.S. government, I have another chart I want to show you, Ms. Gaddy. I have another tweet by someone with a following of a full 18,000 followers. This person put a chart from the CDC on Twitter. It's the CDC's own data, so it's accurate by your standards, and you all labeled this as misleading. You're not a doctor, right, Ms. Gaddy?
No, I'm not.
Okay. What makes you think you or anyone else at Twitter have the medical expertise to censor actual, accurate CDC data?
I'm not familiar with these particular situations.
Yeah, I'm sure you're not. But this is what Twitter did. They labeled this as inaccurate. It is the government's own data. It's ridiculous that we're even having to have this conversation today. It's not just about the laptop. This is about medical advice that expert doctors were trying to give Americans because social media companies like Twitter were silencing their voices. I have another question, my last one for you, Ms. Gaddy. Did the U.S. government ever contact you or anyone at Twitter to pressure Twitter to moderate or censor certain tweets? Yes or no?
We have a program.
Did the U.S. government ever contact you or anyone at Twitter to censor or moderate certain tweets? Yes or no?
We receive legal demands to remove content from the platform from the U.S. government and governments all around the world. Those are published on a third-party website, and anyone can review
Thank
them.
God for Matt Taibbi. Thank God for Elon Musk for allowing to show us in the world that Twitter was basically a subsidiary of the FBI, censoring real medical voices with real expertise that put real Americans' lives in danger because they didn't have that information. I also want to thank one of my colleagues, Rokana, because as it turns out, censorship isn't just an important issue to conservatives. Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, like Ro, found this censorship very concerning, and even wrote to you and to folks at Twitter that he was concerned about the First Amendment being censored. So I want to thank him for speaking up and speaking out about this issue, because this should not be a partisan issue. This should be an issue that's an American issue. Mr. Chairman, I would like to enter into the record, I ask unanimous consent, to enter into the record a Wall Street Journal article from December 9th, 2022 by Justin Hart entitled "The Twitter Blacklisting of Jay Bhattacharya." Enter the record, please, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lynch for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go over the chronology here, Mr. Roth. Back in 2016, Russia and Vladimir Putin engaged in what bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee investigators called a, and I quote, aggressive, multifaceted effort to influence the outcome of that year's presidential election. The campaign included hacking of the systems of a major political party and leaking illegally obtained information, scanning U.S. election systems for vulnerabilities, and exploiting the weaknesses of social media platforms to spread disinformation to the American people. Again, in a 2017 declassified report, the U.S. intelligence community assessed that Russia's 2016 election operations signaled a, quote, new normal in Russian influence efforts, and that the Kremlin would, quote, apply lessons learned going forward against the U.S. and its allies. Mr. Roth, in a December interview with journalist Kara Swisher, you state that this declassified assessment was, quote, and I'm quoting you, a watershed moment in the history of content moderation and the Internet, close quote. You also stated in that interview that Twitter discussed potential threats to the integrity of the 2020 elections, and it was, quote, and I'm quoting you again, obvious to think about the most influential thing that impacted the 2016 election, which was the hack and leak campaign organized by the Russian government, and that, quote, we would have been stupid not to think about that risk. Mr. Roth, why would Twitter have been stupid to ignore that risk?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I think Twitter and the entire social media industry were, frankly, caught with their pants down in 2016 and missed an opportunity to do the critical work of protecting election security. This isn't my judgment. This is the judgment of academics and researchers who have spent years studying Russian active measures. And most of their conclusions suggest that the #1 most influential part of the Russian active measures campaign in 2016 was the hack and leak targeting John Podesta. It would have been foolish not to consider the possibility that they would run that play again.
Right. And so let me ask, was that top of mind for Twitter? You're trying to measure the credibility of incoming intelligence. Was that top of mind in regard to your decision, the company's decision to temporarily limit the distribution of the October 14th New York Post story that was delivered by Mayor Giuliani.
Yes, that was one of the animating concerns for us. For nearly 2 years, we had engaged in scenario planning exercises for potential risks tied to the elections, and one of them appeared to be happening that day. Now, again, I think the facts were complicated, and I do believe Twitter made a mistake then, but our judgment was colored by the experience of 2016 and by the very real Russian activities that we saw play out that year.
Mr. Roth, in a December 2020 sworn declaration to the FEC, you said that starting in 2018, you had, quote, regular meetings with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and industry peers regarding election security. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. You stated that during these meetings, quote, federal law enforcement agencies communicated that they expected hack and leak operations by state actors that might occur in the period shortly before the 2020 presidential election, likely in October, and that there were, quote, rumors that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden, close quote. Is that your recollection today?
It is, but I want to clarify that sentence slightly. I think it actually should have been two separate sentences. It is true that in meetings between industry and law enforcement discussed the possibility of a hack and leak campaign in the lead up to the election. And in one of those meetings, it was discussed, I believe by another company, that there was a possibility that that hack and leak could relate to Hunter Biden and Burisma. I don't believe that perspective was shared by law enforcement. They didn't endorse it. They didn't provide that information in that meeting.
Okay. Just to fast forward here, and in fact, in March 2021, 4 months after the election, the U.S. intelligence community assessed that Russian President Putin authorized a range of government organizations conducted influence operations aimed at denigrating President Biden's candidacy and the Democratic Party, supporting former President Trump, and undermining public confidence in the electoral process and exacerbating socio-political divisions in the U.S. that obviously reared their head on January 6th. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Jordan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Roth, did the government tell you that the Biden laptop story was fake?
No, sir, they did not.
Did they tell you it was hacked?
No, sir, they did not.
On October 14, 2020, Twitter blocks the New York Post story on the Hunter Biden, the New York Post story on Hunter Biden, and suspends their account. The night before, FBI Special Agent Elvis Chan sends you an email. The email says this: heads up, I will be sending a teleporter link for you to download 10 documents. It's not spam. Please confirm receipt when you get it. 2 minutes later, 6:24 p.m., you respond back, received and downloaded, thanks. What were those 10 documents?
Twitter didn't give me access to my laptop, but Special Agent Chan has said publicly, and the FBI has confirmed, that those documents did not relate to Hunter Biden, and that's my recollection of them.
What did they relate to?
My interactions with Agent Chan and with the FBI almost entirely focused on what the FBI called malign foreign interference, things like Russian troll farms and Iranian involvement in the elections, not on any type of domestic
Any of the
activity.
information on there classified?
No, sir, I do not hold a security clearance, and so I would not have received any classified information.
Who does hold a security clearance? I'll just go to the second email here. I'm just curious about this. What I propose is that 30 days out from the election, this is another email to you from Mr. Chan. 30 days, we get temporary clearances. You pick who they are. Who were the people at Twitter who had a security clearance?
To be honest, sir, I'm not sure, and we never ultimately followed through on this plan to get temporary clearances.
Did anyone at Twitter have a security clearance?
It's my understanding that at least some current or former employees did hold clearances, but I wasn't certain about that.
Ms. Gaddy, do you know if anyone took up Mr. Chan's offer to hand out security clearances 30 days before the 2020 election?
Not that I'm aware.
So we don't know how many people had security clearances. Twitter, do we know? Mr. Baker, Mr. Gaddy, Ms. Gaddy, anyone know how many people at Twitter had a security clearance in the 30 days prior to the election?
I don't know the answer to that question,
Ms.
sir.
Gaddy?
I do not know.
Mr. Roth, you don't know?
No, sir.
Well, how about the last one? Ms. Navaroli, do you know?
No.
I mean, it seemed like the offer was to sort of just hand them out like candy. I just wondered who had them. No one knows? Okay. So the FBI didn't tell you that it was fake, didn't tell you that it was hacked. And Mr. Roth, did the story violate your policies?
In my judgment at the time, no, it did not.
Yeah, that's what you said. Said what I would propose, excuse me, is you said it isn't clearly a violation of our hack materials policy, nor is it clearly a violation of anything else. So I think what a lot of people are wondering is if it didn't violate your policies and they didn't tell you it was fake, didn't tell you it was hacked, why'd you take it down?
The company made a decision that found that it did violate the policy. It wasn't my personal judgment at the time that it did, but the decision was communicated to me by my direct supervisor, and ultimately, I didn't disagree with it enough to object to
You know what I think happened, Mr. Roth? I think you guys got played. I think you guys wanted to take it deep down. We saw what the chairman put up where you said, you know, everyone in the White House is a fascist. I think you guys wanted it to be taken down. I think you meet with these guys every week. We know that's been established in the Twitter files. You had weekly meetings with Mr. Chan in the run-up to the election. They send you all kinds of emails. They send you documents on the super secret James Bond teleporter. You get information on that. I think you guys wanted to take it down. I think you guys got played by the FBI. And that's the scary part. Because we had 50, I mean, this to me is the real takeaway. 51 former intelligence officials 5 days after you guys take down the Hunter Biden story and block the New York Post account. 5 days later, 51 former intel officials send a letter and they say, the Hunter Biden story has all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation. The information operation was run on you guys. And then by extension, run on the American people. And that's the concern. And to Mr. Raskin's point that you guys aren't bound by the First Amendment because you're a private company, okay, maybe so. But your terms of service don't have to comply with the First Amendment. Would that be right, Mr. Roth? They don't have to. You've said that as much in your testimony.
My understanding of the First Amendment is that it protects people and businesses from government, not
Understand
informs how the...
what I'm in your terms of service. So here's what I want to know. Here's what I want to know. Is this a violation of the First Amendment when the government, Mr. Chan, again, sending you an email saying, we think these accounts need to be looked at because they violate your terms of service? That's a different standard. So you got the government saying your terms of service, which don't have to comply with the First Amendment, but the government saying we don't think these accounts comply with your terms of service, please take them down. You see a problem there, Mr. Roth?
Mr. Chairman, I'm seeing a flashing red light. I'm happy to answer the question. Do I think that that's a valuable use of the FBI's time? No, but I don't see in a request for review a problem under the First Amendment, no.
I sure do. I thank the gentleman. I get back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Conley for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good.
My, what happens when you hold a hearing and you can't prove your point? We heard from the chairman in his opening statement that it's wrong for government to call Twitter and say, take down a tweet. Did I hear that correct, Mr. Roth?
That was my understanding, yes.
Yeah. So on May 27th, 2020, President Donald J. Trump tweeted, and I quote, Republicans feel that social media platforms totally silence conservatives. By the way, something that would come as news to you, apparently, Mr. Roth, because you're still the subject of conservative harassment. We will strongly regulate, he went on to say, or close them down before we ever allow this to happen, unquote. Ms. Navaroli, doesn't that sound eerily like a government official telling Twitter that there's a threat, we'll shut you down if we don't like the content?
I am not familiar with the tweet that you have referenced.
Well, but if I just told you that quote without telling you who said it, might it have some ominous overtones from your point of view if you're still at Twitter? We'll shut you down. We'll regulate you. We will never allow this to happen. Those are pretty strong words.
They are.
Yeah. Okay. On September 8th, 2019, at 11:11 p.m., Donald Trump heckled two celebrities on Twitter, John Legend and his wife, Chrissy Teigen, and referred to them as the musician John Legend and his filthy-mouthed wife, unquote. Ms. Teigen responded to that email at 12:17 a.m. And according to notes from a conversation with you, Ms. Navaroli's counsel, your counsel, The White House almost immediately thereafter contacted Twitter to demand the tweet be taken down. Is that accurate?
Thank you for the question. In my role, I was not responsible for receiving any sort of request from the government. However, what I was privy to was my supervisors letting us know that we had received something along those lines or something of a request. And in that particular instance, I do remember hearing that we had received a request from the White House to make sure that we evaluated this tweet and that they wanted it to come down because it was a derogatory statement directed towards the president.
They wanted it to come down. They made that request.
To my recollection, yes.
I thought that was an inappropriate action by a government official, let alone the White House. But it wasn't Joe Biden about his son's laptop. It was Donald Trump because he didn't like what Chrissy Teigen had to say about him. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
My. You ever think it's appropriate for the President of the United States to direct or otherwise influence a social media company to take down its content?
I think it's a very slippery slope.
Mr. Roth, Ms. Gaddy, Mr. Baker, any evidence that Joe Biden's ever done that?
Certainly none that I'm aware of, no.
I don't recall anything like that.
I'm sorry, that President Biden did what, sir?
Has Joe Biden ever called Twitter, to your knowledge, or his White House at his behest to take down content or urge you to take down content?
I don't know the answer to that question, sir.
Well, I'm going to have to conclude, at least from 3 of the 4, you don't know. There's no evidence he's ever done that, but there's plenty of evidence Donald J. Trump tried to do that. And if we're going to have a hearing about the misuse of social media and the intrusion of government in the content on social media, we've got an environment-rich target, but it's not Joe Biden. It's Donald J. Trump, and of course, we don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about Russian bots and Russian fabrications using fake accounts on Twitter to a political purpose, and it's not to help elect Democrats. And we don't want to talk about 4 years of Donald Trump manipulating the truth and trying to manipulate social media and threaten it, or directly to try to shape it by taking down content because it was critical of him personally. And that's what we ought to be talking about as we move forward, not the subject of today's hearing. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Donalds for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, Mr. Roth, you've stated already that what happened with the New York Post story was similar to the hack and leak scenarios from 2016. You also said that you actually were opposed to deleting the New York Post story. Who advocated for the removal of the New York Post story?
The company's decision to treat it as a violation.
Mr. Roth, who at the company actually went over your recommendation? Because you're pretty high up. Who overrode you?
The decision was communicated to me by my direct supervisor.
Who was that person?
Her name was Del Harvey. She was
Okay.
the vice president of trust and safety at the time.
All right, thank you so much. Ms. Gaddy, real quick, you said to the chairman earlier, and I want to paraphrase what I heard earlier, is that Twitter had no contact with anybody from the Biden team. Is that correct to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Put that up for me. Okay, over my right shoulder, we have an email. Reference, this is Saturday, October 24th, 5:39 p.m., referencing 5 different tweets. This is with a Twitter email chain. Under the line, it's more to review from the Biden team. Does anybody have a comment on how much interaction was happening with the Biden team at Twitter with respect to tweets that they wanted Twitter to review? Ms. Gaddy, Mr. Roth?
I'm not familiar with this email.
So you're not familiar with this email, Mr. Roth? Are you familiar with this email?
Only from what's been reported in the Twitter files.
Did you ever have contact with anybody from the Biden team?
No, sir, I did not. We explicitly separated the teams that would interact with campaigns from teams like mine that were responsible for content moderation.
How big was the organization in Twitter that was actually working with campaigns?
I couldn't say for sure.
Did you ever have any contact with the DNC?
Directly? No, I did not.
Did anybody at Twitter have any contact with anybody at the DNC?
I think it's likely that somebody at Twitter did, yes.
In these emails, it's listed these are tweets that had to be flagged from the Biden team. That's what's in the files. You have no idea how many people actually engaged with the Twitter team or how frequently that engagement happened.
No, and again, that was by design. We kept those functions separate from content moderation so that we could impartially assess reports like this.
Do you know how many tweets were actually flagged and taken down at the behest of the Biden team?
I wouldn't agree with the characterization of it as being at the behest of them. These tweets were reported, and Twitter independently evaluated them under its rules.
But the email is very clear. More to review from Biden team. The response 3 hours later at the bottom, hold this up real quick so we can see. The request at the bottom, it says, handled these. What does handled these mean?
My understanding is that these tweets contained non-consensual nude photos of Hunter Biden, and they were removed by the company under.
Hold on, real quick, Mr. Roth. How could you know so much about the content of these tweets? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, these are just web addresses. I don't know what's in these tweets. You have these things committed to memory that you know the content, but you don't know who you talk to at the Biden team?
Sir, I didn't meet with the Biden team, but there was extensive public reporting about these tweets specifically that uncovered what they were.
You know the contents of the tweets. It was obviously at Twitter, but you have no idea how often people who worked in your organization had with the Biden team during the end of the 2020 presidential elections.
I would emphasize that the people who interfaced with the campaigns were not part of my team or organization. I would know what the interactions were if they were on my team. It was a different part of the organization, not mine.
Let me ask you a separate question, and I'll ask it of you too, Mr. Baker. Have you guys been able to quantify the amount of in-kind contributions associated with taking down the New York Post story? Because the New York Post story was down for 2 weeks, give or take. Do you have any understanding of how much that story was limited by Twitter and also by other social media companies? What the impact of an in-kind contribution that would be to the Joe Biden presidential election in 2020?
I don't know the answer to that question, sir.
Do you think it's big?
I don't know the answer.
Do you think it's more than a maximum contribution to a campaign?
I wouldn't want to speculate.
Would you call it 25,000?
I don't know the answer to that question.
100,000?
Sir, I don't know the answer to the question.
$1 million?
I don't know the answer to the question.
Do you think Twitter will be in violation of federal election laws with the size of an in-kind contribution to take down a story, which is true, by the way, because you guys thought you knew something with limited information?
I'm not going to speculate on that sitting here today, sir. I try to propound a legal analysis of election laws.
I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. It's your turn. You want to go? Okay. We won't start the clock till you get there.
Appreciate also your generosity. I just want to start off right here at the top here. This isn't even my line of questioning, but I'd like to submit to the record a Washington Post article now warning about Hunter Biden laptop disinformation, the guy who leaked it. Here's the deal. Before I even get into my questions, I think that the story here with the Washington Post reporting is that what they're saying right here, when the New York Post first reported in October 2020 that it had obtained contents of a laptop computer allegedly owned by Joe Biden's son Hunter, there was an immediate roadblock faced by other news outlets that hoped to corroborate reporting, as many did. The newspaper wasn't sharing what it obtained. New York Post had this alleged information and was trying to publish it without any corroboration, without any backup information. They were trying to publish it to Twitter. Twitter did not let them, and now they were upset. I believe that political operatives who sought to inject explosive disinformation with the Washington Post couldn't get away with it. And now they're livid. And they want the ability to do it again. They want the ability to inject this again. So they've dragged a social media platform here in Congress. They're weaponizing the use of this committee so that they can do it again. A whole hearing about a 24-hour hiccup in a right-wing political operation. That is why we are here right now. And it's just an abuse of public resources, an abuse of public time. We could be talking about health care. We could be talking about bringing down the cost of prescription drugs. We could be talking about abortion rights, civil rights, voting rights. But instead, we're talking about Hunter Biden's half-fake laptop story. I mean, this is an embarrassment. But I'll go into it. Ms. Navaroli, let's talk about something real. I'd like to show you a tweet posted by former President Trump about my colleagues and I on July 14, 2019. It says in part, quote, "Why don't they go back and help fix the totally broken and crime-infested places from which they came? Then come back and show us how it's done. These places need your help badly. You can't leave fast enough. I'm sure that Nancy Pelosi would be very happy as quickly to work out free travel arrangements." A day or two after that, Donald Trump publicly incited, violence at a rally, targeting 4 congresswomen, including myself, saying, "Go back to where you came from." Ms. Navaroli, as I understand it, you were the most senior member of Twitter's content moderation team, or a senior member of Twitter's content moderation team when this was posted. As part of your responsibilities, did you review this tweet?
Yes, it was my team's responsibility to review these tweets.
And what did you conclude?
My team made the recommendation that for the first time, we find Donald Trump in violation of Twitter's policies and use the public interest interstitial.
For the first time?
Yes.
And at the time, Twitter's policy included a specific example when it came to banned abuse against immigrants, as they specifically included the phrase, "go back to your country," or go back to where you came from, correct?
Yes, that was specifically included in the content moderation guidance as an example.
You brought this up to the Vice President of Trust and Safety, Del Harvey, correct?
I did, yes.
And she overrode your assessment, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And something interesting happened after she overrode your assessment. A day or two later, Twitter seemed to have changed their policies, didn't they?
Yes, that trope, "go back to where you came from," was removed from the content moderation guidance as an example.
So Twitter changed their own policy after the president violated it in order to potentially accommodate his tweet?
Yes.
Thank you. So much for bias against right wing on Twitter. Additionally, Ms. Navaroli, are you familiar with the account Libs of TikTok?
I have heard of it from the news, yes.
Mr. Roth, are you familiar with this account?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Are you aware that from August 11th to August 16th, that account posted false information about Boston Children's Hospital, claiming that they were providing hysterectomies to children?
Yes, I am aware of that and other claims from the account.
And are you aware that this lie was then circulated by other prominent far-right influencers?
Yes.
And are you aware that all these claims, which I have reiterated were false, culminated in a real-life harassment and ultimately a bomb threat to the Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes, I am aware.
And this account is still on that platform today, isn't it?
Regrettably, yes, it is.
Despite inspiring a bomb threat due to the right-wing incitement of violence against trans Americans in this country, because they cannot let go of this obsession with fixating violence and inciting violence against trans and LGBT people, in addition to immigrants, in addition to women of color. This is a party that cannot pick on anyone their own size. And they are trying to co-opt an entire social media platform and use the power of this committee and of Congress in order to pursue a political agenda. I yield back.
Lady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Fry for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This hearing shows who really has been in control of what is said to be one of the world's most widely used websites, Twitter. The American people probably didn't know who these witnesses were today, but these witnesses were powerful enough to silence an American president with just a few clicks from their California office. We're also learning that some of those in Washington, D.C. have forgotten their role and exercised their power to achieve ends antithetical to American principles of free speech and expression. The FBI is the lead federal agency responsible for investigating foreign influence operations. However, in recent years, the FBI has devoted countless amounts of time, taxpayer money, and manpower to combating Russian foreign influence on social media. The FBI, as one reporter noted, acted as a, quote, doorman to the vast program of social media surveillance and censorship encompassing agencies across the federal government, from the State Department to the Pentagon to the CIA. end quote, report suggests that thousands of reports from the FBI and the Foreign Influence Task Force were sent to Twitter. This isn't what the American people are paying for. This isn't what we trust the FBI to do. FBI agents shouldn't be sitting at a desk in Washington, D.C., scrolling through Twitter and emailing with social media companies. An email from one Twitter employee to another reads, quote, the FBI San Francisco Emergency Operations Center sent us the attached report of 207 tweets they believed may be in violation of our policies, end quote. Another email revealed that there are, quote, some folks in the Baltimore field office and at headquarters that are just doing keyboard searches for violations. Mr. Roth, Twitter usually found little evidence that the accounts the FBI flagged had ties to foreign influence. Is that correct?
In part, but we received many reports from the FBI, particularly related to malign foreign interference, that were highly credible and were constructive. So I would say it was a bit of a mixed bag.
And you pushed back to the FBI when they would send you a list of American-based accounts. Is that correct?
Politely, but yes.
Mr. Roth, it appears that Twitter employees were under pressure by the FBI and other government agencies to validate these theories of foreign influence. Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with the word pressure. The FBI was quite careful and quite consistent to request review of the accounts, but not to cross the line into advocating for Twitter to take any particular action.
So flagging American accounts, in your view, is not foreign or theories of foreign influence. There's not pressure there just by flagging it to you.
Again,
domestic accounts.
I don't think it's a great use of the Bureau's time, but I wouldn't characterize how they communicated with us as pressure.
Mr. Roth, you enjoyed these meetings with the FBI, it seems, based on the tweets behind me or the communications behind me. In internal communications at Twitter, you said, definitely not meeting with the FBI, I swear. Is that correct?
I believe I was joking with a colleague at the time, but yes.
But I can assume that you were meeting with the FBI when you were communicating with your colleague. Is that correct?
Yes, one of my job responsibilities was meeting with law enforcement about election security.
And just so I'm clear, the person you're communicating with here says, very boring business meeting that is definitely not about Trump. I assume that's also sarcasm.
Yes, that's my assumption.
And we can assume that Twitter was having these meetings with the FBI about President Trump, correct?
No, sir. The meetings that I was a part of with the FBI were almost entirely and exclusively focused on malign foreign interference, so accounts being operated outside of the United States by other governments, not on the accounts of Americans.
So what is the basis of this communication then where you talk about not meeting with Trump or not meeting about Trump?
Again, I think those comments are sarcasm, but the context for this interaction was the need to mark my calendar private after another Twitter employee joined one of those meetings with the FBI unexpectedly. And so I had to implement additional security measures around my calendar. This was a fairly banal interaction with a colleague.
Mr. Chairman, I yield the rest of my time to Mr. Jordan.
Can I ask Mr. Jordan?
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Roth, was there ever any visibility filtering that was hard-coded by Twitter employees into accounts of specific users?
Twitter employees were responsible for building the systems that performed visibility filtering, and then that filtering would have been applied either automatically.
I'm asking a very specific question. I'm asking, was the code written in a way that for certain accounts, those accounts, unique in and of themselves, would be visibility filtering, to use your term, so that they wouldn't have as much reach or as much influence?
The term hard coding suggests that it was permanent and immutable, and I wouldn't agree with that, no.
But it did happen, is what you're saying. There was hard-coded into some of these accounts of specific users by Twitter employees this ability to filter and limit the reach of that particular post, or that particular tweet, I should say.
Again, I wouldn't say that they were hard-coded.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Brown for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Comer and Ranking Member Raskin, for holding this hearing today. Social media has been a revolutionary gift of the 21st century. From helping people across the world build meaningful connections to learning a new skill set, these platforms have played a significant role in creating an interconnected global world. When handled responsibly, social media serves as a useful resource with many positive outcomes. However, social media is not without its flaws, and the challenges are much larger than any specific incident or decision by one private company. Recently, social media has contributed to the rise and amplification of domestic extremist content and organizing. This is extremely concerning and, unfortunately, is contributing to the division of our society. According to an Anti-Defamation League survey, 66% of the LGBTQ+ respondents, that's a full 2/3, experienced harassment online. 37% of Jewish respondents and 34% of African Americans respondents said the same. This is truly disturbing. The power that social media has to inspire real-world action, both good and bad, is well known to all of us. And sadly, the hate online does not stay online. Social media has the power to influence not just here at home, but those who are watching us abroad. For example, an online disinformation campaign by a hostile foreign power can have the power to sway a close election. So, Mr. Roth, in a recent interview, you stated, and I quote, beginning in 2017, every platform, Twitter included, started to invest really heavily in building out an election integrity function. So I ask, were those investments driven in part by bipartisan concerns raised by Congress and the U.S. government after the Russian influence operation in the 2016 presidential election?
Thank you for the question. Yes, those concerns were fundamentally bipartisan. The Senate's investigation of Russian active measures was a bipartisan effort. The report was bipartisan. And I think we all share concerns with what Russia is doing to meddle in our elections.
Thank you so much. Did those investments include better information sharing mechanisms with the federal government?
Yes. I think one of the key failures that we identified after 2016 was that there was very little information coming from the government and from intelligence services to the private sector. The private sector had the power to remove bots and to take down foreign disinformation campaigns, but we didn't always know where to look without leads supplied by the intelligence community. That was one of the failures highlighted in the Senate Intelligence Committee's report and in the Mueller investigation, and that was one of the things we set out to fix in 2017.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Roth, were those communication channels useful to Twitter as it worked to combat foreign influence operations?
Absolutely. I would say they were one of the most essential pieces of how Twitter prepared for future elections.
Thank you so much. So clearly, we must come together as a committee to stand up and protect our country from foreign election interference and disinformation. I sincerely look forward to spending more time with this committee, working to understand how to fight back against our adversaries and strengthen our democracy. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Ms. Green for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Baker, Ms. Gaddy, Mr. Roth, and Ms. Navaroli, you can consider your speech canceled during my time because you canceled mine. You see, you permanently banned my personal Twitter account, and it was my campaign account also. So let's talk about election interference, shall we? January 2nd, 2002, you permanently banned my Twitter account. This was the account that I would put my campaign ads on, raise money on, fight back when attacked with lies, and be able to talk to my voters in my district. But you banned it. And then let me explain. My account was not reinstated until November 21st, 2022. That was after my election on November 8th. You know, at your company or your former company where you worked, Twitter employees, over 98% of them donate to Democrats. So while you coordinated with DHS, the FBI, the CIA, our government, and outside groups to permanently ban, shadow ban conservative Americans and candidates like me and the former president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump, you were censoring and wrongfully violating our First Amendment free speech rights. Guess what? None of you hold security clearances. None of you are elected, and none of you represent 750,000 people like I do. Let's explain. 52 United States Law 10101. No person shall intimidate, threaten, coerce, or attempt to stop any other person for the purpose of interfering with their rights to vote or to vote as he may choose. You didn't shadow ban or permanently ban my Democrat opponent. No, you did that to me. And that was wrong, and it was against the law. You see, not only that, was it me that you violated my First Amendment rights, you violated countless conservative Americans. These were doctors that were trying to tell the truth about COVID, doctors that were having success treating people with ivermectin that you all would not allow to be talked about on your platform. These were parents complaining about their school boards, teaching gender lies in their schools, biological males entering their daughters' bathrooms and sports. These were also people questioning the 2020 election, and guess what? That's Americans' First Amendment right. These were people talking about voting machines. You know what? Democrats did that in 2019, before the 2020 election. On Twitter, people could question elections such as 2016, saying Hillary won, but in 2020, no one could question elections saying Trump won. You abuse the power of a large corporation, big tech, to censor Americans. And you want to know something? Guess what? I'm so glad that you're censored down. I'm so glad you've lost your jobs. Thank God Elon Musk bought Twitter. And you know what? Let's talk about something a little bit further. It's amazing to me, Mr. Roth, as the head and trust of safety at Twitter, your ability, or should I say inability, to remove child porn. Now, here's something that disgusts me about you. In your doctoral dissertation entitled Gay Data, you argued that minors should have access to Grindr, an adult male gay hookup app. Minors? Really? You know, Elon Musk took over Twitter and he banned 44,000 accounts that were promoting child porn. You permanently banned my Twitter account, but you allowed child porn all over Twitter. Twitter had become a platform, you said, connecting queer young adults. You also wrote on Twitter in 2010, can high school students ever meaningfully consent to sex with their teachers? In 2021, while you were the director of trust and safety on Twitter, an underage boy and his mother announced a lawsuit against Twitter because Twitter was benefiting from and refused to remove a lewd video featuring this boy and another minor. That is repulsive. But you violated me. What were my tweets? Okay, let's talk about them. I was talking about the deaths being reported on VAERS. By the way, that's on the CDC website. I was also saying that I didn't think any entity should enforce a non-FDA approved vaccine or mask. Guess what? A lot of people agreed with me, but you called that COVID misinformation. By the way,
all right, everybody, you are looking and watching there the U.S. House hearing on really the editorial side of Twitter, facing a lot of ex-Twitter execs taking on Congress right now. We'll get back to that a little bit later right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to continue on. Yesterday was President Biden's big State of the Union address, and now he is hitting the road, going to Wisconsin, battleground state Wisconsin, to tout some of his messaging right there. Let's go out right now to Madison, Wisconsin. That is where we find Fox's Mike Tobin going to be right here, joining us here on Live Now from Fox, just ahead of President Biden's speech there.
Exactly. You really summed it up well. This is when the president takes a show on the road and tries to anchor the bragging points from his speech. And also, as the president frames up essentially where the debate is going to be for the next 2 years, certainly where it's going to be over the next year, that was the purpose of the State of the Union speech. Then you try to establish some momentum. So he takes it here to a battleground state. place where the president can hit some bragging points, can brag that unemployment has gone from 4.7% to 3.2%, where he can say that his economic policies have generated a commitment to an investment of some $4 billion that will go to things like a port in Green Bay, Wisconsin, a new bridge on I-90 over the Wisconsin River, electric buses that are supposed to go into Racine, Wisconsin. And he's going to do it all here at the Labor's International Union of North America. And that kind of fits in with one of the points the president bragged on last night, the creation of new jobs that won't require a college degree. Mike?
And a lot of people want to know, there was a speculation even just a couple of weeks ago that after the State of the Union address that there in the coming days or even weeks that President Biden would be making that official run for 2024. Is there any type of rumblings now that we could be getting closer to that, or President Biden setting up that messaging for that moment in the coming weeks?
Well, there certainly are those rumblings, but that is the kind of thing that the campaign, the president himself, will keep close to their vest. But they do definitely want to get some momentum. They want to answer that question, is the president in for the next round? And then you see some division within the Democratic Party. I think specifically you talk about AOC last night, who, when asked, do you think that President Biden should run for another term at his age, she talked about a spirited primary. So it's clear that you have some division within the Democratic Party itself. Can this president, at 80 years old, the oldest person to ever hold this job, the oldest person to ever deliver a State of the Union, can he do it again? And you know just how rigorous the campaign trail is, let alone doing the job.
Absolutely. And Mike, last question here. Do you think we'll hear from Biden today on just the amount of Republicans that were sounding off during his State of the Union address, and maybe do some jabs at them today on that?
It was very interesting, and I think you saw a lot of telegraphing of that particular punch last night, because the president first came out and seemed that he was going to be very gracious. He seemed that he wanted to be very bipartisan, and then he started taking partisan shots, right down to accusing the Republicans of wanting to do away with Social Security and Medicare. And I think you see a lot of that. A lot of people saying they want to be bipartisan, but knowing they score some points when they go deep partisan and really try to appeal to their base. So I'd imagine he will do the same sort of thing, saying that he wants the Republicans in the tent if they'll do what he wants to do, if they'll go along with his agenda. And then meantime, with the Republicans who don't agree with him, you certainly saw that, raucous, albeit, or dare I say even immature, shouting from the gallery, sort of mirrored what you see in the British Parliament. But you see that from both sides of the aisle. Don't forget that when Nancy Pelosi was behind President Trump, she's the one who tore up the copy of the speech. So bitter partisanship isn't something that the Republicans own outright, but it was certainly on full display last night, and the president responded. You saw that back and forth with him last night. So I anticipate, if he'll stay close to the pattern, that he'll say he wants to be bipartisan, but take his partisan shots.
Yeah, there we go. And we will be watching Mike Tobin with the preview today in Madison, Wisconsin. We always appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
You got it.
And of course, we will have that speech in full for you later today, right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
Thank you for waiting. Peace, Fed.
Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. Going back out to South Carolina, where testimony continues right now in the Alex Murdaugh trial. We have a new witness coming to the stand. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Gun.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You have a seat on the stage. Adjust that microphone, adjust your seat. And please state your name again and spell your last name, please.
Sure. It's Michael Gunn. Last name is spelled G-U-N-N.
Good morning, Mr. Gunn.
Good morning.
Just barely morning. Where are you from, Mr. Gunn?
From Columbia.
Born and raised? Where you work?
Work for Forge Consulting.
And what is Forge Consulting?
Forge Consulting, we are a settlement planning firm based primarily in Atlanta. I run the Columbia or South Carolina office, and we work with people, plaintiffs and plaintiffs' attorneys, to help them really try to take the settlements that have been recovered for them and try to make them make these settlements last a long time. These people normally have been in catastrophic injuries or wrongful death of a loved one.
So your company works with law firms who represent people who've been hurt, and if they get a little bit of money to make them whole, you can help make that money last a longer time. Is that an accurate summary of what you just described?
Yes, sir, and that's the goal.
All right. When did you first start working for Forge Consulting, or do you work for Forge Consulting, or did you found it?
I'm one of the principals in Forge Consulting. We started in 2003. I've been there since 2005.
And what is your actual, you said you're a principal, what is your actual title at Forge Consulting?
I would be a principal and settlement consultant.
Okay. And so do you work directly with the attorneys yourself in arranging some of these settlements and structures and things of that nature?
Yes, sir, I do.
So if you could, what exactly is a structured settlement in a summary form?
Sure, kind of a primer on it. Essentially, a structured settlement is when it's only available to those who've been, first of all, to those who've been injured or involved in a wrongful death or workers' compensation. It's really a method for them to try and save money. And what I mean by that is when they get the settlement, they have an opportunity to put some of that money into almost like an annuity. And that annuity would pay them over time, much like a paycheck, because a lot of these folks have lost their jobs, they've lost a loved one, or they have bills to pay. And so by doing that, it allows them to receive that money, but not only do they receive the funds, they do receive them tax-free from the federal government.
Totally tax-free?
Totally tax-free, with interest.
Now, who actually funds these annuities that ultimately get paid out to those who've been hurt?
Sure. Well, generally speaking, the annuities are funded by the insurance company that's paying the claim, or the defendant themselves. That's generally speaking.
And when they pay that claim, where does that money go in order to fund the annuity? Does it go to Forge Consulting?
The only way it would go to Forge Consulting is if the check was made payable to that insurance company, and then we would forward the check on to that insurance company.
So in that instance, you wouldn't actually be really taking the money, you'd just be stuffing it in an envelope.
We'd be a
and
mail
sending it
carrier.
on?
We'd just be a mail carrier, correct.
And I apologize. We're both speaking pretty quickly here. Madam Court Reporter can only record one of us at a time. So if I'm asking a question, try and let me complete it and then answer thereafter.
Yep.
So to clarify, the only instance where you would get any money is if the check is made out to an insurance company, you stuff it in another envelope and send it on its way.
That's correct.
But ultimately, the money comes from the insurance company to whoever's funding this annuity. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
And the people funding this annuity would be another insurance company or some other firm of that nature. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that would be the structuring of monies awarded in a lawsuit to the person hurt. What about monies awarded to the lawyer in a lawsuit? What about an attorney's fees? Can those be structured?
They can be.
All right. And how does that process work?
It's a very, very similar process. It's a similar outcome. The difference is the attorneys would be deferring it, but when they received the funds, they would have to pay the tax at that time. But it is a way to defer the taxes like that. But it's the same scenario. The money would have to come from the defendant and/or its insurance carrier, and there would also have to be language included in settlement documents, et cetera.
But it couldn't come directly to the attorney, could it?
No, sir. That would be constructive receipt, and the IRS would consider that taxable income.
Constructive receipt, and they would consider it taxable income. So, can you explain that just a little bit more for me?
Well, if they receive the money, then the IRS is going to consider that taxable at the time it hits their account, and therefore undoing that is going to be quite a bit of a problem.
And so then they would get taxed on all of that money, correct?
That is correct.
As opposed to just the amount of money that they wanted to get that year.
That is correct.
And you indicated that it would be deferred taxation. So to use an example, let's say I represent somebody on a big suit and get $1 million in attorney's fees. If I were to structure it, I could have that stretched out over 10 years, $100,000 a year, and then am I hearing it correctly? I wouldn't get taxed on $1 million all at once. I would get taxed on that $100,000 a year each year for those next 10 years. Is that a good way of describing it?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And as a result, pay less in taxes.
That's the goal.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Richard Alexander Murdoch?
I am.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for me?
Wearing a checked shirt and a blue jacket, it appears.
Let the record show that he identified Mr. Murdoch. When did you first meet Mr. Murdoch?
Probably 20 years ago, give or take a few years, 20 years ago. Probably at a convention or a continuing education seminar, since our primary market are plaintiffs' attorneys. And
what was your first impression of Mr. Murdoch?
Very jovial, friendly. Never met a stranger. Just a generally nice guy.
Did you have occasion to work with Mr. Murdoch more going forward from that point in time?
I did. As generally speaking, as we get to know our clients, a lot of times friendships get born out of that, and you get more comfortable dealing with them. And so yes, I worked with this firm a great deal. Did a lot of work with this firm. I probably actively would work. I'd worked probably 5 cases with Mr. Murdoch.
Now, in terms of those at his firm, did you work with Alec on a lot of cases or relatively few cases compared to his partners?
If you compare it to his partners, relatively few.
So most of the time you were working with the other folks at PMPED, but Alec maybe just a handful of times. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did Alec hold any other positions other than his role at the law firm that caused you two to work with one another frequently?
Sure. At one time, he was the president of the Association for Justice, which is a voluntary organization of plaintiffs' attorneys. And so we'd be very closely together at trial lawyer events and things of that nature, CLEs.
And is there a shorthand for that organization that used to be applied to it? The
SCAJ.
SCAJ. As part of your professional relationship with Alec, what sorts of things would y'all do together?
Again, usually these would be at events. It was never really a one-off. It was usually events. Golf, dinner, lunch, things like that. Just, things that you would do. Things that you would do when you're at a Hilton Head.
About how many times would you say you golf together?
I'd probably say I'd put the over-under around 15.
15?
Yeah.
And you'd go have dinner, maybe some drinks together at the conference, correct?
Not every year, but we would see each other. But, dinner was probably few and far between.
Did you ever go hang out with Mr. Murdoch at Moselle or any of his other properties?
No, sir.
Did he ever come and hang out with you in Columbia for dinner or drinks or anything like that?
It would be business related.
Did you ever go to any sporting events with him, like a Gamecocks football game or anything like that?
I never went with him. I may have seen him there, but never went with him, no.
There's a lot of folks in the stadium at Williams-Brice on game day.
Depending on the season.
Did Mr. Murdoch ever meet you in Columbia and deliver some checks to you and tell you, hey, these are for the clients for structures or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever meet with him halfway between Columbia and Hampton and get checks from him?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever call him and say, hey, can you bring those checks to me so that we can finance this?
Absolutely not.
And would Forge, under any circumstances, accept client money checks personally in order to fund an annuity for them?
No, sir.
And so if you received or saw or reviewed an instrument made out to Forge and it said in the memo line, money for client or something to that effect, would that instrument be legit?
Well, it would be returned to the person that sent it to us with an explanation as to why we could not take it.
You would not take it?
No, we would not take it.
In working with Mr. Murdoch, did you ever discuss options with him about how to structure fees for his clients?
Generally speaking, we have those conversations with attorneys, and I do remember he inquired about it, kind of went through what you would need to do, how you would need to do it, kind of the process in which it's done. So yes.
So did you explain to him some of the things that we've explained to these folks from around the county here today?
It's the same canned elevator speech I give to everyone. This is the mechanics of how it works.
Were there any specific cases that he came to you and asked you about whether you could set up a structure?
I don't recall if there was a specific case. I do remember there was a case where we sent some options over one time and nothing ever came to fruition. It was just, here's what you can do.
Do you recall the name Dion Martin?
I do recall the name Dion Martin.
What, if anything, do you recall about Dion Martin? Was that one of Alec's cases?
It was. What I recall about that case is that I got a signed option from plaintiff's counsel, signed by Mr. Dion Martin, or I'm assuming Mr. Martin, saying he wanted to set aside X amount of dollars. Not really sure exactly what that amount was. And he wanted to do it to an annuity. And so annuities, like anything, it's kind of based off of stock market and whatnot, so they can kind of go up and down. So there's a time window in which you are able to purchase that. If not, the rate may go up, the rate may go down. And so I consistently sent emails to Mr. Murdoch as well as his paralegal, Annette Griswold. I would say at least 4, maybe 5 emails saying, hey, this is going to expire. This is going to expire if you don't fund this now. And after getting no response, after multiple weeks, we just closed our file.
So you did open a file for Mr. Martin, correct?
We open a file for every case, yes.
For every case, and I want to drill onto that a little bit. What prompts you to open a file?
Well, part of it is so that we can remember if the attorney calls us and says, hey, I've got a case I'm about to start working on, or we got it, and they don't give us any information because they might be in the car, we can say, okay, this is the John Smith case, and I've got that tied to an attorney. And so that's how we do that.
So if you get so much as a phone call saying, I want to talk to you about so-and-so, you make a file?
That is correct.
Even if it's just one conversation?
I always ask for a name.
Do you ask for any other information?
I ask for a great deal of information, but oftentimes that takes a little while to get. But the name is what I need first.
Are you aware of a boat collision that occurred in early of 2019 in relation to Mr. Murdoch or his family?
I'm aware.
And are you aware of generally any litigation that resulted from that case?
I'm aware.
After that boat crash and that litigation began, did you have any further conversations with Mr. Murdoch about structuring any fees that he might earn?
We had general conversations, generic conversations, but we never had any in-depth conversations.
They never asked any specifics beyond the general canned speech?
It was, this is what you can do and this is what you can't do.
Did he ever bring you any fees and say, hey, I would like to structure these or anything to that effect?
No, sir.
Do you recall in and around September of 21 2021, receiving a phone call from Lee Cope.
I do.
And what generally, well, tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. Mr. Cope called me, asked me if he could trust me, asked if he could trust my office as much as he trusted me, let me rephrase that, and said, I'd like to give you a name of some cases, and could you tell me what y'all have done for those clients? He gave me probably 10 to 12 names. I remember I was standing in my driveway, so I'm furiously writing down these names, hoping I could read my own handwriting. And I got back with Mr. Cope and told him I didn't have a file open on any of these people.
None of them?
Not a one.
Not a single name that he provided to you?
No, sir.
Did they follow up with you and provide you any additional names?
They did. The next day, he called me again, gave me another list of names, went through that list. The only name that stood out was the Dion Martin that I referenced earlier.
Did they ask you about where Forge Consulting did its banking?
They asked me if we banked at Bank of America, and I told them we had not for the last 4 years.
Was it the last 4 years, or was it a little bit longer than that?
It was 4 to 5 years, somewhere in that range.
I jumped ahead a little bit. You are generally aware of the events of June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
When did you first become aware of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
Probably early morning on June 8th, probably 5:36 in the morning. I got a couple of missed phone calls.
What did you do after learning of the murders?
Other than being stunned by it all, I let my wife know, called a few other people. I let my business partners know.
Did you reach out to anybody in relation to Mr. Murdaugh or Mr. Murdaugh himself?
I did reach out to one or two of his law partners just to express my condolences, and obviously asked to hope it wasn't true, but that was confirmed. And then I waited a day and reached out to Mr. Murdaugh and just let him know we were thinking of him, didn't have the words for what to say.
Had you ever met Paul or Maggie?
I have.
Did you know Paul very well?
I didn't know Paul very well. I knew of him, but I didn't know him very well.
How well did you know Maggie?
I knew Maggie, pretty well. She would oftentimes, I believe when Buster was in school in Columbia, she would text me and ask me where he could get his hair cut and where he could get his pants hemmed and things like that. And I was kind of like her local Google. So, but it was funny because I'd always respond to her.
You're in Columbia, Buster's in Columbia, she's in Hampton, and so she's texting you with questions.
Absolutely.
Did you attend the funeral for Paul and Maggie?
I did.
Did you see Alec there?
I did.
Did he say anything to you?
Not at the funeral, but after.
Did you go to a wake afterwards?
I did.
Did he say anything to you at the wake?
He told me how much Maggie had loved me and my wife and our family.
Between that wake and September of 2021, did you see the defendant, Mr. Murdaugh, on any other occasions?
I saw him in Hilton Head in August. That was the only time I saw him.
Where did you see him?
At the Skage Conference in Hilton Head Island, the annual convention.
We'll continue to check in on the double murder trial for Alex Murdaugh right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, and when we come back, we're going to take you right outside of D.C., getting an update on a deadly shooting that happened earlier this morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here worldwide. As always, our next story takes it right outside of D.C. in Laurel, Maryland, getting an update on a deadly shooting that happened earlier this morning. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, at approximately 10:15 this morning, we received a report of a shooting that just occurred here in the area of Russet Green East and Laurel. And upon arrival, officers located an adult male victim, and fire department personnel pronounced the male victim deceased here at the scene. What we have as far as suspect information, what we got was a black male in a dark sedan who fled the area. And detectives are working an angle, and preliminarily they believe that the victim and the suspect are potentially known to one another. The suspect is still outstanding at this time, and the investigation is ongoing by homicide detectives here on the scene.
How long do you guys expect to be out here? Right now, what's the process like? What are you doing right now? Obviously, continuing the investigation.
We're still in the very early stages, and that's up to the homicide detectives as far as processing the scene and gathering as much information here at the crime scene as they can.
Can you say no to each other, family, friends?
We don't have that information right now. The direction that the detectives are going is that the victim and the suspect are familiar with one another.
Do you know the age of the victim?
I cannot confirm the age. An adult male.
Was the victim in a car or was he on foot?
We believe the victim was on foot.
Does he live over here?
We can't confirm an address or location for the victim.
And obviously the investigation is happening like right here. It seems like kind of in the middle of the street. Is that where this happened?
We believe that is where it happened, on Russet Green.
So it has not really impacted any of these stores here?
No, there is still access to the Walmart and the Sam's Club. I believe it was 10:13, but right around that 10:15 time frame.
How long do you expect to be out here for?
It could be several more hours, or it could wrap up sooner than that, depending on the speed that the detectives are able to gather the information and the evidence technicians are allowed to gather their evidence.
And obviously next of kin is when you're able to release like the name of the victim.
Correct. We don't at this time. That is unknown to me. This is a highly populated and highly traveled area, so there is the potential for video evidence to be secured at some point. Anything that I did not answer, or with as much information as I could?
So anyone who wants to come shop here, they're fine. You do feel like they're in the clear to come shop and run their errands if they need to.
The shopping center is open, and we are allowing patrons to frequent the stores.
And is a situation like this, like, someone being shot and killed in the middle of the street, like, rare, or does this happen before? Like,
I would say it's not a common occurrence.
what goes through your head seeing something like this? I'm not sure how long you've been in law enforcement, but I mean, I'm sure every scene obviously is, heartbreaking, especially when someone dies, but just seeing that the massive police presence, what goes through your head?
It's an absolute tragedy, and our hearts go out to the victim's family, and it's hard for us to make sense of things sometimes. I've been a cop for 21 years, and I've seen a lot of stuff that I can't make sense of. So it's.
Just speak to this happening here at a shopping center as well. Like, people are just going about their day to day, shopping, not thinking much, and then you come out. Like, I saw a lot of store employees come out. Like, shoppers were concerned. They're like, this looks like a scene out of a movie. So
It can happen anywhere at any time. There's no prerequisite for a time and place for a crime to occur, whether it's a homicide or something a lot less severe.
I see a lot of law enforcement here. There are investigators. Who else is here? I thought I saw like a crash police.
There are evidence technicians. There are homicide detectives. There are district detectives. There are executive command staff. And as far as the traffic investigator, it's very close to a roadway, and there was a vehicle involved. So I believe that they're trying to lend their expertise or their knowledge as much as they can to the investigation.
It's like a big scene.
A lot of moving parts and a lot of help. In 2023? Mark, this is in 2023. This is the first, correct?
Or deadly shooting? I didn't hear exactly. Did you ask shooting?
Homicide. We can probably get that. I believe this is the first shooting death in 2023.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
You're welcome.
it. Thanks for waiting again.
Oh yeah.
We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox, taking you out to the Pentagon right now in the briefing room where we are just moments away from a Pentagon update. So we will get the latest there on the China spy balloon takedown and much, much more. All right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take it as soon as it gets going right here. In the meantime, I want to go out to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis touting tax relief incentives. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
And the Speaker of the House of Representatives here in Florida, Paul Renner, is with us. And they're going to be working to make sure that this relief becomes a reality in this upcoming legislative session, which is going to be really, really great. We're also joined by Brittany Morley, who's a mother of 2 from here in Ocala, as well as Jason Halstead, father of 5, soon to be 6. I saw his 5 kids. I saw his wife with a bun in the oven, so they've got their hands full. And he's the executive director for Brothers Keeper Catholic Outreach Ministry right here in Ocala. We're excited about things that Florida's been able to accomplish. I think as many of you know, because you just see it, we're the fastest growing state in the country. And I'm not even asking people to come. I mean, there's some governors that are begging for people to come. Because I understand there's benefits, but there's also challenges. And I think one of the things we recognized in an initiative we did last week, we did a Move America Florida program to help with the infrastructure and speed up infrastructure. Some of these places, like on 75, you can have like massive backups. And so those things are all in the hopper to be done, but that would have taken like 20 years. So we're going to put basically $7 billion on top of our Department of Transportation work program to accelerate that. So right here in Central Florida, it's going to make a difference. So you're fastest growing. We've led the nation in net in-migration, I think, every year since I